Super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
The winning chess series was always intended to take a class player really all the way up the rating ladder to the expert and master levels. Winning chess brilliancies was going to be the end of the cap for play-winning chess, as winning chess brilliancies would showcase all of those lessons that you learned in all the books that came in the play-winning chess series. Winning chess series, I break down some of the most brilliant games ever played, move by move, giving a verbal explanation as well as a text explanation of what strategies, what the tactics, the plans, the ideas, and the traps that the players are setting for one another at each and every turn of the game. The idea of winning chess brilliancies was to break down the games so that anybody at any level could understand the play and just be exalted by the ideas and the concepts of the players. Winning chess brilliancies was meant to be something very special, and I'm very proud to say I think it is.
Welcome everyone for round 3 of the Tata Steel Chess Masters. Now this is the 83rd edition of this prestigious event, and traditionally we've always had a challenger group as well as an open tournament being held alongside the Masters, but this year it is just the very elite playing over the board chess, marking the return of over the board chess. And a big shout out to the organizers for making sure that in these difficult times, the tradition of Tata Steel chess continues. And for us, that means the very best in the world fighting over 13 rounds for a lot of prestige, for a lot at stake, because this is truly the strongest, one of the strongest events in the world. And take a look at the format. It's a 14 players round robin event, and it consists of 3 rest days. And the reason for that is it is just such a difficult, exhausting, long format that even though 3 rest days might feel like a lot, but trust me, for the kind of chess that we experience here, it's something that's very required. And also take a look at the time control. It is as classical as it gets, something that's a bit of a novelty for us after everything that we have witnessed in 2020. The fast and furious chess left us wanting exactly for what we have here. It is a 1 hour and a 40-minute for the first 40 moves, followed by a 50-minute time control for the next 20 moves and an additional 15 minutes for the remainder of the game. And from move 1, there is a 30-second increment. Now, the first 2 rounds have been extremely exciting. We've had a lot of decisive games, something that there's been a lot of talk about because very often, especially in these classical elite events, we are so used to seeing an extremely high percentage of draws. But I think this has something to do with the hunger that the players have to play over the board chess, trying to prove their dominance and just how strong they are after having almost an entire gap here from the last time that we saw them in so much action. In fact, I predict a very high percentage of decisive games in this Tata Steel Masters. Let's take a look at how yesterday round 2 went for our players. We had 2 decisive results with world number 2 Fabiano Caruana playing the most thrilling game of the round against German Grandmaster Alexander Donchenko, who's having a tough start at the event. He's a very late entry into the Tata Steel Masters, and he needs to find a way to stop the bleeding because in this event, you just end up becoming a big target otherwise. Niels Grandelis has been the big surprise so far. He goes into round 3 as the sole leader of the event. He won his 2nd game in a row, 2 out of 2 for the Swedish Grandmaster. He beat Jan Krzysztof Duda, and we had 5 draws, but not without excitement. Long marathon games saw Magnus Carlsen trying to grind down David Anton, but David held on a difficult endgame and showed just how resourceful he is. Ali Reza Firouzja, after a tough start against Magnus in round 1, held his own against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a very good result for the youngster going into round 3. Aryan Tari looked like he was extremely close to drawing a full point against Radek Wojtaszek. Aryan is the lowest ranked player in this field. Would have been a big win. He gave it his all, tried everything, but Radek just turned out to be too resourceful. And let's take a look at the current standings going into today's round. This is what the leaderboard looks like. Niels Grandelis leads with 2 points. The chasing pack consists of world number 1 Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, and world number 2 Fabiano Caruana, just half a point behind Niels. Then we've got Hari Krishna, David Anton, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Radek, Andrei Asipenko, another youngster Russian Grandmaster. He's all of 18 years old, making his debut as well in the Tata Steel with 1 point, and Jordan Van Foreest, who's looking for a 2nd brilliant run at the event. He finished 4th in the previous edition. Ali Reza Firouzja at half, sharing with Jan Krzysztof Duda, Aryan Tari, and Alexander Donchenko yet to score. Now, this is just such a tough field, but it's very important to just somehow manage to score points here, because otherwise you just end up going in a spiral and 13 rounds can just feel like an absolute nightmare. And I do see that we are being joined by Jan. So let's bring him on and discuss the upcoming action for round 3 with all the matchups.
Hi, Tania. Hi, everybody. What's happening?
Jan, we are just getting ready for another thrilling day now. We have done 2 days at the Tata Steel, and I have to say the one thing that really comes across is the long format, something that we haven't been very used to. Just as a commentator, as a chess fan following these games, are you pleased with the return of this classical over-the-board format?
Hard to say, frankly, because we've had Peter do the heavy lifting, doing the 6 hours in a row shifts, and you as well. I've been, taking breaks. I don't know. It's a very different thing. I believe both formats have a right to exist. I quite like these classical thingies as well, I have to admit.
I'm very happy that it's back, and I hope to see a lot more of it. Now, you say that you haven't been doing that much heavy lifting, but we know you have been putting out the game of the day videos, and your pick of yesterday's round was Fabi's exciting win with the black pieces. And definitely check that out if you haven't already. Let's bring up the matchups and see what we have upcoming for the day. All right, Jan, time for some predictions.
Finally. Isipenko, MVL, draw.
Draw. I'm with you on this one.
Niels Hare Krishna, draw.
This is a big one. This is a big one because Niels is leading, and I don't think many would have predicted that at the start of the event with 2 wins. That's a dream start.
Yeah, it's hard to improve on that start, but I think he will get stopped today and concede a draw.
Hari is very solid. All right. You know what? I am going to go with a draw as well here. So that's 2 draws. And then Fabi with Jan Christoph Duda. I am going to pick a win for Fabi here. I know he's a favorite. It's an easy pick, but I think he's going to do it again today.
I agree. Fabi wins.
All right, and Anish against Donchenko. Now, it's very important for Alexander to somehow score or at least stop the bleeding. Do you think today is going to be the day he'll manage to do that?
Nah, Anish, he's like a great white shark. He's smelling blood. He's on his home turf in Vaikanze. He knows these battlegrounds, and he will feast and win again.
I think in these circumstances, also the experience really counts because for Alexander, it's his first outing in such an elite event featuring an all-star cast really, while Anish, of course, has incredible experience playing this format, these 13 rounds with such a long time control. So yes, I am with you on this, that I think Alexander's going to have a tough one today as well. Radik versus Jordan, and I know Jordan is your boy as well.
Yeah, draw.
All right, Magnus versus Aryan. So we have an all Norwegian face-off.
This is going to shock many people, but I will predict 1-0.
That is a shocker. And for Alireza, David Anton. Now that's an interesting matchup because I think their style of play, there's such a clash there. Alireza is just so combative and always goes for exciting positions and options. But David just really keeps it together. Do you think Alireza will score his first win today, or do you think David will score his first win today?
Neither. I think draw. Obviously, Alireza is high rated as the white pieces, so he's a bit of a favorite. But David Anton is probably feeling good after he survived his game against Magnus yesterday. He is resourceful, as we've seen, so I believe draw is a favorite.
All right, those are some hot picks by Jan. And on that note, I also see that we are being joined by our star analyst. Peter Leko is with us just in time as the games are about to lift off. Welcome, Peter.
Yeah, hello, Tania. Hello, Jan. I have been here. I have been enjoying your predictions because, you know, I feel always that I'm a big spoiler there, and I just wanted to enjoy what Jan has to say.
We were seeing through it. You were there hiding, waiting for the predictions to go away so that you could safely appear.
Yeah, definitely. That was the strategy. And okay, I more or less agree with almost all the predictions. But there are also some things, you know, this Magnus Carlsen, Aryan Tari, clearly Magnus is the absolute favorite, but this is a Norway derby. And I feel like, you know, if there is a derby, there is always some extra pressure. So, I mean, Tari has nothing to lose from this game, but Magnus, you know, whole Norway, all the chess world expect that this is going to be 1-0. And I'm not sure that it is so easy to win on demand.
Yeah.
Winning on demand or the pressure. I mean, Jan, you can tell us about that, but I've always gotten the feeling that for Magnus, these things just never matter. What people expect out of him or who he's playing against him, it just never feels like a factor that affects him. You've worked with him a lot and you know him personally really well. Do you think this is something that plays on his mind?
I do think he's human, and the history you have with someone always plays into the dynamics also on the chessboard. I also agree that he's very resilient, and typically he just, you know, tries to win no matter whom he's facing. It won't affect him too much. But also, in my experience, if you know each other well, you have some history, be it because you're compatriots or you've worked together, it's always a somewhat different dynamic that sometimes can sort of mess with the rating expectations. Still, Magnus is a giant favorite, but I hear Peter's point for sure.
Very interesting. And now we are about to lift off soon. So Jan and Peter, you will be taking us through all the opening actions through the game. Meanwhile, I will join you shortly. I'll be keeping an eye out on our socials. So a reminder to our audience that we would love to hear from you. So do connect with us using the hashtag Tata Steel Chess and tagging Chess24. Also, we have a very, very exciting quiz coming up, Jan and Peter, today. Now, I have been told what the question is, and I love this one. So I'm excited about it. Not just that, the stakes have been upped. The pot is bigger than ever. So I'm looking forward to this one. And for now, take it away, and I'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Tania. See you soon.
Yeah, I have to actually say that it seems to me like these questions are just wonderful. I mean, I don't know who is exactly responsible for it, but I mean, I just enjoy myself to hear all these questions.
I'm also not sure who's writing them. Is it our producer, Sotiris? I believe it's Sotiris who comes up with them, so he'll appreciate
okay,
that.
Then I understand, yeah, because I know what Sotiris is capable of. I mean, people are listening that I'm, naming all the games and who played where and when. And then Sotiris, nods me on the broadcast like the confirmation. Yeah, Peter, you got it right. It's the final confirmation. So it's very nice to be working with Sotiris.
He knows his stuff. Speaking of knowing your stuff, we don't have moves yet, so we can, I know you don't like guessing games, but we can debate what first moves we will see. Magnus Tari, 1 d4 again. Magnus just seems to be playing d4 every game now, no?
Yeah, and the point is that since Tari did play e4, e5 and use the Berlin, basically it's kind of a sign that you might want to go somewhere else. Yeah, it's kind of logical. I don't exactly recall their game from Stavanger because I remember that Magnus with the black pieces played the Rouser and he took enormous risk in order to try to beat Tari, and he finally succeeded. But what did he do with white?
Was 1 e4, was a Marshall, some mainline 8a4, b4, I think, and Magnus sort of won easily. Or was it 8a4? Maybe it was 8a3. It was some slow Marshall and Magnus, just outclassed him basically in that structure.
Yeah, basically at that point, because Tari was playing the Marshall for that tournament, I remember his game against Levon. And actually it was very funny to see Levon Aronyan facing his big favorite, the Marshall himself, and it was a very interesting debate there. And knowing Magnus that he has so much experience in all these Ruy Lopez structures, I understand very well that he was ready to go there, but the Berlin is slightly different because all these anti-Berlins are not as rich or promising as the simple Ruy Lopez 6d3s, let's say.
Yeah, actually I think Magnus played 6d3 and maybe then a4 later in the game against Tari, but doesn't matter. Yeah, it was one of these typical Ruy Lopez struggles. I don't know, e4, d4, c4. It used to be that it's impossible to predict. Recently, Magnus has leaned somewhat more towards d4, but last time he played e4, hard to say.
Yeah, basically when I see that he plays d4, I have the feeling like he just wants to slowly get rid of his prep from 2018's World Championship. Of course, I know that you have been working with him, so probably you know more. And there are details you can share, some details you might not be able to share. But my feeling is that, whenever I see him use this d4, c4, knight f3 move order, then I in my mind have this, that it's connected with his match with Fabi.
I'm always happy when people think work has been done for that match, because sometimes it didn't look like during the match. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he plays today. Anish Giri, another tough guess the move candidate. By the way, the game should have started. No, like what's going on? I can't see any moves anywhere yet. You neither? Yeah? Okay, we can just keep guessing and hope they come in. Anish against Donchenko. I have a feeling Anish might play 1 e4. Usually when he wants to win and feels maybe he can out-prepare someone, I think he will go one e4, but I could be very wrong, of course.
Well, I mean, the point is that, yeah, Alexander's opening from the black side, he used to be playing knight off and he used to play the Caro-Kann, and then suddenly playing e4, e5 might signal, you know, to Anish that that for some reason Alexander is not confident enough in his usual main weapons. He wants to surprise the opponents, but we have seen against Niels that he was lacking experience and also some real knowledge in one of the sidelines there. He got into some trouble, and in this regard, 1e4 is tempting. Wow, and we see all this blitzed out.
We were wrong. It was one d4 by Anish. And Magnus,
also,
wow, Magnus going for this. Interesting.
No, I think it's not Magnus going for it. It's Tari going for it, no?
No, of course, yeah. But this is the line that has recently been. Okay, let's take it slow. So Magnus plays d4, knight f3, knight c3, this position, which he's had a ton recently. And Tari goes for this line that recently Wesley So has been playing, pawn to e4, and just d takes e4 here. And Peter, you probably know this, but if you let your Lila 0 run in the position after knight c3, c5, no, after knight c3, then after a little thinking time, we'll give this exact line for black with like 007 evaluation. Like we'll give c5 first move, cd5, cd4, queen d4, ed5, e4, d, e4. That's what it's come to, Lila. No more excitement, you just get rid of all the pieces directly and you say equal.
Yeah, well, actually, I didn't know this. I mean, usually I'm getting to a position and then I start to use Lila, but not right from the very beginning.
Ah, that's the difference. I just in the starting position I switch it on, show me the way, and this has been the way recently.
Yeah, well, actually, it was very, very funny because when Wesley played it in the Skilling, yeah, it was the Skilling Masters, Skilling Open of the Champions Tour. He used it for some reason. You know, I didn't know this development, and I was kind of suspicious about this whole stuff. That okay, why do you do this, and is it really good? I mean, it doesn't look so good. And then afterwards, okay, first of all, Wesley kept on playing with success, and he kind of blocked Magnus in it. Okay, he did lose one game, but then he also won one, which is actually for this opening, I think, like a miracle that in 2 games you get 2 decisive games and 1 win with white and 1 with black. And after the broadcast, I mean, we had, after Wesley won the tournament, then we had him in our broadcast, and he was asking my very opinion, you know, and it was like shocking for me that, wow, Wesley treats me with so much respect that, Peter, probably you are a big expert of this line. I mean, what are your thoughts? And, you know, honestly, I just never looked at this. I mean, it's basically maybe one of the very few things in the whole chess opening history that I never ever looked at, but before seeing Wesley employ it, I really had no clue that this exists.
Are you happy that such new tabias keep opening up that even you haven't seen before? Or do you think, ugh, come on, I put in all this work, at some point it should be finished, but there's always new nonsense?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's more like I would be more thrilled if all these new things would be somehow more encouraging and more interesting. I mean, this is definitely, as Wesley called, it might be a new Berlin. And I'm not sure that many of the chess fans are so happy about this. If suddenly against d4 there is also a way, like, you know, you go immediately for some endgame and you might be able to analyze it. In fact, I feel that this position is much less rich. I mean, the Berlin endgame is extremely rich and very complex. That's basically one of the reasons why it's so popular, and it's kept on played on the highest level and also in different levels. But this one, I don't feel that it's so complex. Yeah, it looks like suffering, but on the other hand, if Black proves that he might be able to handle it and work out all the things and be precise in the critical moment, then it's a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah, it's just move by move, and Sotil is confirming that actually from the very starting position, if you switch on your Lila 0, one of the hot new engines, that it gives this very position. Like, that's his main line of chess.
Yeah.
All right, so
Actually, we are talking so much about Sotiris. I'm afraid that we might be losing him because I'm pretty sure that some more words about Sotiris and some top player gonna hire him.
That could very much happen. It
As a
might be
second.
happening already.
Yeah, but
Maybe Sotiris is responsible for Tari playing this line.
So Magnus goes for bishop g5. I think this is definitely a move that he did not play. I think Magnus.
What did he do? Bishop c4 or something? I think he played
Exactly,
bishop
yeah.
c4. Maybe.
Bishop c4, king e7, and that was the shocker. That if black has to play the move king e7, then it looks like bishop c4 is so nice. And I remember that Magnus was taking his time during these games against Wesley, and we were kind of discussing, and it looked really ugly from the black side, but we were even at some point not sure how to react with black. And then all of a sudden, Wesley made two moves, and all made perfect sense. And after this, I started to appreciate black's setup because it's much more to it than it meets the eyes at first glance.
Yeah, no, this is a tough line. Even after his bishop c4, king e7, and king to f7, it was very hard to find anything. So Magnus, he can't be too thrilled with this, no? Because if Tari finds, I don't know, in the early middle game, if we can call this middle game, 5-6 precise moves, equalizes, this is not the type of position where he can just, use his superior experience, skills, calculating prowess. Here, I don't know, it feels like a good opening choice by Tari, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, especially if he really prepared seriously. If it came, like this, that I had a very tough game yesterday. I was squeezing my opponent for almost 7 hours, and I'm very tired and I don't want to enter any big complications. And okay, let me try to play this line by Wesley. I mean, it looked like it's not so complicated. It's quite easy. Then I think I'm not liking his choice because then it's too risky, because this endgame does look dubious for black, and I believe that you can only play it and it only looks gonna work as a solid weapon if you really know what you are doing, because just starting to play by yourself, it might heavily backfire.
Yeah, of course, Magnus might just win this game easily and will look silly, or I'll look silly. But yeah, I feel this. Also, I was curious about your opinion, because of course there's no easy answer, but Magnus recently, he's played this d4, c4, knight f3, d5, knight c3 almost exclusively, or he plays this a lot. So if you're black against him, this is what you expect. Do you feel he's giving up too much? Because before you never had any idea what Magnus would play. E4, d4, c4, sidelines, main lines, and especially his knight f3, d5, knight c3. Black has so many forced systems, the Ragozin, the Vienna, the Semitarash, this stuff he's playing now. Like, why is he doing this? What's the strategy?
Well, that's exactly the reason why I was telling you that I believe that it's kind of connected with this World Championship match, because Magnus there was ready to challenge Fabiano's Queen's Gambit, one of the main weapons that black uses against knight f3, knight c3 on the highest level. It's a very, very solid system, and in order to do so, and then also in 2019 Vacancies, we have seen Magnus play against Duda. He was going for the Vienna there. He was also coming up with some fresh ideas and so on. And it all makes sense for me that it's a part of one package. If it would not be the case, then I would much more really feel like, Magnus would still keep on playing his usual stuff that, okay, one game I'm going to do this, other game I'm going to do that. But since he knows that he has done quite a lot of work, and probably this work he doesn't consider good enough already for the next World Championship match, then it's pretty logical, to get rid of this and already keep getting ready with something completely different for your World Championship match. That's kind of one of my guess, but I might be also completely wrong.
Gotcha. That makes sense. All right, then let's move
jump
on in
to
this
Fabiano.
game. Yeah.
Because look at this again. So Duda insists on playing the Petrov against the Petrov specialist. We have seen it. He was doing it against Yesipenko in the very first round. And now he's doing it against Caruana. And look at this. What Fabi came up with. Look, G1 and G4. Let's just go back to understand and appreciate what's happening here. So it's the Petrov with, okay, let's start from the very beginning. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight e4, knight c3, takes, bishop e7, bishop e3. We have seen yesterday Jordan was trying to mix things up against Anish with bishop f4. Fabi plays the traditional way with bishop e3, knight d7, queen d2, short castle, long castle, and the move knight f6. This is basically the leak variation. No, I mean, this was mentioned in this some broadcast portraying the preparation of Fabi for the World Championship match, and there was some mistake, as it turned out, because in fact Fabi then later in the match used it. And the big question was now who profited more about this leaking, because I understand also perfectly if I would be Team Magnus and there is some small video or film about Fabi's preparation and then knight f6, c5 will be revealed. I mean, definitely I'm going to tell you that, no, don't worry about this never going to happen, yeah? And then a few runs later, Fabi did use it. So basically, I think it kind of evened out. But it's very interesting now to see how Fabi reacts to this knight f6 c5 plan. So
first of all, this is very much a line that Fabi pioneered. So to play it against him, you need to be very confident about your analysis.
Yes, definitely. I mean, bishop d3, c5, and now here we see this rook ag1. That's like a real big shocker in my opinion, because if you are working from the black side, I can assure you that, okay, the first move that comes to mind is definitely rook he1, then, okay, the move king b1, and also some bishop g5 things. I also believe that between Fabi and Duda, there had already been some clashes in this very line as well, so they have history. And now the move rook g1 is the so-called bomb. Let's see if it explodes or not, but certainly this is the first big surprise. And Duda reacts in the way like, okay, I'm going to go b5 because you did nothing about your a2 pawn. I mean, basically the move king b1 is very nicely covering the a2 pawn and make sure that, you know, you are safeguarding your queen side before you take actions. So basically the move rook g1 invites some very, very sharp play. b5 was played and Fabi immediately goes g4. And we are in for a very, very interesting fight.
Yeah. Fabi came prepared. So bishop takes g4. Let's be greedy. What do you do? Just bishop e2?
Well, or bishop h6.
Wow.
I mean, okay, that would be my
That's more like it.
Yeah, that would be the first guess, I believe. Yeah, if already you play rook ag1 and g4, then you want to continue in the spirit.
Yeah, I like it. What do you do? G6? You're threatening bishop takes g7, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's g6 is kind of possible because, okay, what I'm winning an exchange, but do I want to win this exchange?
Yeah, how happy are you?
You take with a bishop or queen? Bishop, yeah?
Bishop, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop, and I'm gonna go queen f4, right? Something like this.
Okay. Fabi probably checked this or whatever is the right line here. So yeah, interesting stuff. What would your thought process be if you run into this rook g1, g4 over the board? Of course, first you curse yourself, but after you're done with the cursing, how do you approach it?
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, first of all, because these are the things when, you know, you look at this position and you analyze, you feel like, no, it's too slow. Rook ag1 is probably too slow and you're gonna look at everything else. And probably you come up with rook ag1, and this is also the way how Fabi came up with rook ag1 idea, is that he looked at everything else, he tried it also, he played it, and finally felt like, you know, if my opponent wants to play this line, he's probably ready for all the current theory and he knows his stuff, and I still have a surprise here ready with rook ag1. Now after rook ag1 is already the first question, because after rook g1 you are 100% sure that your opponent is going to play g4. No matter what, unless you put something on g4 or you attack the pawn on a2. And after the move b5, I'm pretty sure that there is simply no other move that you consider than g4. And the big question is, basically this means that you told yourself that you are ready for g4. But then you are faced with g4, and then you have to justify yourself that, yes, I was kind of not afraid of g4 before it happened, but now that it's on the board, how am I gonna exactly react to it? And okay, first you make sure what happens after takes. I believe that once you see that after bishop takes g4 is met by bishop h6 and it looks scary and unclear, and at least you don't have any clear way of reacting to it, then you just say, no, okay, thank you very much. I don't want to waste my time. I want to look for alternatives. One of the things that comes to mind might be in the spirit to play a move like bishop b7, just to try to go completely different angle. Say that, yes, with g4 you want to kick my knight away with g5, but with bishop b7 I can actually hit your knight with a tempo, and I'm also getting knight e4 ideas. And first also, please answer me where you're going to put your knight or how you're going to defend it. So what would you do after bishop b7?
Not sure. Knight g5 sort of doesn't work together so well with g4. G5, bishop f3 I was thinking about, but I couldn't see a follow-up. Gf, bishop f6, and there doesn't seem to be anything direct. Maybe you can continue playing here, but it doesn't look so scary, no? Like some bishop h6, yeah, let's say this.
Yeah, I mean, it exists, but yeah, I perfectly agree with you that, I mean, it's more like, yes, you have to consider it, but it's not that fighting. On the other hand, okay, I do threaten bishop g7, queen h6. So, yeah. For example, you don't have time, just to show for the audience that you cannot take on d1, because then I might take on g7, and after bishop takes g7, queen h6, looks like a checkmate on g7. So there are some dangers, but I mean, the reason why we were not that impressed with Jan, that the feeling is that there should be something for black, maybe king h8,
yeah, maybe. Although it's always possible without computer, who knows, yeah, like that something like this got checked and now you do play, I don't know, rook de1 and it's good compensation, like who knows.
Yeah. I mean, these are the modern things, but okay, I do feel that I have some bishop h5, bishop g6. So if I'm not losing on the spot, then I might be able to defend successfully, and successful defense actually means a lot here. Yeah, certainly. The other thing that after bishop b7, why I like bishop b7, because even if white, for example, blitzes out g5 and signals that, you know, I'm ready for all these computer lines and I have checked it and you know, you're going to be checkmated even if you don't even feel that their checkmate going to come. But I still have this nice option of playing knight e4. Yeah.
Just before we go here, just in that line, we had on the board after g5, bishop f3, gf, bishop f6, bishop h6, king h8. I was wondering, can't we just go brute force here and take on g7?
And rook g7, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, yeah, that's an argument.
I didn't see a mate, but it looks like mate. No, rook g1, king f6 you have to go, because I think king h8, queen h6 is checkmate.
Yes, this is...
threatening on h7 and g7. And king f6 feels like there should be.
Yeah, king f6.
Should be mate.
Looks like, first of all, I
queen
mean...
g5, bishop f5, and you have to go on a...
Yeah, but I mean, I just wanted even to mention that even if there is no mate, just white, for example, collects this bishop, it's long-term completely winning, because this black king with all the lights, weakened squares. So basically, when you see that you might have a mate plus you might have this, then okay, this is already not something you even consider.
But let me find a mate. Come on, king f6, queen g5, there must be mate. We can move on to sensible stuff in a minute. King e6, bishop f5.
Well, actually, you can also give queen f5 check and then rook e1.
Rook e1, that's good enough. Yeah, I'll accept that.
If you are accepting, it's fine.
It is checkmate. So it's
yes,
accepted.
but one other thing, I also, if we are already dealing with this position, that after bishop h6, okay, just something like g6, bishop takes f8, and then capturing back with the queen. I'm not 100. Okay, but you have rook e1 and quickly bishop e4. Yeah. I'm not able to keep my bishop. I wanted to claim that thanks to this powerful dark squared bishop, I might have enough compensation, but it might not be the case. Anyway, after g5, I want to play knight e4. That's the reason why I suggested bishop b7.
Yep.
So
what
queen
is this
e2?
position? Queen e2 looks normal. I was wondering if some clever queen e1 was necessary, but no, let's play normal for now.
Yeah, okay, so I will try to use this tempo with queen a5.
Okay, king b1 has to be done one day.
Yeah, and okay, something like rook e8. I mean, I feel like I'm having quite an active position. I know that you might be able to, but I don't think that you can use this. Yeah, bishop b7 on the board. Yeah, okay, very nice, because this is the reasonable move.
Let's see what Fabi has in store.
Because here just one more move, bishop f8, and I'm very, very happy with all the harmony.
Yeah, I don't like this position for white, to be honest. Like b4 is looming, c4 is looming, knight c3.
Yeah,
maybe there's another move here. I don't know.
Yeah, queen e2 blitzed out. That's it.
Queen e2 played, yep.
Yeah, queen e2 played.
Sidestepping this knight e4 with tempo.
Yeah, now also settling to take on b5, and look at the engine bar. I mean, that's the point. First of all, our engine is not very strong. That's the first thing. Secondly, if you want to surprise your opponent in modern chess, I believe that often you have to nowadays try to dig out some line which actually the computer underestimates. Things that
is just not great because your opponent hasn't checked it, but you know much more and you go there anyway.
Exactly. So, okay, queen e2, and now the b5 pawn is hanging, yeah? Do you go c5, c4, which gives up the d4 square? And one of the things might be, that this weak computer might simply not really appreciate that after c4, bishop f5, g6, white will just always leave this bishop on f5 and believe that he will have long-term checkmate, because it's not direct checkmate, but I mean, it happens in the Marshall often that you just open the g5. Then I think we go knight d5 to f4 against the pawn on g3. I mean, with knight on d5 and then f3 against the pawn on g3. And if white takes gf, then we take gf and we use the g file against white's king on g1. This is quite typical. I think we have analyzed it together as well. Things like this. And I feel like here it's very much the same feeling that you just leave the bishop there and you might move the knight to d4 and say like, please take it because then I just gonna checkmate you.
Yeah, I agree. Do you need, okay, of course you don't need c4, but what other options are there? Queen a5, king b1 doesn't really help us all that much currently, does it?
Well, I mean, okay, this queen a5 is always annoying from white side, but here I feel that it's very, okay, but queen a5, it's nice because now you can never take on b5, I take on f3, so I might have the move rook f8, which I would love to play.
Yeah.
Because I really need this bishop f8, targeting the queen, and okay, if I don't do anything on the king side, it's not so easy for white to find a way to really attack.
If white goes g5, do you go knight e4 or knight d5? Knight e4 is more or less what we had, yeah? Like.
Yeah, first I'm gonna go knight e4, but yeah, definitely knight d5 is in there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I still don't see anything great. Yeah. Show us, Mr. Caruana, what do you have in store?
Yeah, actually one of the questions that is white somehow, is it possible to leave the a2 pawn unprotected? Is there maybe some reason that white could hurry, but I don't see. I mean, queen a2 is a very big threat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's very interesting. Now, I think also Duda has to, get used to the situation that he knows that, okay, if this rook g1 would have been so great, definitely he would have checked it. I mean, he might consider that, yes, it's interesting, but okay, if computer did not like it, there should be a reason. And this gives some energy. Yeah, this gives some real psychological feeling that, okay, this is the way I'm gonna fight, because if it doesn't work, then let me prove that it's not that strong. But okay, if Fabi blitzes things out, it's a little bit different, because you know that it's a really deep idea.
Yeah, it is pretty scary, I think. And even if even if your opponent tells you this is minus 0.50, but I know everything about this position and you have to find some very sharp lines, good luck to you. I'm not sure how happy you are. Of course, Duda has an amazing calculator, but still, it's a tough spot to find yourself in.
Yeah, and also let's not forget that he lost yesterday with the white pieces. Yeah, and this is always connected. Yeah, if I mean losing with white, and then next day you get surprised by a strong opponent in the opening. I mean it's not the ideal scenario how you want to recover from your loss. But on the other hand, it also gives you a chance that if you somehow find the way and you navigate yourself out, you really feel ready for the rest of the tournament. And you feel like, yeah, that was the turnaround point.
There's only 11 games after this, Jan Krzysztof. Almost done. Let's have a look at some of the other games. And I want to look at Wojtaszek Van Foreys briefly, mainly because it's the same opening line as in the Carlsen Tari game, but Wojtaszek chooses a different route, which, yeah. After CD5, CD4, Queen D4, ED5, he plays Bishop G5, leaving sort of more pieces on the board, not forcing the issue as much. This looks like a reverse C3 Sicilian in a way, no? Like I'm not sure if people know what I'm talking about, but I think it does.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah, Bishop G5, Bishop E7, E3, castles, Rook D1. Yeah, these are the type of positions actually that now with the new computers, it's possible to be super precise. Yeah, I believe like some 20, 25, 30 years ago, people would play this type of positions from purely feeling. And actually, the new computers brought a lot of dynamics to many of these classical positions, which otherwise would be considered, yeah, it's an isolated pawn, white slowly develops and you are not able to prove anything immediately, so you're going to suffer in long term. But now, thanks to computers, it's so much easier to clarify such things. You understand perfectly if with black, you are not able to solve your problems and you have to suffer, then you're not going to play this. And if you are ready to play it, basically it means that you made sure that you know how to fully equalize or to at least get a nice normal position.
It's interesting because I felt somewhat the other way around about this. Because if you switch on the computer in such a position and it gives whatever it gives, 0-0 or -0-0-5, you can lose the feel for danger that people very much had in the 80s or 90s where you knew, okay, I have an isolated pawn, I better do something. But now you just see, okay, the computer, who of course never loses that pawn in a million years, thinks it's fine, so it's fine for me as well. Then you sit there over the board with your stupid D pawn and you think, why did I trust my stupid computer?
But you think people blindly trust the computers already, yeah?
Yeah. Not everyone, of course, not Jordan, but I think if something is -0-0-5 and you fixed your problems in the main line, this line that Magnus is playing, I don't think you're very concerned about this. Well, if you get it over the board, I'd be all of a sudden very concerned.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm just, when I'm telling you about the way of preparation, it's more like how I would feel about this. Yeah? And I definitely would understand that, okay, this is strategically very risky for black. I mean, 25, 30 years ago, you were not supposed to play like this. So if now in modern times I'm ready and willing to play like this, then I want to make sure that I understand why I'm doing this to myself.
Gotcha.
Yeah, queen a, knight c6, queen a4, queen b6. Yeah, we see now the activity from black. I mean, this is clearly one of the things. And if white has to play a move like rook d2, this is already one of these feelings that I was talking about. Then I understand what black wants. He justifies that, you had to lose a tempo. Thanks to this tempo, I'm now bringing my pieces. I might be ready to liquidate with something. But let's see. I mean, usually Radek is incredibly good in being very, very precise. And look at his next little move, h3. I mean, seemingly harmless move, but he just makes sure that he covers the g4 square in all these positions. I'm not sure if it's important for against some g5, g4 connected with d4 idea, but in any case, it's very, very useful for all these positions.
Yeah, we should show that d4 is not simplifying just yet, although it looks tempting. But there is a little discovered check. Typical trick. So Jordan, white has an exchange up. Jordan needs to find a way to keep the fire burning here.
Yeah, because
That's what I mean. Like, it doesn't look so easy to me. Of course, you can play a6 or some move, but I'd be so worried I have to do something direct. If not, rook d1, bishop f1, and I'll suffer.
Exactly. I mean, if white gets rook fd1 and bishop f1, then all these things come to life that we have been talking about. That it's not something that was approved 30 years ago, like healthy. But the point is that white had to play this somewhat awkward rook d2 and also h3. And in this regard, I don't know, one of the questions that comes to mind, I'm not such an expert in this position, but can I play something like queen b4? Is that a move, or is it completely stupid? You are anyway happy? Probably you are happy, yeah, after queen b4. But let
General, I'm happy because with white, I'm also thinking about queen b5. Yeah, like it's
okay, but still,
neutral.
How would you react?
Okay, rook fd1. Do you have some direct
Rook
thing?
fd1. Okay, I force your knight to a4. I play g5.
And knight e4, yeah.
And knight e4, yeah. Now I basically got what I wanted.
Yep. Okay, we can't have that. So after queen b4, takes.
I mean, you might have to take it, yeah?
Yeah, but why not?
Yeah, I mean, that was the point, and I felt like I have to take with the bishop because I'm fighting, and I let you take on f6. It's I understand it's very risky and it might look dubious, but I mean, for example, after bishop f6, g f6, I felt like thanks to my activity and the two bishops, and that I'm also threatening to destroy your pawn structure, it might not be as bad as it looks, but it might be slightly worse nevertheless.
Rook c1 here, it looks like at least there's something to play for, no?
Yeah, okay, I play knight e5.
Yeah, knight d4.
Knight d4, I'm gonna take on c3, and yeah, we get this Ragozin type of structures, yeah?
bc, yeah, it's...
I mean, it's usually... Before I did not start playing the Ragozin, I thought that this is just terrible, but then in Ragozin often, okay, you just play rook c5, b6, and turns out that you are extremely solid because this pawn on c3 is also weak. And with this bishop on e6, I'm actually kind of covering things. I know it's very ugly, and of course nobody really wants to play like this, but I mean, it's sometimes that's the way how computer plays, and he just says that you have nothing. It's...
Could be. Let's see what Jordan does here. He starts with a6. That's general purpose move. But then after rook fd1, the ball is back in his court.
Yeah.
I don't know. This rook d1, this early rook d1 Radek played, it might be important actually, no? Because I've looked at these lines, but I have a feeling I was instead of rook d1, I was going bishop e2 or some more quote-unquote normal move. And maybe this rook d1 to have rook d2 very quickly is important. I don't know, queen d3 here, or some stuff like this. But it could be that some early queen b6, I'm not sure if directly, but bothered him somewhere.
Yeah, somehow also some knight b4s connected with some quick knight e4s. Yeah, one feels that there is some dynamic for black, yeah?
Could be.
And he played the move rook d1. It's not just that he got this rook d1 and then later rook d2 because, okay, it was kind of necessary, but also he got his bishop to d3, which covers the e4 square, yeah? This might be also of importance.
Yeah, he prepares bishop b1 in some lines and the rook is already out of the way. No, it's not the most obvious move, but normally if Radek does something, there is some clever points behind it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, very interesting to keep an eye on this game because Radek did play. No, he's thinking after a6, so it's Radek's move now. All right, what do we have?
Let's do a quick tour. Yezipenko against Maxim Vashila-Graf. It's one of these weird modern Sicilians with a queen on e3.
Yeah, let's see how we got here. Okay, so this is coming from queen d4. Yeah, this had been enormously popular in this Champions Chess Tour. I mean, so many games with this line. Yeah, white always going for queen e3. Typical online variation. You want to play e4 and you want to have a sideline, an easy line against the knight off without going for all these complications.
How do you think Kasparov would have felt about this line in 1988?
Well, I think he very much feels the same way as I feel about it, that I would never play it from the white side. I mean, I appreciate it, I understand it, that it exists, but I never had this desire, that I could play something like this. It's just too artificial, and I'm not really understanding what black problem is.
Yeah, you take with the queen, you move it again to put it on a strange square, and you allow black a dragon setup, which you counter by short castles. It's the point you're trying to get a Marozzi. It's so hard to grasp. I understand there's something to it, but it's too complex for me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one can argue that this queen on e3 is so nicely placed, or is it in the way of the bishop? Yeah, it's just too strange. But I know that actually engine likes. I mean, he doesn't give full equality for black. I mean, he insists that white has some 0-10. And okay, if the players see that there is 0-10 and it's kind of playable, there is no punishment, then you might have the feeling that, okay, it might deserve to be tested. And look at this. I mean, when did we see Maxim spending so much time with the black pieces in such type of positions?
All the time. He's out of book. They has to start thinking.
Yeah, bishop g7 and rook d1. I think this is one of the new things, that when first this queen e3 appeared, then white was trying to get the Marozzi bind with c4, but it was not working out tempi somehow. Black had many different good setups, and now lately actually white started not to play the move c4. He goes rook d1, castles knight c3, and he wants to go some knight d5 and c3, and this is what we are seeing in this game.
I understand this is clever, but still looks like the Hamburg under 10 championship, where you tell the white player, no, don't move your queen around. No, take with the knight on d4. No, against this dragon setup, you have to cast a queen side and try to checkmate them. What has happened?
Yeah, well, the engines got too strong. Yeah, I'm not happy with this development, not at all. I mean, my generation, basically, we like logical chess, we like clarity. And now all these kind of dubious things, appearing, and sometimes you see that if you play good chess, you get nowhere. And if you play this dubious stuff, you immediately get a better position. I understand why many of the younger generation now feels that, okay, let us try to try this way, because it might be successful. But for me, it's just so difficult to imagine that if I would, for example, at home, take 30 minutes time from the black side to neutralize this setup, I'm pretty sure that 30 minutes will be more than enough to close this chapter, basically probably for once and forever. But when it's a surprise, then for one game, it might perfectly work.
Yeah, 95, rook c8, pawn to c3. So the logic behind all of this is the queen on e3, defends the e4 pawn, nothing blocks the d file, so white can occupy that outpost with knight d5 and rook d1, and ask some questions. Like, it's the strange thing is there is some logic to it. It's just very different patterns than we saw growing up, because you were also always taught, no, you can't play these open Sicilians so slowly. And yeah, I don't know, I'm confused basically. But I do trust that Yesipenko doesn't just do this to look cool, but he's thought about it and he thinks it makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at this. He's 20 minutes up on the clock. And when I started to appreciate this setup was when I saw that Levon Aronyan, okay, mostly in the Blitz games, but he was employing this system. And, I have very big respect for Levon, that he's kind of this classical chess school, yeah? And even with his vision and his understanding, he was willing to use this setup. Then I understood that, okay, then there is some real fundament behind it, because otherwise, if it would just be some cheap stuff, Levon would not do it.
I agree. All right, let's move on, continue our tour. Let's get to the tournament leader, Mr. Niels Grandelius. I was watching his interview yesterday. He seemed quite happy, said he did not expect to start with 2 out of 2. Who would have thought? But yeah, he won a nice game against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Now, what's going on? Some advanced French, or did they get this?
Yeah, but actually, how do you supposed to answer such question when they ask you, did you expect? Yeah, I remember his first interview after winning the first game. He was also saying that, okay, nothing changed after this win. He takes it game by game. And that's exactly the way how players have to take this tournament. You have to forget about what kind of score. Usually, if you are the favorite, you care about your score. But as a underdog like Niels, you have to enjoy the tournament. You have to make sure that you give your very best in each game, and then see where it will bring you. And if you start with wins, that's of course great bonus. But your main target should be always to focus and use all your energy for every game.
That's fun to ask such questions, no? Like, how happy are you about today's win? Did you expect this result? But yeah, that's what Gelfand has been saying for, I don't know, 20, probably 30 years every time he's asked. I play game after game, I don't care about the score. And I think, first of all, he's being truthful. And secondly, it's the right mindset. Even for the top guys, there's no point in counting the points. But of course, it's not what the journalists want to hear, no? We want to hear, yeah, I expect you to start with 5 out of 5. 3 more wins to go. It's you tomorrow, Harry.
Yeah, but now that I see that Harry did play the move e4, e6, I feel like Harry wants to provoke Niels, yeah? Because...
Didn't he do... Isn't this his thing? Like, maybe not his main thing, but he did a video series, and I think he plays a lot of French, no? Like,
no, I think that he did a Chessable course on the Pausen, no?
Maybe both. Maybe he did beating the French. I don't know. I recall some. It was for white, yeah. It was a French course for white. Wow, okay.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, that's what I mean, that this e4, e6, because Harry is able to play e4, e5, he's able to play definitely the Pausen. Maybe he felt like, this is typical, and I believe Svidler was facing this problem in the FIDE Grand Prix, that when he just published on Chess24 this Grünfeld video, then everybody was hitting his Grünfeld and he didn't know now what to do. That, he's supposed to defend, he's the big expert, but his opponents might have a targeted preparation. Yeah, and this is always very, very annoying when your opponent chooses. So you might believe in your opening, but it's not such a nice thing when they know your thoughts, what you are thinking about certain line, and they with computer prepare exactly against it.
Yeah, it's not so much about believing it. We know the Grünfeld is correct. I had the same problem when I was doing this e4, e5 course. Okay, I don't play so much anymore, but it's very unpleasant if you have to guess, has he seen my course? Does he know what I'm giving here? Do I even know what I'm giving here? If you have to take these things into account too. Let's see what Niels does. The advanced variation, c5, c3, queen b6.
Yeah, actually, do you recall Niels playing this third move e5?
No, but to be perfectly honest, I don't recall any Niels games against the French.
Because look at the time situation. Now we're gonna go step by step, but Niels is like, he already burned half an hour on his clock. It definitely shows that he was caught completely off guard by the French. And I believe he might be knight d2 French player. I think this is the point, that he usually plays the line knight d2, and he felt like, okay, here Harry is definitely prepared, and he's not entirely sure how well Harry is prepared in the French. And okay, playing knight c6 is maybe having 2 out of 2, it's asking too much if it's not your main preparation. So he goes for e5, and suddenly Harry showed confidence and blitzes out this line. And how do you exactly react to it?
That's my first question. Like bishop e2, I don't know theory, but after cd4, doesn't knight d4 look very natural to you? Or is this wrong?
No, not at all. Knight d4, it doesn't look natural at all.
No? I want to stop bishop b5.
Yes, I understand, but okay, I'm very bad in the, I'm quite good in the French with the white pieces, but with black, I'm getting nervous with this bishop on d7, but might be that black has some very quick knight e7, knight c6 development, and you anyway will not be able to keep the d4 post, and I'm gonna get bishop b5 in better circumstance. I can imagine such scenario. How exactly to receive it, I'm not entirely sure. But okay, let's play a move like knight e7.
Knight d2.
You play it like a Caro-Kann, right?
Of course.
Yeah, okay, knight bc6.
Knight f3.
Knight f3, okay, I take on d4.
Okay, I will play queen takes, but that's maybe not in the spirit. Yeah, it doesn't look winning.
Yeah, not yet,
CD,
at least.
bishop b5. Yeah, you're probably in time anyway.
Yeah, because I think one of the point is that when you take CD and your opponent goes bishop b5, we actually get this Caro-Kann structure, because there black puts the bishop on f5, and sometimes Levon started playing this also from the white side, that he just goes bishop d3, trades this, light square bishops, and you know, strange enough, it's not so easy for black compared to what we used to think, that okay, this structure, you just change this light square bishop and black can never be worse. There is much more to it. And one of the reasons I believe here is that white wants to go somehow knight c3 and later use this knight a4 and use the space advantage a3, b4, and combining, keeping all the pieces and using the space advantage.
Another line where I had to realize the good old values that I learned as a kid are not always true. Because I always thought, okay, light square bishop off. The only question is if black is better in these structures already, but not so simple.
Yeah, not so simple. I mean, that was for me also like a big new discovery in this Caro-Kann, that when I was following these online games now, people just started exchanging the light square bishops. I mean, and doing fine with it. I mean, Levon has won so many games that you even don't really understand. Is he winning because he's so strong, or he's winning because he surprised his opponents in the blitz game and they don't really know how to adjust to the situation? What is really happening?
I don't know. So what's happening here? Queen d3 looks like a funny move.
Yeah,
without being asked.
Yeah, he put the queen. He had to protect the d4 pawn, but I mean, this feels a bit slow, no?
I don't know. Can't be much slower than this Levon line. If you can put it on the board, we can compare. No, this
yeah,
E4,
exactly.
C6,
Let me quickly
E4,
show
D5.
this, what Levon is doing. I mean, Maestro Levon, he's doing this, and I think he goes bishop d3 here.
Yeah.
Takes, but okay, there is a difference that he puts the knight on e2. And,
Yeah.
And this makes a lot of sense. Of course, knight on e2 is very flexible. And okay, black plays something like c5. I don't know, can you play c5? Okay, or you give some check.
I always play queen a5, queen a6, but that's not so topical. Like.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is a normal way in the Caro-Kann,
Yeah.
definitely challenging the queen.
Let's play c5 and get some normal structure.
Yeah, for example, yeah, if we go see. But first of all, here I think that black would never really trade on d4 yet, yeah, because it's very nice to keep the tension. White will not be able to develop his knight to c3, and okay, you make some castle. However, okay, here it's another question, because I cannot really play knight e7, or at least not so easy. Okay, maybe I can, because e5 is hanging.
Yeah, I don't know how they play these positions.
Yeah, something like, okay, knight d2, knight f3 would be natural, yeah, that you bring the knight from b1 to f3, and knight from g1 goes to e2, so that you have some maybe knight f4, knight h5 ideas in long terms. Okay, hard to understand, even also hard to compare exactly, yeah?
Yeah, it's not exactly the same. All right, so Niels, yeah, I'm not sure if he's happy with how this went. He's spending some time. Doesn't feel like such a straightforward position. We'll see.
Yeah, and he also doesn't have so much experience. Yeah, usually I think that when you are 2 out of 2, you would love to get with white, maybe no advantage, but at least a position where you feel yourself comfortable. It's his time management indicates that definitely is not in such a big comfort.
Let's have a look at Mr. Ali Reza against David Anton. We haven't been there yet. What is this? Was this a London or a Caro-Kann? No, it was a London, yeah? Yeah.
It's a London, yeah. I mean, that's basically one of the big surprises, yeah, from Firuza. He has been playing a lot of e4, then he has also switched to d4. Now he has played the Reti a lot recently, and all of a sudden now he plays the London system from the white side.
I've had to accept, after many years of mocking this opening, that it's actually a serious opening. All these values we have to change because of the evil computers, but this is not simple for black.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, if it would be simple, then yeah, players like Magnus. I mean, Magnus in the World Blitz and Rapid, I believe he plays like...
He always plays it.
Yeah, more than 50% of his white games he's playing it.
It feels like every year he sees, it's World Blitz Rapid again, London, let's go.
Yeah.
Anyway, c5, e3, knight c6, knight bd2 is very important. Maybe some theory detour. In our days, people used to play c3 here, and you would play queen b6, queen b3, c4, and usually they would take, and you would already start thinking, can I get in b5, b4 and win quickly, or will they make me work for it with some knight a3? But then after knight a3, you can even go knight a7, and black is very fine in all these positions. Knight a7 is not forced, it's just one of the moves too. So people start understanding that, and now they do this 5 knight bd2, and then queen b6 is a very different story. Still possible, but all of a sudden they go dc5, and you're in some sharp hell after queen b2.
Exactly, yeah. Something like rook b1 and then bishop b5 or something like this, yeah?
Yeah, there's all kinds of theory, queen c3 and bishop b5, e6 or g6, but it's a complete mess. In blitz, I usually blunder my queen, like the knight comes to d3, and then there's some bishop e5, and my queen doesn't have squares. That's what normally happens.
Yeah, in blitz, definitely don't do this unless you are prepared. David Anton plays the most classical way, yeah? I believe this was the way, like, people thought it's very similar to exchange Caro-Kann, yeah? That CD, bishop f5.
I don't like this, though. If you're gonna play bishop f5, of course this line exists, but why not do it directly? I think it's more flexible than CD, ED, bishop f5.
I mean, how to play bishop f5 immediately here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but probably after bishop f5, it means that you have to be prepared, yeah? And if you are not prepared, you decide over the board, then you feel like, okay, if I want to play bishop f5, let me take CD, the bishop f5, then no big surprise is gonna come.
Yeah, I understand, but I do think that this was relevant for some reason. Now white usually goes c3, and then after e6. There is some theory, but you don't have to rush with this CD in the structure. That's the advantage you have compared to the Caro-Kann, I thought at least. Anyway, let's see what happened in the game.
Yeah, CD, the bishop f5, bishop b5. So it reminds me of reversed Ragozin, no?
He's played all these Ragozins against Magnus, no? And this CD, ED, bishop f4 lines. So now he wants to have it with an extra tempo.
Yeah, it's kind of logical. But okay, if you play slowly with c3, then the tempo might not mean that much, no? e6.
The problem is in these Ragozin lines, the knight goes to c3. No, you go knight e5, knight c3, g4. You're committed to knight d2 already. You can't do.
Yeah, and he plays the move queen e2. I mean,
looks very random.
And look at this. I mean, are the clocks correct? Firuza is 1:08 on the clock. So did he use already half an hour or more than half an hour of his time? It means that he's completely out of the book. But I mean, he picked the London, no?
Yeah, but what kind of move is queen e2? That's usually the type of move like, okay, you can't decide between knight e5 and castles. So yeah, let's play whatever. Queen e2. Here's a move. Looks very strange, no? The queen.
Yeah, very strange. I mean, yeah, these are the moves
there?
that you mentioned. Knight e5 castle looks much more natural, but somehow also I feel that this bishop b5 is very artificial move, no? I mean, what is this bishop really doing here? And also after queen e2, it's I'm not really understanding anything here.
I was on board with bishop b5, but not with queen e2. Knight e5, at least, if you instead of queen e2, you play knight e5, at least you can always hope for winning the exchange, as I've done many times, like bishop e7, knight c6, bc, bishop a6. At least there's hope. I don't know what black does here, bishop d6 or knight d7, I guess, but here these structures are not so easy, no? Like queen a4, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's so hard for me to believe in all these things.
You're in my world now, Peter. I spent a lot of time in exchange Slavs and Londons. These are the tricks I'm looking for. But yeah, no, I really didn't think the CD-ED was so easy, but queen e2 is just so strange for me.
Yeah, queen e2 basically.
I don't even see a point. Like the queen is more flexible on d1, maybe later, but what does he want there?
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, somehow this queen e2 takes away all these dynamics that why you are kind of excited in the London, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, after the move bishop d6.
Yeah, or bishop e7, any move like, I guess bishop d6 he wants to take.
I mean, but if you trade one more piece, then okay, what do you want?
No, I'm not team white here after queen e2, but I guess now you have to take
I
him.
understand. I'm not asking you what you want. I basically was asking white that, okay, what white wants here, because in my opinion, you really have to keep the pieces with 95, but then I just see no reason why you have wasted this move on queen e2, yeah?
All right. We don't know what you're doing, Mr. Ali Reza, but he will probably prove us wrong. Eventually. Queen e2. Strange move.
Yeah, definitely strange. I mean, let just quickly go back to this Yasipenko game, because here I see the move queen f4 played, and this is one of the ideas of this position, that the queen on e3 looks awkward, but actually white does have this idea to go queen f4 and then queen h4.
Oh, Lawrence Trent style. Bishop h6, knight g5, and hope it's checkmate.
Yes, or also bishop g5 at the end of queen h4, just to put the pressure on this knight on f6. And usually it was one of the ideas of computer, yeah, this queen f4, queen h4 stuff.
I like it. I have faith in Yasipenko. Maxim's going to be under pressure, then he will calculate his way out of it. What's Magnus doing?
Yeah, well, the Magnus game is not yet thrilling, but okay, such is the opening, yeah. Knight e6 fe, so bishop g5 was played. It was also the move while we had first day disposition. We had the guest Hari joined us for the broadcast, and he mentioned that yeah, there is a move bishop g5 here, and then next day Rajabov played bishop g5 against Veslis or something like this. It was very funny. Hari is a big expert in all these sidelines.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. Of course, I would argue that even without Hari, you might have thought of the move bishop g5, developing the bishop, pinning the knight, attacking the pawn.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I would have, suggested as one of the moves. But Hari basically meant like he looked at this already, yeah. And I was really impressed that yes, now I understand. I'm becoming a real commentator, and these guys are real players. Yeah, they know what's happening.
I hear you. All right, the position they have on the board. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the nature of the play for Magnus here, because if it's nothing, it's nothing, and then the rating disadvantage, I don't know, that might not mean as much as it would in your typical, whatever, slower position.
Yes, so now after bishop b4, because it might forces you to take on f6 and take on e4.
Yeah.
But then I go king e7. I see the engine bar is actually really believing that white has something. So there might be some concrete problem for black, yeah? But first let's try to understand what that could... you have a3, yeah, after king e7.
a3, yeah.
Yeah.
And if I go f5, I don't like this here, bishop a5, knight c5 or whatever, that could be trouble.
Yeah, well, also knight d6 and already winning a pawn with knight b7.
Yeah.
Okay, but definitely Tari has calculated something. So gf knight e4, you wanted to go f5?
Mm-hmm.
f5. By the way, bishop f6, gf on the board, so we might be seeing this. f5. Okay, I have many nice possibilities, but which one of them gives me the best chance, yeah?
What are your possibilities? Knight d6, I take king e7, I thought it's probably not enough.
Yeah, that is not, yeah, this is not really a possibility, because king e7, rook hd1, you go rook hd8, and I'm not a believer in this. Yeah, so after f5, I guess I might have to spice things up with something like knight g5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, king e7 is what I wanted.
Yeah, king e7, and do I have some bishop c4 maybe?
Ugh, it could become sharp even here, yeah? Like,
yeah, very sharp. Also, I don't know, it might look strange, but I have some a3.
Yeah, I also wonder about this to go b4, rook e1 maybe. Like,
yeah, you probably go to a5.
No, all of a sudden it's very sharp. Yeah, it's all move by move. b4, bishop b6, rook e1, knight d4.
Yeah, I also have this bishop c4. I mean, because after b4, bishop b6, I feel that you might have knight d4 somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay, this was your line, yeah, rook e1.
Yeah.
And knight d4 is kind of very scary maybe, but e5 I cannot play. Yeah, let's just show that knight d4 you're gonna take, you're gonna take, and I have to go already king f8, it's only move. Oof. I mean, it's very scary. You might play some rook d6, rook gets to the 7s, and knight e6 check.
You don't know yet, might be 0-0, but over the board you think, okay, I could just be lost. So yeah, this you have to be very tough to play.
Yeah, exactly. So
what
lot to calculate. Let's see what Tali comes up with. Look at the clock situation. I mean, I'm not liking it, because if Tali would have now, like Wesley saw probably in this position, 144 on the clock, and would be nicely walking around, then I would believe that, yeah, everything is under control. But like this, there is a lot to calculate, and those lines are not really straightforward lines. I mean, there is a lot of dynamics, a lot of nuances, a lot of spice everywhere. Very easy to miss something. You have to make up your decision. You make up your mind. What's going to be your decision? It's a chance for Magnus. I mean, definitely it's much more dynamic than we have anticipated when we first saw this endgame arise.
Let's go to the Jordan game for a second, because Sotiris is drawing our attention to a funny story, which I'm not sure if you read this. I also heard about this, or I think I read some article in this position before King f8.
Yes.
There was this recent case, I don't know the details, probably the chat or maybe Sotiris will know, where I think a young girl was accused of foul play. And one of the reasons was that in a similar position, she played the first engine move, King f8 here. And now your plays King f8, and we're being told it's also the first engine move.
Yes,
so
but
maybe it's just a common theme now after this accusation. Everybody knows King f8.
No, I think there is quite a clear logic, because King f8 move here is very, very natural, because we have already talked about this, that black actually wants to play d4, and it's very important to sidestep from bishop h7. Yeah. Also very important not to guard the e7 bishop in some lines. It all makes a lot of sense, and it's also opening. And definitely, if Jordan already plays it, he has studied this type of position. So he might even know that in some of the lines, King f8 was a thematic move. But in that case, when this accusation happened, it was a middle game. I saw this position in the article, so I don't know exactly the position, but I mean, there the King f8 move was very, very mysterious.
Less thematic, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's the point. And basically, if computer tells you that this is a good move, you can after explain it that, it makes sense in this and that line. And Radek, I think, was also mentioning in the interview that, I mean, definitely for not any top player, it would be a candidate. And I can also assure you that, yeah, when I looked at that game, it was obvious that it can never be the case that you consider this move. I only don't know that this game was online game or it was over the board game.
I do not know the details. I have a feeling it was over the board, but my memory is hazy, so I don't want to speak on it too much. Was it some? No, I can't recall. But I have a feeling it was over the board.
Yeah, because these are the things that when, for example, there was this game between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firuza, yeah? When finally Firuza played the move bishop f7, knight takes h6, and Magnus checkmated him. I mean, imagine somebody on the internet with 20 seconds on the clock would have played the move king h8, and after knight takes h6 would have blitzed out bishop h5. I mean, after this, what can you say? I mean, it's just, if you think about it that way, it's impossible that it can happen. But actually it can happen, because maybe somebody eliminates all the options and plays it like this. But I mean, if it happens over the board in Vaikaze, then we can be 100% sure that, yeah, that's it. It's correct. But otherwise, online, there will be a big discussion, and you can never prove what's the real story behind it.
Yeah. And actually, in a way, it makes you more skeptical about online stuff. If you see the best players and best calculators in the world, like Magnus and Alireza, playing a very exciting game, but you switch on your computer and every move it jumps. While sometimes you watch some online games and no, well, perfect.
Yeah, it's very suspicious. I mean, I also played some game, and then I was very, very angry. I told Vincent, okay, what is happening? He told me, no, but you just played against the bots. I mean, I said, what is this bots? I did not know that bots exist. I mean, my first, okay, who is this? What is it? I mean, I wanted
Where is he from?
Yeah, I wanted to know some information because I got crushed in 20 moves, and it was a 3 minutes blitz game, and my opponent had 2 minutes 45 at the end of the game. I mean, I'm not such a stupid player, you know, and and okay, it was I couldn't calm down for like 2 days. I don't know who is it, what is it, why he's doing this to me, but I mean, after this, if I play online, I'm not super careful because I don't care if it's a bot or not. I don't want to lose like an idiot. So I'm playing, you know, with full attention. Okay, I play very rarely, but whenever it happens, I want to play for fun. And definitely losing in 20 moves in 15 seconds against somebody who I don't know didn't feel very, very encouraging.
It doesn't bother me if it's a very obvious computer, if they have the same timings and play perfectly and spend 1 second per move, it's fine. It bothers me when I know it's a computer, but someone thinking they're being smart and like using it rarely when you still know, but they feel they're smartly cheating you. That upsets me more than if you play some obvious bot where you think, okay, I don't know what you're getting out of this, but
actually it happened before the Legends tournament, because before the Legends I haven't played online for, I don't know, like the last 10 years. So I wanted to get at least a little bit of feeling, and we agreed with Sotidis that he will update my rating just so that I can start from a decent rating, that I get good opponents to practice. But it was already late night, you know, when I had this feeling that, okay, I want to have some little practice, and I already had the account, this hidden account name. So it was not published that it's me. And I started playing with rating of 1500 or something. And I was climbing, you know, I was getting to 1700, almost reaching 1800, when suddenly the guys whom I was, of course, beating very, very easily, understood that probably this guy is a computer, is a cheater. So they started cheating against me. And all of a sudden, I started losing all these ratings. You know, I was going down to 1700 or below because these 1800 guys were just killing me, you know, immediately. And okay, whether I start to use really a lot of energy, which I had no intention, I just wanted to get my rating to 2600 in like 1-2 hours, or I just stop. And in this case, I pulled the emergency. I stopped, waited for Sotiris next day to increase my rating, and I started playing against good opponents. But it was a very funny episode. Yeah, my nice experience.
All right. In the Magnus game, f5 is on the board indeed by Mr. Tari. And yeah, Magnus now with the choice. Knight g5 was the move we were looking at now?
Yeah, knight g5 was the move that kind of feels that it's very principled. We would love to play because also just to spice things up. I don't know exactly what to do from the black pieces. I mean, king e6 looks very natural, no? I mean, it's
king e7. I don't even see an alternative. Like e5 looks stupid.
Yeah, e5 looks terrible.
No,
I mean,
king e7 has to be the move. Yeah.
Yeah, knight g5 on the board.
Yeah, maybe this line we were looking at. Let's look at it again. King e7, a3, bishop a5. What did we do? We went b4.
Yeah.
Was this forced? There's also bishop c7. Rook e1 doesn't help. No, bishop b6 looks so normal.
Yeah, bishop b6 looks natural, and okay, rook e1 is the follow-up. Yeah.
Yeah, and knight d4.
We have to take.
1 second. I was wondering if knight e6 works, but then maybe knight b5.
Oh, wow, knight e6. Okay, very interesting. Knight b5. Knight check, yeah, on d4 or c7 somewhere.
Ah, yeah, no, we just win the knight back. Okay, then it makes some sense.
Yeah, but I hit on f2. I felt like I would be quite relieved from the black side, unless I'm losing immediately, but
Okay, but the king is still weak now. Like t6.
yeah, weak. But now somehow your knight is misplaced, and
Okay,
and I got
check.
a nice square for my bishop on e3. I might play f4, bishop e3 cement, and okay, I also need only one move to bring the rook. No? Or
I
rook
don't
f1.
believe you.
You go rook f1. And
All
that's
right.
it. And then knight d6. That's how people are winning on the internet. Yeah, very easily, very effectively, and you just lose without any chances. Yeah.
So how do we do this? But knight e6, yeah. There's also knight takes e6, of course. When I was hoping I'd get the piece back with either bishop d7 or rook check, rook d6, but let's try.
Yeah, you had these two options. I mean, now you are looking at engine, Jan.
No,
No?
nope.
Ah, you are just calculating. Okay,
I'm
no,
just
that's good because I
bullshitting.
thought that I just have to wait few seconds and you will tell me what's happening. But
Peter, these 1800s, they made you paranoid here.
yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay, give me a good player. I'm ready to take on anyone immediately. But I mean, I'm already terrified. Yeah.
But I can switch on the engine if we want to find out what's
No,
going on.
I don't want. I don't want. Just because you turned and you started, focusing on something, I felt like, okay, then you are just checking something. No, this case, it's okay. Then I will fight. Bishop d7. Okay, I'm gonna go rook c6 here. I have rook c6 against bishop d7. And after b5, okay, just for the audience, at the end of the day, after bishop e6, I have rook e8 pinning the bishop, so this is not a problem. I believe Jan was actually saying that he wanted to give rook d7 check. Yeah, that's kind of much more the point. King f6, rook d6. Then I have to go rook e8, give my rook for the bishop, but I will have two pieces, and I believe that this should be fine. So probably, again, the point is bishop d7 here. In putting, I mean, what a position. Yeah, this bishop attacks everything. And I still have to play rook c6, but then already white gets maybe 2 pawns. But I know rook c6 I cannot, because then rook takes and bishop takes e8. Okay, then this is interesting. Jan, help me. Help me, but I can.
I am helping, but I'm doing it by switching on the engine. Now this is too complicated. I want to know what's happening.
No, but now rook cd8, I'm fine. Now I can take on computer. Now it's okay.
Hang on. So rook d7, king f6, rook d6, rook e8, bishop d7, and here rook cd8.
Rook
You already have all this, yeah?
Yeah, this is what I
Excellent.
had.
Yeah. And yeah, minus 0-10 as usual.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
I mean, so this is probably survivable for black. I mean, it's not a concern. But what about this outline with rook d4? Because this really looked very, very tempting, no? Bishop d4 and rook takes e6. I mean, this I want to take a closer look at. Because king f8 is kind of forced. It's very, very nice. And now I just go rook d6.
As usual with computer, this is very simple. h6 and black wins.
Oh my God, h6 here, yeah?
It's beautiful, no? 96, king e7, and we
Yeah,
win.
oh my God, oh. Yeah, this hurts, Yeah,
No, the funny thing is 96, king e7, rook d4, king e6, you think there's bishop d7, but king e5, and no way out.
yeah, I know the feeling, yeah. What is it? So rook e6, king f8, because definitely rook d6 is the move in the spirit. Otherwise, white is not fighting for advantage, and I'm doing it in order to be better.
Yeah,
And
computer
after-
actually says black is just much better after king f8, so he doesn't care.
But after rook d6, h6 is only move. Otherwise, white would be better or not? Just that at least our feeling. I mean, save our feelings.
Yeah, h6 only strong move. Rook g8
Okay.
second best, but white is slightly better.
Okay, good. Then we are not completely hopeless after all.
Because
Okay,
it
but,
looked very
but
scary,
I mean,
no?
these are the moves that drives you crazy. Yeah, I mean, h6, it's the typical move that when you play a classical game, you will definitely notice it at the end of the day. The question is how quickly you notice it. But I mean, basically, you have to foresee it from the black side when you play the move f5, or basically already you had to foresee it before playing bishop b4, because all this line is forced. In a top class game, if you play the move bishop b4, basically you feel that you have the right to play bishop b4. If you, after calculating this forced line and you, knight g5, of course, main, you discover that this ace is a problem and you discover it. Bishop a5, b4, bishop b6, rook e1. So this everything, imagine that you calculate before playing the move bishop b4. Now black plays the move knight d4. You have to make sure that this knight takes e6 lines you are able to calculate till the very end. And after rook d4, bishop d4, rook e6, king f8, you feel like, okay, it's very shaky, and then you discover the move rook d6, and you tell yourself, yeah, that's the reason why I'm not liking it. Look at this, white threatens to go rook d7, followed by knight e6 check. My king is tied to the 8th rank. I have no coordination between my forces, and the light squared bishop with this combo of knight and, okay, for example, just let's make a move like bishop takes f2, natural, white goes rook d7, after goes knight e6, you have to continue to g8, and then imagine white playing some bishop a4, bishop b3, and you see that you are in a complete mating net. Besides, actually rook g7 was checkmate immediately, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, those are the things, and this is what yesterday with Tania we started speaking about this, that yeah, how many times I was using like 30 minutes of my time, and then my opponent made another move, and then I burned another 30 minutes, and it looked completely ridiculous from the outside. But it's simply like, you know, you get very far away, carried away with some variation after you make the move, because after you make the move, you release the tension. And once you release the tension of you have to make a choice, then suddenly often you see many things much more clear, and then you are blaming yourself that, why did I use this 30 minutes? I should have just made this move, and after calculating quite situation. Yeah, I believe you have also experienced this, Jan, no?
Yeah, everyone has. What I think is good here for Tari, though, is that he has only moves. Even if it's scary, he doesn't have to think very long here. Of course, you go bishop a5 and not bishop c5, because you want to cover the e1 square and provoke b4. And your bishop is nice on b6. Then after b4, of course, you go bishop b6. And after rook he1, it also looked like knight d4 was the only move. So even if it's scary, if there are no alternatives, he will go for it, and probably even sort of quickly.
But you know, actually now I'm a little bit worried for Magnus, because Magnus has shown in his very first game against Alireza that he's willing to enjoy chess and willing to take risks, and he wants to play very interesting games. And in this regard, the caliber of Magnus will definitely be very, very tempted to go for this, and it might feel like, you know, it's the principal way, it's the way to punish black for playing this opening. And then the big question is, when will Magnus notice the move h6? That's the big question. I'm pretty sure that he's gonna notice it, but will he believe that this is so strong, or will he believe that he anyway has strong initiative? I'm now very, very curious.
Yeah, because it's very possible he went for this and missed either this h6 from afar, or maybe also there's rook cd8 in the other line, which also wasn't so simple. But one of those things, and once he notices, it's not gonna be easy to, you know, change tracks. The engine says after a3, bishop a5, that you should play something boring like f4, h6, knight f3, and equal, but that's not what Magnus wants to do.
Yeah, definitely, because then you lose your momentum. Yeah, and this whole position is about momentum. You feel that you have the initiative, you have to punish black, and you feel like this is justified. And the reason why I was saying after the game where Magnus won that wonderful attacking game against Alireza that there is justice in chess. It was by no means any offense towards Alireza. I simply felt like, you know, the way Magnus put his pieces, it was so nice that it was rewarded, because it had such a harmony. It was like a symphony, yeah? White was giving the 2 pawns and he was getting positional compensation for it. objectively might not have worked, but in that practical game worked wonderfully, and it was so nice to witness this. Of course, it was at the cost of Ali Reza, but here now also that it feels like, it's a flow, that you go A3, B4, rook E1, and you play rook takes D4, rook E6, you go down into the books like wow, fantastic combination, and at the end of the day, computer refutes it with H6. That is a danger for this.
And also the danger is if you play all these moves, and as we mentioned, Aryan's moves until they are more or less forced. The position after rook d6, I would have good chances to find h6 out of desperation, and you check all your options, like what moves can you make to attack. So it's a real danger for Magnus. This could happen.
Exactly, that it might happen by accident. Yeah, that's.
Could also be that Tariq calculated all of this, but even if he didn't, you have a good chance of finding it move by move.
Yeah, absolutely. So okay,
before I leave, we should go, because Satiris is talking about this. We should go to the Caruana game briefly, because maybe small chess exercise for you if you haven't seen it yet, because I read in the chat, what is the first computer move here? After
knight d5, yeah? At least I'm happy that I got it right, that, Fabi wanted to put the bishop on f5 and he doesn't care about the bishop. So knight d5, and now first move of engine.
Yep, or only move to keep the balance, whatever. Or
keep
to be
the
better,
balance, or have advantage, or what is it exactly?
Depends. We need a more qualified engine. But for now it says 0-0, but it feels like it could turn. That's at least what Satiris said. Hang on.
One of the things is when you know that there is one move only from computer, actually the stakes are very high. You start to get nervous. You don't know exactly, is it now a very quiet move? That's why it's a big puzzle. Or is it some brutal force, some trick which actually it's then it's not such a big surprise?
It's brute force.
Brute force, yeah? Wow. I mean, okay, first move when you look at this position is something like knight e6, yeah?
Excellent. That's the move. Only move.
Okay.
Knight e6, and okay. Black should not take, because then d5 is dropping. So queen to a5, and more brute force incoming.
Yeah, because usually this is the point that guessing the move, it's not so difficult. And the real question is, how do you follow it up? Okay, I feel that I have to eliminate this knight because you might hit me on c3, so I might have to take rook d5.
Correct. Bishop takes.
And now already something on g7.
You have to eliminate the pawn on g7 too. Knight g7. And if king g7?
If king g7, yeah, that was the point that I didn't see yet the kill, but it felt like it's tempting. Maybe do I have queen d2?
And queen d2 will accept. It's the second best move. It gives white an advantage, but there is a better move.
There is an even better move, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, I was already very happy that I find some advantage, but if there is even a better move, I mean, what, some bishop a6 is mate? I did not see the mate.
No, quiet move.
No.
Quiet move is +6.
+6? Oof. Well,
you already gave queen d2, which is probably winning, so I shouldn't torture you.
Yeah, queen d2 is such a nice, I would say, like high quality move, yeah, because it's a quiet move and I'm sidestepping, I want stuff, but there is a killer, yeah?
Pawn to g5 just wins.
Oof. I mean, I saw the move, but I mean, queen d2 was natural to me, but g5 is not natural. No, not natural. It's not my style.
Fair enough, but it is winning.
Yeah, and then queen to h5 and just check me. Yeah, because I'm not
g4 if you need. Yeah.
I usually, sacrifice for finesses, but sacrifice for just brute forcefully made my opponent. That was actually one of the skills that I was always lacking a bit.
Let's see if Fabiano comes up with this. The good news for him once again might also be that knight e6. Maybe he has to do this at least, yeah.
But I don't know, this knight d5 looks very strange to me. I mean, this move knight d5 is really asking for trouble. I don't know, I'm not liking it at all. Okay, now that you already mentioned that this logical line like with knight e6 and rook d5, knight g7, Fabi is able to, I mean, I'm pretty sure that he will find it. But I mean, how do you put your knight on d5? It doesn't fit. Doesn't fit at all.
Leaving the poor king alone.
I mean, you cannot go bishop f8, or then, I mean, why not bishop f8?
Yeah, bishop f8 is possible. Computer is also thinking about g6, but that might once again be that story that doesn't understand yet that gf is not such a threat. Yeah, bishop f8, knight takes b5, and game continues.
And I see that we are joined by Tania. Tania, you have something to share with us? No, still your volume. You are muted.
Yes,
Peter,
I'm
you've
back, Peter,
become-
and I think I'm just in time because I was looking at this amazing variation that you were discussing with Jan right now with this move knight e6, which Fabi has on the board. And the fact that Fabi's taking a long think here, it's pretty clear that this is exactly what he's looking at. Jan, this feels like a big potential for Fabi making it 2 days in a row to your game of the day.
It is very likely, and I will also use that as my usual excuse. I will leave you guys alone, then come back after the time control and start working on this game of the day thing. At the very least, if Caruana goes knight e6, I'll take that as a go that he will execute the whole combination. So see you in a while. Thank you so much. Bye.
Yeah,
Thank
bye,
you, Jan. Jan, before you leave, do you have a minute? Because there was this one tweet that caught my attention because while you were taking us through all the openings that were happening, we had an eye out on our socials. And this was something that you and Peter discussed as well. The leak variation, as Peter pointed out, in this very game. It was something that happened in the 2018 World Championship. One of our viewers as well mentioned it at the same time. And I wanted to ask you about this, Jan, because when that video came out of Fabi, the first reaction for all of us was absolute shock. Obviously, as the World Championship progressed, it was clear that it was actually a mistake, a big mistake on Team Fabi, and it wasn't any idea of trying to divert or bring Team Magnus into any wrong perception of what Fabi had prepared. When you guys saw this during the World Championship, what was your first initial thought? Did you, for a second, buy it that maybe this is a trick by Team Fabi, or you just knew this was a big blunder?
You don't know. I felt, and I think there was a consensus, I don't recall how it went exactly, but I felt pretty certain that this was just a leak by them, partly because I think Magnus talked about this, almost had something similar. I'm not going to give details, but sometimes in training camps, stuff can happen, at least, especially if there's cameras around. And so you could sort of picture how this stuff can go. And also, if this was a decoy, the lines would have been very, very oddly specific and on point. Like they would have had to invent a sideline in the Petrov that didn't even exist yet, but is very interesting, and then put it in that leaked video. That seemed like too much trouble. But also Peter brought up the question already. How much it helps you is unclear, because also you're busy with your own stuff anyway. So I think for us, the consensus was mainly, okay, this is going to be really annoying for them, because now they have to think, like, can we still use this or not? But we have our own problems, so let's not go too crazy about whatever we think is in that video. That was more or less the thinking, but still, yeah. We did realize, and I think people thought it was real pretty quickly.
All right, thank you for that, Jan. And we will see you back again whenever you're free with your game of the day. I think you have a big pick with this Fabi's game. Let's quickly bring up the other tweets before we jump back into the analysis with Peter. We also had Olympus saying, let me repeat, chess is 50% calculation, 30% strategic planning, and 20% mean looks. That's very interesting. And then he had this little gif of Anish, where we can see now, Anish is not the first player who comes to mind when we think about mean looks. Peter, if we were to talk about the player who gives the most mean looks over the board, who comes to your mind?
Well, actually, I never really felt like, anybody had this mean look. I do recall that I had this incredible game I already mentioned against Ivanchuk in this world. It was Star Blitz 2008 when we had this 200 plus game in a blitz game, and at the end of the day I survived thanks to a stalemate trick. And when I used that stalemate trick, then after the game Chucky said that when I forced him to give me the stalemate, he looked at me and he felt like I was having some very mean thoughts, which were basically true. Actually, he absolutely felt it like, because the point was that it was a very drawish position for like 150 moves, and then because I was like down to few seconds on the clock, Chucky was kind of pressing me on the clock, and okay, he had the right to play the position, it was draw, but he was playing forever, and then I made a mistake, and he had all the reasons to play for a win, but in order to play for a win, he needed another 100 moves, and okay, finally I was already lost at the end, I believe, and when I gave this, I forced him with this queen sacrifice, the stalemate, then I felt like, okay, you deserved it, it had to be a draw. And it was Chucky mentioned, it was basically, I think, only time in my life during a chess game when I felt like, yes, now you deserved it. I saved the game. I don't recall, I mean, have you had such experience? I mean, otherwise, that somebody really had such a look that you got frightened or you were not pleased with during a game?
I do remember this one time, and this was at the Gibraltar Masters. This was several years ago when I had the opportunity to play against Viktor Korchnoi. Now, this was my first time playing against him. And again, for me, this was just an amazing matchup. And, I felt that it was a bit of a moment for me. And of course, I wanted to put up my best fight and hopefully be able to analyze the game later on with him. I was white in that game, and it so happened that I managed to draw somehow. Now, all I wanted was, of course, for Viktor to, just like me at that moment, but he was so upset with the way it happened, and he just really scolded me after the game. When it got done, he just said that, I think he said something to the effect of, I don't know what is wrong with you kids. You're only ever playing for a draw. And I was just so frightened and heartbroken. It was, I mean, the pieces did get traded off very early on, but it wasn't a planned intention or anything. But I remember that moment. I think he had this intimidating presence on the board as well. And then after the game got over, I just was a bit sad that he scolded me instead of what I wanted, which was basically for him to just say a few kind words. But when I think about players today, the two who come to my mind first is, I think, Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think these two players, because they're so expressive over the board and just their emotions are so out there to be seen when you're playing in front of them. And I remember Vidit, when he had joined us, Peter also mentioned the same thing, that playing Jan over the board can be extremely, a little unpleasant, just simply because of how expressive he is over the board. So I think these two would come to my mind as being slightly uncomfortable to face. But my personal memory would be with Viktor Korchnoi.
Yes, now that you mentioned Victor the Terrible, because that's how he was called. I mean, he was such an incredible legend. I mean, absolutely. I recall my very first game from Vaikanze with him in 1993. I was 13 years old, and for me, playing against the great Korchnoi, this was something sensational. I had the white pieces, and he opted for a Caro-Kann defense, and he played incredibly solidly. I mean, basically not giving me any targets, any chances of doing something to him. And the game quite peacefully ended in a draw because I lacked the skills to put any pressure on him. And after the game, I asked him quietly with big respect that Mr. Viktor Korchnoi, would you please analyze the game with me? And he said, like, analyze what? Yeah, and he left. Yeah, like, shame on you that you didn't try and whatsoever. And I remember I was also feeling heartbroken, that, it was not like I was playing for the draw. I just had way too much respect. for the player, and he didn't try himself to try to play for a win. So draw was a good result for me. But this way of at the end telling me, but that's why we love Korshno, because he was so passionate and he loved chess so much. And with all these comments, actually he was wanting the best for me as well. That okay, no matter if you play with me or with whoever, try to get the best out of your possibilities.
That's actually amazing to hear, Peter, because after all these years, I think because when I played him was back in 2009 or 2010 Gibraltar, I feel that I wasn't alone in that. And, having the fact that you went through it makes me feel better, because I completely relate to that. I mean, that game was such a big moment for me. Like you mentioned, playing such a legend and being able to draw against him as well after a seemingly longish game. It was just, I was very happy. But then, it didn't end well, but an absolute honor to have the opportunity to play against somebody like that and to be scolded after the game. That's special as well. We have one more tweet before we jump into the chess action. And this is by Antonio Radic, who has something to say about the opening that you and Jan were discussing in the Magnus game between Ar and Tari. And he says he doesn't approve of Tari's choice of going for this variation against Magnus, saying that this is death by 1,000 cuts. But so far, things under control, Peter, for Tari.
Yes, I mean, there was this very, very scary moment, and we already analyzed deeply with Jan. And now, to my big relief, Magnus played the move f4, which was supposed to be the best move. It's not the most ambitious move, but it's the best move in the position. The point is, I don't know if you have missed or you have seen our discussion, but there was this very forced and very tempting line. And I'm pretty sure that at the very early stages when Magnus was thinking about this position, he was considering this. Look at this. White has the possibility to play the move b4. Black definitely goes back with the bishop to b6. White goes rook he1 with the tempo hitting on e6. The only way Black can nicely defend is with knight d4. When the move rook takes d4 is extremely tempting. Bishop takes d4, rook takes e6. Check, I mean, it immediately catches your eyes that, okay, this is just very, very dangerous because Black has to play the move king f8. And now this small little move rook d6, hitting the bishop on d4. And if you move the bishop, my next move gonna be rook d7 and your king gets into terrible box and it's very dangerous. So we were completely sure that definitely Magnus was very excited about this possibility. And all of a sudden, Jan turned on the engines, and the engine said that, yeah, White is clearly better unless Black plays h6 here, when Black is clearly better. There is no way for White to escape after h6. It's kind of minus plus. And for a second, for quite some time, I was like worried that, okay, Magnus is in this happy mood, yeah, with this brilliant sacrifice and brilliant combination that he came up against Alireza. He might be tempted to go along these lines, and not that he blunders h6 and suddenly he has no good move. But Magnus had definitely finally spotted this, and I'm not sure if he planned to play f4 or he had to change his mind, but definitely he has played the move f4.
That is actually quite a variation, Peter, and especially because at the end with knight e6 check, Black goes back to e7 with the king hitting the rook, so you don't even have time to pick up the bishop with either rook or the knight in this position. After king e7, Black would pick up one of the pieces. I have no doubt that Magnus, because he did take a little while, I think he saw this variation because it feels exactly in the spirit of how he has started this tournament. Even though he drew, Peter, with David Anton yesterday, I think he was the one who was pushing throughout, finding these small chances over the board. We remember the ending, just the way he played, how he got those two passes, bishop d1 on the board, rook h1, creating chances. I think it's a very infirm Magnus, and I am with you that he spotted h6, and it wasn't that he missed this idea at all. He spotted h6 and decided that it doesn't work and has gone for f4, which is, like you mentioned, a very strong move according to the engines.
Yeah, I mean, engine actually was not giving advantage for White, but simply said that, yeah, there is nothing better than to play f4. And okay, I still see weaknesses in Black's position. Yes, now White loses a little bit of the momentum because it's Black to move, and he might use this tempo to stabilize his forces, but there are still some issues. I mean,
So after f4, does white just want to go knight f3 if you go h6, or otherwise is anyway threatening to go b4 next?
yeah, if you play h6, I definitely gonna come back to f3, and this is the most likely thing that might happen. And yeah, now I don't have a threat on e6, but I'm actually quite happy that my knight gets to f3. I get control of the e5 square. I'm not really planning to give up my bishop immediately for the knight, but still, for example, exactly in this moment, I might be threatening, because after rook c6, knight e5 would fork, attack the rook on c6 and threaten the fork on with knight g6 against the king on e7 and the rook on h8. So of course it's your move, you're going to do something, but I see that white has a nice position. Maybe black is able to equalize somehow, but it's still tricky.
Yeah, and it does feel like, even though I see the evaluation bar is giving its favorite evaluation of 0.0, it looks completely balanced. But I think with this weakness on e6, this e file open, the knight potentially jumping to e5, these threats of b4, I do think it's way more pleasant to play this endgame with white. Not to mention, especially if you're playing against somebody like Magnus. And that brings to mind what Antonio said, that, you know, it might... it's like 1,000 cuts playing this kind of a position against Magnus, just slowly and slowly. Even if you're able to hold, it's a long torture.
Well, I mean, I would little disagree with this assessment in the regard that this position, I feel that if black survives, thanks to these opposite colored bishops, he will survive the game, no problem. But exactly because of the opposite colored bishops, there is the danger for black that he might not survive with equality, yeah? And now we see that h6, knight f3 happened. Black definitely took time. He was not happy of forcing the knight back to f3, because the knight on f3 is such a wonderful piece. On the other hand, because of the tactical reasons, the concrete problems, he had to include h6. And just as you said, that the position is dangerous. I mean, especially with Magnus, who is so precise. And yeah, rook hd8. This is the move that I felt like Tali has to make, because black needs to change pieces. He needs to change pieces, because after all, with the opposite colored bishops, the drawing margin is very big if he can somehow block white's initiative. Yeah, this is the main target that he has to. But Magnus is so good with even few pieces, with really few material on the board to create the best circumstances for initiative. And I feel that the positions still have this spice.
Yeah, it's still a very interesting endgame. I think rook d8 had to be played simply against this idea of bishop c6, knight e5. You don't want to be walking into the knight g6 fork. It makes me wonder, does Magnus want to trade off one pair of rooks? Because I feel that if white takes on d8 right now, Peter, if black was to recapture the rook with his rook, then bishop c6 could actually give white a very nice target of the c6 pawn. So I'm not sure if black should let this happen, because now knight e5, rook c1, just the pawn structure, this looks bad news, which means that black probably has to recapture with either the bishop or the knight.
Yes, I mean, basically, I was somehow actually expecting knight takes d8, because I would love to get the rook to c7 and the knight to f7 to guard the d7 square, put the knight on f7 and so on. But at the same time, Fabiano has played the move knight e6. So I'm feeling like, you know, there might be a time to jump back there, because it's more exciting. And also Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has given up or sacrificed or lost his queen. So just quickly, Fabiano has played the move knight e6. We are waiting for young Christoph Duda to make up his mind and take a look at the other position. Here, it's a queen sacrifice, but damaged pawn structure. Very interesting development in both of these games.
A queen sacrifice for just two minor pieces. I mean, the first feeling is that this can just never be enough. Peter, I think we will have to come back to this game and see how this happened, but let's quickly go to the Fabi game, because Fabi took about 44 minutes to make this move knight e6 on the board. And I know when I came in, you and Jan were looking at some absolutely crazy variations where you went on sacrificing pieces. What is going on here? Let's just have a look at what Jan can do. Jan-Christoph Duda can do against the move knight e6, or is it too late to do anything?
Well, actually, I mean, Jan was the one who used the computer, so I'm not entirely sure what is really happening. But he was insisting that, okay, queen a5 is the critical move, and it does make like the critical move, and he was kind of testing me that how would I continue, and it was clear that if already this position happens, it's clear that I'm gonna play rook takes d5. The natural move, bishop takes d5, knight takes g7, so it's all forced. Why I see that it's natural, because after king takes g7, queen d2 was the move that caught my eyes, and it was enough for me to say that it seems to me like I'm winning back some material or I'm checkmating black. And
with bishop d4 and queen h6, is that the idea? For example, let's just make a move with the bishop somewhere. When you say are you going to go bishop d4 and then queen h6? For example, a bishop e6 move here.
Well, bishop e6, then I win on the spot with bishop d4 check, I hope. Because where do you go with the king?
I think king can't move, Peter, because of queen h6. So maybe f6 is not possible because the bishop on e6 hangs, unfortunately. So bishop f6 is the only other move.
Into queen g5 check, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. So basically, those were the motives that I saw that, okay, I have this wonderful domination and it seems to work. I mean, you can also put the bishop to c6, but also then it looked like, I'm going to go bishop d4 check. And if you have to play the move f6, I'm going to go queen g5 check. And okay, this is over for sure. That was my feeling. And besides, what I really liked, that it's a sacrifice, but whenever I move my queen and you take on a2, I will have a lovely spot for my king on d2. This is what caught my eyes, that you never have really counterplay and my pieces are way too strong. And Jan was saying that, yeah, queen d2 is the second move of engine and it's clear advantage for white. But there was a move which was +6, which even after Jan was telling me, that there is a move of +6, I was still not able to shout it out because it was so, queen d2 is so natural to me, but the move g4, g5 is supposed to finish the game on the spot.
Oh, that's actually very interesting. So the point is that you want to go bishop d4 or queen h5, and you've stopped all bishop f6 and f6. So it's kind of just opening up the way to bring your queen into attacking the h7 pawn. But queen d2 is just such a natural move, actually.
Yeah, queen d2 definitely. Once you spot g5, that there is no defense after queen h5 because you just cannot protect. You are threatening queen h6 check and then bishop d4 check. It's over. I simply wonder that what did Jan-Christoph miss, because he is such a good tactician and he has all these visions and everything. And the point is that I did not like visually his move knight d5, because this move knight d5 really asked for trouble. Now, of course, one can argue that, yes, exactly, now knight e6 moves, knight e6 works, otherwise black would be perfect. But exactly for this reason, that otherwise you feel like if knight d5 is not being punished, black is perfectly fine because he's threatening to go bishop g5, he's threatening to trade this knight for the bishop and then activate his bishop, and he has completely things under control. And for this reason, I felt like, after knight d5, you have to make sure that you calculate knight e6 till the very end, and Duda is capable of doing that. Did he miss it? I don't really understand what's happening here.
It's a very stunning move, and if white doesn't have knight e6, then black is doing absolutely fine. Maybe Duda just completely missed this idea of knight e6. You obviously can't take on e6 because of bishop e6 picking up the knight on d5. And if you have to move the queen away, you're always terrified of sacrifices on g7, on d5. A very scary position. And I have to say, Peter, Fabi being extremely impressive so far. 2 games back-to-back, winning them in a power-packed manner right out of the opening. We saw him do something similar yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this also shows that, you see, that's the point, that these top guys are incredibly well prepared. Extremely well prepared. It's not just being good, well prepared, because that's way not enough. By meaning that they are very well prepared, it means that they are many years ahead of the other good players, other 2700 plus players, even 2750 players. That's actually the whole point. And this is the danger. But when you see Fabi play against Magnus or Fabi play against Dingley or like this, then you cannot really see this because they are also so well prepared. However, when there is this slight gap between the players, then suddenly you have the chance to see that, wow, I mean, how deep is really Fabi's preparation.
That's a very fascinating point, because I've always wondered that, you have these, let's say, the top 20 players in the world, but there always seems to be, they're all working extremely hard, extremely talented, dedicating their lives in an equal way to the game. But there does seem to be this difference somewhere between, let's say, the elite players and the very, very best in the world, the top 5-6 players. And would you put that difference mainly on just how deep opening preparation is?
Well, I mean, that's one part. However, what I never like that when people thought that, okay, you are a top 10 player or top 5 player, it's very good for you, you earn a lot of money, you have sponsors, whatever, so you can have a team. Because, you were not born like this, yeah? You had to get there. And you also had all these difficulties that, you had to fight there, and the others had all this and you still did not have. And basically, this also forces you to do more, because you understand that if you really want to be top 5 in the world or one of the very best, then you have to fight through all these difficult levels. And when finally, like Fabi, he's an established number 2 player already for the last 5-6 years. It's very logical that he has Rustam Kasimjanov, he has other guys, he has prepared for the World Championship match. There is so much work done. Usually one of the problems, and I absolutely agree with Vladimir Kramnik, who we had this discussion with Vladimir already back in 2008, that the top players actually can only use like 5% of their preparation. And that's really the case, that basically 95% of the preparation, what the absolutely elite guys are doing, remains behind closed curtains. You never get a chance of ever using it, and slowly the chess world is catching up, and all those ideas that you had, maybe you were very proud like 10 years ago because computer was not showing it, it was completely hidden. Everything, finally, everybody, the whole chess world gets to know it. But if you have the team, then you can keep on going. For the player like Jan Krzysztof Duda, it's not that easy. He definitely has his coach, he definitely has a second, but he doesn't have a team behind him. So automatically he can also cover less territories. He cannot go in every position so deeply, deep than the others with a big team. But also it's not enough, and this is very, very important, that if you have a big team, but you yourself is not involved in the whole process, then you will never be able to remember, to understand, to appreciate what your team is doing. So in this regard, those players can make the most use of the team who are themselves willing to dedicate everything. And I believe that Fabi is really one of these players who dedicates everything to his chess. And that's why we see all these brilliancies from him.
Yeah, and also Fabi, undoubtedly just puts in so much work into the game and is so involved in every step of the process of preparation. But he's also such a laid back and such a nice guy. I've been to St. Louis and we've seen him there, just comes across as a very normal, regular guy. But when it comes to, I think, chess and the hard work required to maintain this level, there is absolutely no compromise. Also, after finishing a long day of game, a long game, lots of work gone into it, these guys always want more chess. You always see them either analyzing the game further or you see them playing more blitz. It just never stops.
Exactly. You have to love what you are doing. This is the most important, because if you feel like whenever you work on your opening or you do chess work, this is a real work, then it will never work out. And this I witnessed with Vishy. I remember this training camp, also before Chennai and other training camps with Vishy, that, even after 1 month of preparation for 10, 12 hours a day, he still comes every day with the same joy, the same passion, and he wants to have more. And he's so fascinated that we are every day finding new and more new ideas. it's just so much fun to see this, and also as a second, it encourages you to do more. And I remember Kramnik in the commentary when he had this tournament in Stavanger. It was fantastic to listen to him. He was also sharing so many so-called secrets, which are probably not anymore secret because he is retired. And he was telling there so many things, and it was so nice to see this.
I think this is exactly one of the biggest reasons for Vishy's longevity in his career, transforming from, and I genuinely feel that the last decade or 15 years has seen such a massive change in chess because of computers, and adapting to that change and being flexible with it has been sort of the biggest challenge for Vishy's colleagues and that generation. But he's just done it so amazingly, and that comes from his passion for the game. But Peter, let's get back to the other very exciting match that we had up on our screen right before this. Now, of course, Jan-Christoph Duda has to think what to do after 96. It does look like he is in a bit of a trouble here. We're going to come back to this. But this game of Maxime, now it's just very hard to believe that Maxime would blunder away a queen. So what really happened? Here? And I also see that the evaluation bar that we have in front of us, despite white having an extra queen, yes, black has got 2 minor pieces. And how many pawns is that? That's
2.
5. Yeah, just 2 minor pieces and 2 pawns. Now, one would feel that's not enough material compensation, but the engines are actually siding black here. Can you break that down for us?
Yeah, well, actually, it's very natural. We came to this point that c3, rook e8, queen f4 was played. White is threatening with the move of queen h4, and if white really gets with his queen to h4 and black is not able to do something, then white will simply develop with bishop g5, putting pressure on the knight on f6. Capturing on d5 is never really solving black's problems, because then white gonna go ed5 and there is no good square for the knight on c6. And in this regard, the only way of meeting this strategical threat from the black side was to play the move queen a5. And a player of Maxime's caliber definitely understands all these things, and he spots this idea immediately that, aha, hang on, I have the move of queen a5 fighting for the d5 square. I mean, it's clear that if white releases the tension of taking on f6, then black will just love bishop takes f6 and zero problem solved, because I eliminated the knight from d5. So this is not even an alternative for white. So white will have to play the move queen h4, insisting on the strategy. And now the big question is that can black get rid of this d5 piece or not? And then you start calculating that, okay, ed5, a knight takes d5, ed5, bishop takes d5. White has to play the move b4, because otherwise I just won a pawn. You go b4, and now if I move my queen, I lose a piece. But I have a move, bishop takes f3. And once you spot it, you immediately get attracted to it, because, okay, bishop f3, white doesn't have a choice. He has to take the queen. And now I take bishop e2, I get the light squared bishop. I already have 2 pawns. I mean, 2 pieces. I'm going to hit on c3. Also, the pawn on a5 is hanging. And I have all these dynamics. And especially as a Grunfeld player, I mean, this very much reminds me of Grunfeld structures. Rook b1, knight b4 is played. Okay, the move knight b4 comes a little bit as a surprise to me, because it means that Maxime feels that he has to play move per move the position. I even had the feeling that just in general black has enough, because look at this, the queen on h4 is out of the game. It would be wrong, I mean, it would be a problem for black if his king would be in danger, but black's king with this pawn structure is in perfect harmony. Everything is under control. The 2 bishops are beautiful. And okay, Maxime goes for direct action with knight b4.
Wow, and it's very interesting to hear that this reminds you of a Grunfeld setup, because it started as a Sicilian, where Asipenko played this queen d4 move, just avoiding all knight off preparation, which is clearly what Maxime wanted. And now we are going into another Maxime territory with a Grunfeld structure. But how does that even work? Because for me, why do you think this is very Grunfeldish?
Well, the Grünfeldisch, because I see the bishop on the long diagonal, and usually if we look at Maxim's games, the bishop appears on the long diagonal only in the Grünfeld. So that's why for me it was very natural, plus also that black captured on c3 a pawn, which is very thematic for Grünfeld structures.
So you just never give Maxime a bishop on g7 somehow, one way or the other. Otherwise, you can end up in trouble like this, because I see knight b4 and I am not able to find a good square for white's rook now, because rook g5 runs into at least bishop d3 perhaps?
Yeah, I don't want to bring my rook to g5. Yeah, it's just too artificial. Actually, the first move that comes to my mind is something like rook d2.
Just giving up the rook immediately.
Yeah, I would be very happy to give this rook up. The only problem is I'm afraid that you're not going to take it. You might play the move bishop d3 or something. Maybe you also have, yeah, okay, it's very complicated to rush with suggestions.
He's gone with your idea though. He also wants to give up the rook, but he chooses the square d4, probably just so not to come in the way of the bishop, also threatening rook b4.
Exactly, it's more forcing. Yeah, it's more forcing. It's the same idea. I would really love to get rid of black's dark square bishop, and that's exactly the reason why I did not like this move knight b4. I felt like, you know, the structure itself is already so nice that I would love to enjoy it, but it's nice to enjoy as a commentator, and Maxim is playing the game and he might feel like, okay, after all, I understand I have a nice position, but queen is a queen, and let me get the material back. And after knight b4, rook d4, he took the rook and returned with the knight to c6.
But that was some beautiful domination by Maxim's minor pieces in that position, picking up the exchange. Not sure if, like you mentioned, not sure how happy black can be to regain a little bit of material, but at least this stores the balance materially. I mean, now white has got a rook and a minor piece and 2 pawns. So doesn't look so bad anymore, actually, still for black.
No, I mean, I'm actually thinking that if someone, then only black could be better after the queen sacrifice. However, now I feel that white should have enough dynamics, because the dark square bishop is very strong. The pawn on a5 actually opens the b5 for the rook. And I might have something like, okay, somehow to stabilize, put the big question, where do I put the queen? Maybe queen e3. Also to quickly use the move h4 to not to think about the back rank issues anymore, and all these things together, I feel that it's more or less dynamically equal, but black has the potential of maybe advancing his pawns. Yeah. So for example, a move like queen e3, you go back with bishop to a6 feels quite natural, and then if black gets the chance of pushing e5, d5, d4, then black's simply gonna be winning, because you close down the long diagonal. So white will have to be very fast in fighting with some bishop b2, f4, so not to allow black to really push these central pawns.
I think it's much more pleasant to play with black this position than it is with white. And it's pretty strange, because when I first saw the position with just 2 minor pieces, you don't realize the dynamic possibilities that the minor pieces have. But suddenly with this a5 pawn hanging, black just needs to defend the b7 pawn with a move like bishop a6, whether white was to go queen e4 or queen d5, I think. And that maybe queen d5 makes a little bit of sense, because you defend the a5 pawn, plus you stop black's pawns from advancing, centralized queen, but it also feels a bit shaky because the bishop can perhaps attack it at some point.
Yeah, but after you mention queen d5, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because it's very important for white to stop black pawn from e7 advancing, and by keeping an eye on the d6 pawn, this is exactly what you need. The pawn on b7 is hanging, so something like bishop g4, bishop e6 would be quite thematic if white would have a pawn on b3, for example. But with the pawn on a5 and the hanging pawn on b7, I don't believe that black has time to play this. And if you just play the thematic bishop a6, then certainly it's going to be quite difficult to move any of these pawns. Nice spot. Okay, let's see and wait what's going to happen. Actually, I just remember that, when I talked about Kramnik, I forgot to say his point. His point was that, the question was that it's famous that he was asking the seconds to work, or his seconds had to work day and night basically. And what's the truth about it? And Kramnik said, yes, it's true, but I never ask my seconds to work more than I do myself. And that's exactly the point and the problem of working with Vladimir, that he works like 14 hours a day. So if you really want to be his second or to work with him, you have to adjust yourself, because the guy is just a machine. And what I was like completely shocked about all this, that how does he have this energy, to go on? And it's not like for one day, it's not for 1 week, it's for 20, 30 years, this regime of trying to know and understand everything in chess. And I think that's why people think about Kramnik like the chess player who knows the most about chess, about openings and everything, because he has worked so immensely much. And his seconds were basically asked to work, but never more than himself.
That's actually really interesting, Peter. But do you think that has something to do with the generation thing as well? Because I think in the late 80s or the late 90s, actually more, the computers were there, but it wasn't the way it is now. The current generation, you leave your machine on, you get the best engine, you leave it on working overnight. But back then you had to find a lot of it yourself. Do you think that has something to do with that?
I think it has to do actually a lot with Kasparov. I mean, simply Gary changed the way of preparation was thought. I mean, he went so deep in the lines before the computers got really strong. So in order to have that level of preparation that Gary had, you had to analyze yourself a lot, then consult with the computer, then after consulting with the computer, draw the conclusion, start everything from new. And like this, you were going step by step, and it was taking incredible amount of time. And because Gary was the one who we wanted to catch, he was the number one, he was the world champion. So if you wanted to achieve something, you had to adjust to his way of working. And also he had all these resources of having a big team. We're playing all these matches for the world championships and so on. And in this regard, if you wanted to be competitive, you were forced to do this. I mean, you had a choice. You don't have to do it, and you're never going to be top 5 player in the world. That's your choice. You can accept it. But if you really want to achieve something with Gary on the chess scene, then you had to do it and hope for the best and see what you can finally achieve. Because even doing all these things was not guaranteeing anything. Gary was still there. And when you look at Vichy, it was like for Vichy the big relief when finally Gary left. Then Vichy finally could take the world crown, and he could show his incredible potential, which was also there, but simply it was pushed back by Gary because he was still more dominant than Vichy.
This is, I think, what also makes the 2000 World Championship match, just so phenomenal, because you have Gary at his absolute peak with all this opening preparation, and then Vlad won that World Championship match. And in a lot of ways, it had to do with Vlad's opening preparation, which brings home the point that if you had to face him, you had to put in that kind of work and be very strong in every other aspect of the game. At a point when nobody thought it was possible to beat Garry Kasparov, Vlad did it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was incredible. I mean, basically, also Kramnik understood very well who Garry Kasparov is. That where you have to try to get him, where he's vulnerable, and you should never give him the chance to show why he's Garry Kasparov. And Vladimir in that match definitely succeeded with this strategy. Only by the end of the match, Gary was getting closer and closer to himself because he was adjusting to Kramnik's playing style. But it was already too late because he was 2 points down on the match, and also he lacked the confidence. I mean, Gary's chess was always based, it was a combination of incredible skills, fantastic preparation, but also incredible confidence. And if he started believing that what he's doing is right, then it was impossible to stop him. And in this regard, I believe that what Kramnik has achieved, it was not just, that his openings were working so well, but he was also driving Kasparov crazy psychologically during this match. And that was the reason why Gary had so much trouble in this match to adjusting. And finally, at the end of the day, when he find that what he might he have to do in order to come back, it was too late. and he was also nervous. At the end, if you remember, there were some games when he had a chance and he could have maybe come back, but he was already missing these chances, and finally Kramnik went on to win the match relatively smoothly.
Yeah, it was just such a historically phenomenal match, and just the way it went. Also, Gary had this very overpowering presence on the board. So to counter that in a psychological manner, it's just unimaginable. And Vlad did it. And it reminds me of something that I think Sasha said once, Grishchuk said once, that in many ways, Gary over the years had sort of felt that it would be Vlad who would take the world championship crown from him. It would, that, he had almost convinced himself in certain ways that Vladimir Kramnik was the next world champion. And I don't remember where this was exactly, but this was a very fascinating insight as well. And I think I read this somewhere, that for Gary, he had this slight mindset when it came specifically to Vlad.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I even remember that I believe Gary was responsible of picking Kramnik for the first time in 1992 Manila Chess Olympiad to the Russian team. I mean, Vladimir was 17 years old. He was an up-and-coming star already, but still, rating-wise, there were many other candidates, and Gary kind of insisted that, we have to take Vladimir, and Vladimir scored something like 8.5 out of 9. I mean, he was just crushing everybody. And it was anyway the year of 92 when Kramnik suddenly, made this incredible jump. And from a 2600 player, he suddenly turned 2730, which at that point, 2730 meant that you are an top 6 player in the world. I mean, at the age of 18 or 19 to do this incredible jump was sensational. And in some regard, it was, Gary who insisted that, this guy is so good, I want him in our team, and later it was his main enemy over the chessboard.
And then Peter, in 2004, you came so close to all of this.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it was incredible, but that's also the reason that, that I played the match 7-7 against Kramnik. I still consider this as my greatest achievement. I mean, it's such a phenomenal achievement. So many people who look at it, finally I did not become world champion and so on. You were so close. Yeah, I was very close. But at the same time, being part of this history, being able to play against this Kramnik who has dethroned Kasparov, and I beat him in 2 games, and I was about to win the match against Kramnik. I mean, basically, I feel that it's such an incredible achievement by itself that, yes, of course, it's a great pity that I did not manage to get to the title, but getting this chance and having this feeling that I was there and had this chance of playing with Kramnik and was about to beat him and get the title, that's already incredible. And I'm very, very happy that I had this opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can just never forget the Queen D3 move. I think that's just something that all of us have in our mind as one of the most beautiful moves ever played on the chessboard. And I remember because I was actually studying the Marshall at some point. It was the Marshall, right? Yes. And this game is just one of the best ever. What an incredible match that was. And at that time, unfortunately, there was this rule that there are no tie breaks if the match is tied and the world champion gets to keep his title.
Yeah, those were the days. It was also the very last such match. But okay, I mean, it was the traditional way. So I'm not having this at all, any feelings that why I was not giving a chance of playing the tiebreak. It ended 7-7. Those were the rules. I knew it before the match, and I'm really very, very happy that I was there and I had this chance, and I was beating Kramnik in 2 fascinating games. That's actually all that matters for me.
100%. Also, when we see you and Vlad commentate now, it's very clear the amount of mutual friendship and regard and respect that's there. We've seen, even in the previous at the Champions Chess Tour, we had Vlad commentate. So it's just such a pleasure to get insights from players who fought for the highest title in the world to come together and analyze with so much, so much mutual respect and friendship for each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we simply have too much in common. I mean, we played this match. We have also played so many other games. And with this match, I mean, we also got to know each other very well personally, because there was all this mess that when the match is gonna happen, and okay, it was postponed for a year, then it was postponed for 1.5 years, and so on. And he was always comforting me that yeah, don't worry, I mean, we will get this match done. And in this regard, it was not like it's not just I have a big respect for him as a chess player. I also have an incredible respect for him as a person. And I felt that this was very, very important.
Peter, we can talk about the World Championship matches and the history of chess forever, I think, and it's just such a rich subject, and especially to hear it from you, all these insights and stories is just amazing. We'll keep that going, but let's come back to the game, because I do see that Maxime has that position on the board, which we were discussing with Queen D5, Bishop A6. We'll let that be for now. You've got the Magnus game up, and I see that Black decided to recapture the rook on D8 with the knight. Maybe we can just back up and play from the position we left it at.
Yeah, actually, things are going exactly as we kind of predicted. Rook d8, rook takes d8, knight takes d8, rook d1, rook c7. So Black is trying to get this setup. He only needs one more move, knight f7, to get the perfect setup, which Magnus, of course, does not give. He goes knight e5, a6, bishop e2, bishop b6, and now Magnus plays the move knight g6 check. The big question is what's really happening after king f6? That's my big question, because the thematic way of, for example, grabbing on d8, king takes g6, playing the move like rook d6, runs into, I mean, not like runs into, but I might have the option of playing rook c6. And I'm not really sure that this position after rook takes c6, b takes c6, bishop takes a6 is any real concern for Black. Yeah, I did lose a pawn, but it's opposite colored bishop endgame. Also, the other question that you might try to play something else, but rook d7 can be met by rook c7, so you are not really profiting something. And okay, Tari goes king e8. So maybe there was also one thing that caught my attention, that after king f6, does White have a move like knight f8? But I was finally not sure that I'm worried again about this king e7, because rook takes d8, king takes d8, knight e6 check. Okay, it's slightly worries because the f5 pawn is weak, but still it shouldn't be anything. I mean, this should be holdable for Black. So I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, king e8, if king e8 works, then why not? I just felt like with king f6, maybe I can force things, but also losing a pawn, it's maybe not what, maybe Tari feels that his position is under control. Why should he give a pawn at all? However, I see that
instead, I have a question in that line,
Yes.
Peter. After king f6, you mentioned knight f8. You're obviously threatening to go knight d7 if Black moves the knight. Why can't White do the same thing with knight e5 here instead?
well, because the knight was on e5.
So you will just anyway go back to e7 then?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus played the move knight g6 check. So after king f6, if you come back, I will be happy to return.
Right. And knight f8 you return anyway.
I'm happy to return. And the point is that in the game of Fabi, there is a development, and Duda has played the move queen a5. So maybe we have to go there, because this is after all game of the day for the moment. It's super sharp and super exciting how convincingly Fabi will find all these lines. Besides, let us also a little bit check some other lines. After rook takes d5, for example, can I take on a2? Can I try to spice things up? And look at this, Fabi goes queen f3. He doesn't play rook takes d5.
That's actually a really nice move as well, because White, of course, has the threat of rook d5, and I'm wondering after queen f3, is there also a threat of bishop h7, king h7, queen f7? Actually, that's really interesting, Peter. Can we just have a look if this works? If Black goes queen a2, for example, just making a non-move on the board, takes on h7, king h7, queen f7, rook g8 isn't possible because of queen h5. You still have bishop f6. Does this run into g5 maybe?
Well, I don't know. Now it gets very, very sharp. Yeah, very.
Or rook g3, rook h3. So many interesting ideas. There's rook g3, rook h3. There's g5.
Yeah, this is actually very nice. Yeah, this is more forcing.
Yes, because g5, g6 is still not mate. You have the square on h8. And if you go queen a1, king d2, bishop c3, you just run to e2, I think. Maybe you can even take, but I think king e2 just finishes it.
Yeah, so many things are hanging, but it looks, yeah, it looks. But I mean, okay, queen f3, definitely a big surprise because we had been expecting the rook takes d5. Let me just quickly jump back to this because we had this, okay, bishop takes d5, knight g7, we kind of already covered that it looked promising. But there should be also a reason why Fabi maybe got discouraged by rook takes d5, and maybe a move like queen takes a2 could be some kind of reason, because I'm threatening queen a1 check and taking the rook on g1, it brings some completely new dynamics. And I believe that one of the questions is that, can you play something like bishop takes h7 here?
I mean, it's super tempting to play that. No, you have rook h5 check coming in, and I'm not sure what's the follow-up, but maybe even take on g7 next. And
yes, exactly. This is how I was also thinking about the position, that white probably has to go like this. But I mean, I also believe that we can agree that the position might look tempting, but it's also very, very messy. I mean, I understand Fabi if he finally thinks that queen f3 is more clean or it's more solid. I mean, not more solid because he wants to give checkmate, but maybe he has things more under control than after rook takes d5. That's what I'm trying to say. For example, here a move like, I understand taking the knight is too dangerous, but for example, a move bishop f6 would be very human. Yeah, bishop f6, and if you take my rook on e8, please take, I'm gonna take rook takes e8, and I have some queen a1 check ideas hitting your rook, also hitting on b2 when suddenly I will have pressure on the c3 pawn. I mean, it's very complicated position.
it's just a complete mess, no? And also, I mean, even after knight g7, Peter, king g7 or queen a1 picking up the rook on g1, yes, it looks like there should be something immediately winning for white, but I mean, can you spot it immediately? What is wrong with, yes, bishop d4 comes to mind. So there is bishop f6 here. If that's not getting mated immediately, bishop f6, because you don't have queen d2, queen h6 ideas because of queen a1 mate.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this definitely looks very suspicious, but again, one thing is suspicious, if there is no mate, black might just be winning, yeah? Because,
exactly. Yeah. So very dangerous stuff. I don't know what is the winning line here, but it's very possible that Fabi did not choose rook d5 because of this queen a2 idea.
Yeah, I mean, this queen a2 is definitely the move that disturbs you during the game.
Maybe bishop h6 here, but bishop h6, you go king g8 anyway, huh?
Yeah, bishop h6, I don't feel that it's right, but again, it's just difficult to say. Yeah, very tough.
Bishop d4 feels very natural, but just don't see what is going on after a move like bishop f6 in that position.
Yeah, I mean, because here, usually white should have a winning move. If not, then I mean, this queen a1 check is coming.
The move you want to make is queen d2 so that you can bring it to h6, but both d2 and e3 squares are not possible, which makes white's life a little difficult. In any case, he decided not to go for this and made the move queen f3, Peter. So let's just take a look at what's happening in this. We saw some ideas of bishop at h7 still being possible, but it's black's move now. So how can fe6 is still bad because you just pick up the pawn with the bishop and probably simply take the knight on d5 next?
Yeah, that's always the case. And basically, once you take on d5, yeah, one can argue that a2 pawn is hanging at the end. Yes, it's hanging. But actually with this construction, when black is stuck with this terrible bishop on e7, queen takes a2 doesn't really do me any damage. I mean, after for example, I can even play a positional move like g5 just to make sure that you never get your bishop to f6. And let's just show that if you give queen a1 check looks frightening. No, it's not at all. I'm gonna hide my king on d2 very nicely. Queen takes b2 gonna be met by rook b1. Actually, you are losing your queen, but even if you would not be losing your queen, I would just take back on b5 and look at this. White has incredible domination. I can go for mating attacks with bishop d4, also something like rook gc, rook h3, why black doesn't have any counterplay at all. So yeah, this is the point that if black spoils his pawn structure and loses the white squares, then taking on a2 will not do any harm for white at all.
Yeah, also interesting that Fabi took about over 40 minutes to make the move knight e6, but queen f3, he made that relatively quick. I think definitely when he took that amount of time to play knight e6, he had already seen the idea of queen a5, because if you're not taking on e6, queen a5 is the natural move. So I think all along, Fabi knew, he had calculated rook d5. Still, I think it was mentioned, Jan mentioned that it was the strongest move by the computer, right? So clearly there is a repetition after rook d5, queen a2. But
yes,
Fabi,
yeah, but you have to be a computer to finally work out everything. And I remember that yesterday we had this discussion, I think, with Jan, that one of the things that during the game you are unsure. Yeah, this is the biggest thing, that nobody tells you that this move is stronger than the other. You have to rely on your feelings, and when you have like the possibility that you see that after rook d5, after queen takes a2, yes, it might be good, but I'm simply not able to calculate till the end, and the risks are really high, and black has counterplay, and you are given a chance of playing a move which is seemingly equally good and gives your opponent less chances, then the temptation of going for the other move is so much higher, and it might also be much more practical.
and queen f3 looks very strong as well. Even if rook d5 was the stronger move according to the engine, it's very difficult to see how black is actually countering these threats of rook d5 and bishop h7. And the point that you made about nobody telling you that, this is the moment, it's so true, because many times I get asked as well by a lot of upcoming players and different players and their parents as well that, that they're able to solve puzzles and combinations extremely quick. But when it comes to spotting tactics on the board, it doesn't feel like the tactical game is at par with what they're doing while they're solving the combination. And I think the reason for that is that when we're solving these positions, we already know that there is something that exists at that moment that we're looking for a win. And that changes the game completely, compared to when you're sitting on the board and you have no idea that this is where you need to think and there is a direct blow coming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's completely different thing, and that's why it's very useful to practice tactical positions, because you have to get the feeling for the motifs and everything. But it basically just increases your skills later to find things faster. But over the board, it's a completely different story, because you really have to. I mean, first of all, you see the resources for your opponent, and you don't know that there is a solution after that. And you get into this situation where you start to have doubts, yeah, that it might not be the case that here the combination works. While if it's a puzzle, then you know that, even if there is some obstacle, there should be a solution after that. And actually, when we thought about this, that Duda missed the move knight e6, I'm pretty sure that he did not miss the move knight e6. I even might have the feeling, that he had foreseen this knight e6, queen a5, rook takes d5, queen a2, and he, I believe, had foreseen all these things. It's clear that for Duda this is, I think, very natural, and simply the position is so chaotic and so out of control that you tell yourself, okay, let my opponent play it. I cannot calculate till the end. I cannot understand what is happening. Then how should he understand? It's already clear that it's not preparation. And then you take it from there. And when Fabi played the move knight e6, maybe during this period of time while Fabi was thinking, Duda finally also noticed the move queen f3. This could have been the reason why he spent time on queen a5. Because otherwise, after knight e6, that even in a blitz game, he would have blitzed out queen a5. But the reason he started to spend so much time, that he might have spotted queen f3.
That makes a lot of sense. And after queen f3, what we need to do is to see, because Duda's down to 17 minutes, and I don't know what move number we are on, but I think there's still a long way to go before time controls met. And this is a very critical position. Let's try and see, Peter, if we can come up. It's move 17, I'm being told. So still lots of moves to be played in an extremely difficult position. What comes to mind in trying to fight all these threats that white has? Let's try and solve black's problems here, if there is a way at all.
Yeah, actually, it was very funny that you said that, yeah, Duda has 17 minutes and we are exactly move 17, which means that he has 70 moves for 70 minutes for 23 moves in this completely crazy position. Yeah, even if, for example, someone who is not used to classical chess, I mean, just imagine, yeah, as a child, what did they tell you? Yeah, you have 2 hours for the game, so please make sure that for the last 10 moves you're gonna have like 20 minutes, yeah, just not to run into time trouble. And then all of a sudden you see this, that world-class player, fantastic player at the move 17 is down to 17 minutes and in a completely chaotic position. But one thing I think we have to say when we talk about Duda, that his incredible breakthrough are part of being a fantastic talent, and he has been there for a very long time already. But his incredible breakthrough was the World Rapid and Blitz Championship and the Blitz section in St. Petersburg 2018, when he was winning game after game. And, I was commentating there, and whenever Duda was down to 5 seconds on the clock and the position was completely out of control, I mean, everybody collapses, but Duda never collapses. Yeah, that was basically the thesis. And in this regard, if Duda manages to control the position, then I think time will not be the critical factor. The question is, will he be able to survive till time control?
The first question is, will he be able to survive this position at all, Peter? Because, it does look like Black is in danger of getting checkmated very soon. Queen f3 on the board, and I'm looking at it now. Bishop h7 was an idea. So one of the moves that comes to mind, but it looks very scary to make it, is the move g6. I just simply want to stop your bishop from taking the pawn on h7.
Wow, but if I just take the knight with rook d5?
Yeah, then can you, either bishop d5 or queen a2, right? So your rook on d5 is pinned currently, so maybe I don't need to grab it back immediately. Can I take the pawn on a2 here?
Yeah, but I claim that, I took a knight and you took a pawn. It's kind of a nice...
I'm taking your rook next.
Yeah, well, but rook I will take back. So even if I just play the move king d2, but actually you are not even threatening anything yet. Now the problem is that I'm having such a nice choice that I don't know what should I do. But okay, let me just play king d2 for not to burn any time.
All right. I am attacking a few of your pieces, but I see that I can't take the knight on e6 because of now this move g6 has weakened the dark squares so much that after bishop e6, bishop d4 is just mate. Taking on f5 is not possible. Okay, you know what? Let's continue. I want to see how you're going to destroy me after queen b2.
Yeah, I knew that this is gonna come, and it was the most unpleasant move. But okay, I feel that my position is so good that I can allow this. It's not a problem. Maybe I just gonna play the move bishop d4. I just feel that I'm so much in control here.
I just love how all of White's pieces are hanging, but I'm not happy to take any of it.
Exactly. You can't really take any of them. You are hoping for some b5, b4 break, but okay, with my bishop now on d4, I'm ready to capture back on c3.
Yeah, this is a nice defense. And also bishop d4 stops this move bishop f6, which I really wanted in the position as well.
Yeah. So I'm actually not sure. I perfectly understand your point that after queen f3, bishop takes h7 is a terrifying threat. Okay, the big question is, for example, can I take on e3? Am I checkmated anyway? Yeah. Let's maybe take a look at this. That knight e3, you check on h7, king h7, queen takes f7. I have to play the move bishop f6 and
rook g3. I really like this idea.
Exactly. Yeah, you already mentioned this rook g3. I know that this is what you want, and I have huge respect for this because I don't see how to defend it. Even moves like knight g2, rook h3, knight h4 lead to mate at the end. Yeah, this is how you would have checkmated me.
Usually, Peter, whenever I suggest a line and you start with, I have respect for this, there's always a but, and then you refute it. So what's going on?
I wanted to say that, okay, I have to finish it because I have the mouse, but I already gave in my mind credit to you. You already spotted this rook g3, and yeah, this is a winning idea. So you cannot really take on e3 as it seems.
Maybe. Okay, maybe you said knight e3, and that makes me think, can black play knight c3 here instead of knight e3. Does that make any difference? Because in the end, Peter, we might have knight e2 check.
Yeah, but somehow I don't know. I have doubts that it works. Yeah, so takes.
Let's take it on h7. All right, and let's continue with bishop f6 because at least rook g3 doesn't lose on the spot right now. Yeah, maybe not knight a2 because of king b1 simply running away, but I have knight e2 here.
Yes, I mean against rook g3 there is knight e2, but okay, you also want knight takes a2, knight c3. I mean you have this threat. This was one of the first things that came to mind. Yeah, that this is kind of sharp. How does it end?
But also maybe there's something stronger after knight c3 instead of bishop h7, no?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, this is just one of the ideas for white.
But okay, after knight takes c3, I don't have such a big choice. I take on b7 or I take on h7. I don't believe I have any other options.
And actually, why not take on b7? Is there a problem with...
but then you also take something, and also my knight on e6 is hanging at the end. So I do believe that this is very principled. So maybe let's try to find here the way how to proceed.
You have to take on f7.
Yes.
g5 was the other idea, but g6 is not mate. So I think that would give black time to create some play against white's king.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, I can now also collect some pieces, but I mean, if I play g5, I feel that you have this knight takes a2, king b1, knight c3 idea. And okay, but takes bishop takes c3, and if it's not a checkmate, and it doesn't look like a checkmate, then finally white's king is in danger. So this we don't want. So bishop f6. How do we proceed? How do we?
Also, I have one more question. That can we give a check on f5 instead of taking on f7 first? Oh, but you go king g8, yeah?
Then king g8, yeah.
You go king g8, yeah, because g6 is not possible, which is simply king g8, sorry.
Yeah, it's completely
Insane.
crazy. So hang on, knight takes c3, bishop h7, king takes h7. How do we win here?
Maybe no, you can't, sorry. It's just a crazy position.
Yeah, because this is clearly, Fabi has something in mind here, because it's very forcing. But if queen f7, bishop f6, I already somehow don't entirely believe that white is winning here. That's my biggest problem.
That's already an achievement then for black.
Yeah, and okay, we are not getting an answer yet to this question, because Duda actually has played the move bishop f6, the move you wanted to do. I remember that you were mentioning that bishop f6 is something you want to get your bishop to. It's very human, because you take away the possibility of taking on h7. Maybe if the chat can tell us that how the line progressed after knight takes c3, because now I can't really get it out of my head, and we do have to progress with other games.
So chat, Peter's calling out for help here. Knight c3, we can't find anything, although we do believe that white should have something. I do have, actually, our producer is telling us that after knight c3, queen, no. All right, we have to wait, still a bit of confusion here. Not really sure what is the line, but chat, tell us, how does the game, is knight c3 even a possibility? Are we missing something very simple after that? How does white continue, and what is the evaluation? For now, the move bishop f6 is chosen. Peter, yes, I wanted bishop f6, but when I wanted it, black was already lost in that position. Here, bishop f6 makes a lot more sense.
I got some answers. So Tania, it's written that after knight takes c3, queen takes b7 is very strong, and this is what, you know, I would say that it's super class, yeah, that it's very easy to miss. I mean, maybe somewhere Duda missed things. He was relying that he will always have all these things with knight takes c3, the counterplay, and then he discovered that queen takes b7 is such a huge problem.
We did have a look at this very briefly, but we felt that at least black can just simply pick up on d1 or a2 or e6. maybe not, maybe even pick up the knight on e6, and we couldn't really see how white is better here.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it was not obvious, but that's why it's possible to miss it, because it's not obvious. If it would be obvious, then these players are also calculating like crazy there, and they might be understanding all these finesses after 20-30 minutes of thinking. So coming up with all the ideas immediately, it's just impossible.
And Leader Duda is down to less than 10 minutes on the clock. Even if he survives this very scary position, I don't know if I doubt he's going to survive the time control.
Yeah, well, it all depends how these things turn out, because after bishop f6, the position does have this tendency of exploding, yeah? So the next 2-3 moves, if white checkmates, then who cares about the time, because game is over. If you survive, that actually you survive, you also don't care. In this regard, I feel that Duda is doing the right thing, spending the time, but he has to make sure that okay, so we just a second, because this line is this queen f3, knight takes c3 still continues. After knight takes c3, queen takes b7. For some reason, we are not getting an update what happens after knight takes d1. But we did have an update that after knight takes a2 check, king b1, f takes e6, white takes bishop takes h7.
Okay, this is crazy.
H7 goes queen e4 check, and after king g8 goes rook g3, and this is very, very strong. I mean, okay, this is from different planet. No, because sorry, you cannot go to g8 because of queen e6 check. Yeah, I was already kind of surprised. Then you have to go to h8, and then white goes with rook g3 and comes rook h3.
Yeah, here rook g3 still looks like from planet Earth. At least you're giving rook h3 check.
Yeah, and we are getting told that after knight takes d1, just the very simple rook takes d1. I mean, those are the very simple moves, but I mean, okay, black can take f e6, and okay, white has an advantage, maybe, but black is exchange up and it's not checkmate. I mean, it's not entirely so obvious for any mortals that this is so bad. But probably you just take on e6, king h8, and you will win
bishop
back
f7. Yeah, bishop f7. Yeah, and we do have a confirmation that bishop f7 wins back the exchange, but you still have rook b8 in that position.
And I also have some queen takes a2. I mean, things continue, but yeah, the point is after queen a2, you take on e8 probably, and after rook e8, you now hit black with queen d7. But I mean, even here I have check, king d2, queen a5 check, king moves, and queen d8 back, and the game continues. Okay, it's just an illustration that what an insane amount of lines the players have to calculate. And it's always so funny when people from outside say chess is boring and nothing is happening. I mean, if you have millions of thoughts like this running around in your head, you know, and you just don't know how all these lines end, it's everything else than boring, yeah?
It's just completely crazy. I mean, the only thing that I can make out from this entire analysis that we've seen right now is just how difficult chess is.
Yeah, it is. And that's why it's so beautiful. Yeah?
That's true. If it was easy, nobody would be playing it.
Exactly, for centuries, and all these maestros and everybody. I mean, it's just incredible. Yeah, it's fantastic. So bishop f6 on the board, and now Fabi, also has to adjust to this new situation, because, okay, he was calculating all these lines and he has to keep on going. Yeah, he already said like Magnus revealed us also his thought process during the Alireza game. Yeah, that he already knew once that he removed from the repetition of moves. He had this mindset that at all costs he gonna play for an attack. Yeah, and this is now also for Fabi after bringing all his pieces with knight e6, already with his rook hg1 idea in the opening. He was signaling that he will not step back. He will try to mate black's king. So can I go g5 here, or how does it go?
G5 looks very tempting.
Is g5 a possibility? Because I do see that after f e6 I might have some bishop takes h7 check, and once I spot this, then humanly this is very, very tempting. Something but like king.
Yeah, go on.
I go queen h5 check, king g8, I take on f6, you take knight f6, I take on g7, and I feel that if this is not checkmate, then something is wrong. I mean, takes, check, you have to go king f8, I gonna go queen h6 check, king e7, I gonna go rook g7 check, you're gonna go king d8, I gonna take on f6, you still go king to c8, and actually maybe something is
Eventually black is in exchange up currently.
Yeah, because I wanted to end the game with queen f7, but then you have bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
So okay, but I mean, this whole line feels that it should be checkmate, and you know that usually I'm always missing the final checkmate. Yeah.
I mean, whatever I've seen over the last few months, Peter, you're spotting every single tactic on the board.
No, I spot the tactics. I spot everything till checkmate in one move, and then, you know, I stop. Yeah.
That's fine. You're still picking up the queen on that moment, so you're still winning it.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, white just takes rook d5 here and wins on the spot. By the way, yeah, this is very simple because bishop d5 then gf6.
This is an insane game, and good luck to Jan if he plans to make this game of the day, analyzing all these variations.
Well, okay, but if you have the computer by your side, it's a big help here, yeah? I mean, imagine like 30, 40 years ago without computers, these were the positions where they said in the old Soviet times that you need 2 bottles of vodka to understand what is happening, yeah? Meaning that you can analyze for 2 weeks and you will still not have a definite answer. Now, thanks to computers, we can finally, after a few seconds or few minutes, understand such complications. But before, it was just not possible.
No, Peter. I think what it means is that you need to be drunk to understand these kind of positions.
I'm not sure if anything helps to understand this without an engine, but yeah.
But you know, that's actually quite interesting because let's say 40 years ago, even if white, for now, for example, if you make a mistake, right, like the engine bar just jumps right up and tells you immediately that this is a blunder and why it's bad. But let's say 30, 40 years ago, you made a beautiful looking move. Even if it was the worst move, according to some engine line, which was not available at that point, it would still be considered a beautiful masterpiece and an absolutely romantic game. But now the problem with engines is that it just completely kills this entire aspect of creativity and flawed beauty.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we are so happy when it finally happens. Yeah. And in this game by Magnus against Alireza, it happened, and it was so pleasing that, yes, finally white's play was rewarded and we feel that it's right. Magnus felt it's right. Yeah, even if it's gamble, whatever, but it felt in the spirit. And whenever we see that play in the spirit is getting rewarded, it's a very nice feeling. Because, yeah, unfortunately, computers have this tendency of spoiling that, yeah, this is your feeling, this is your spirit, but it just doesn't work, my friend. And especially in the preparation phase, it's a very big problem. Because if you know that the line is interesting, but actually finally doesn't work, you assume that probably your opponents know it, they prepare it, then what to do? Yeah. We have quiz time, yeah?
In a bit we have, but yes, it's good that you reminded me of it, Peter, because we will be having a quiz shortly and the stakes are up. The pot is bigger. There is a big prize today. So stay with us. The quiz will be coming up shortly. Remember, you have to be premium to enter, to win the prize. You have to enter the correct answer on the Chess24 chat. Stay tuned, it's coming up. But for now, Peter, it's just such exciting developments all around. Yes, I was going to say, even the Magnus game, we have just been so thrilled with everything that's happening on the Fabi board that we've just forgotten about the other chess stuff.
Yeah, actually, you know, it's very funny, but it seems to me that even the classical chess is not slow enough. Yeah, there is just so much content in all these games. Yeah, so much to talk about and everything that it's really fascinating. I mean, the position was that black played the move king e8. I mean, it was like a very, very provocative move. I mean, bishop h5, the king on e8 is kind of stuck with all this battery, but basically what Aryan is trying to say that, okay, but there are no threats and I'm not afraid of ghosts. So he goes for knight c6 and Magnus breaks the position with g4. F takes g4, rook d6, and after king f7 follows it up with f5. What more excitement do we need than this? I mean, all these discovered checks, everything, it's super exciting. Look at this. Aha. If you take ef5, then probably Magnus wants knight f4 check, and your king is in such a strange box. If you go king e7, I might just take on h6, and there might not be any good defense to knight d5 check, but maybe there is even something stronger. Rook e6 check. Yeah, rook e6 check. And
Yes,
yeah, king d7, you have maybe even bishop e8 check, king d8, knight d5. I mean, all kinds of madness, trapping the rook on c7, hitting the bishop on b6. What an incredible possibility, yeah?
it's completely insane. But that didn't happen, right? He went for...
Yeah, after f5, he played the stunning defensive move king f6, yeah? The only way of running away is running into it. Yeah, and amazing defense. F takes e6 and king g5. He continues running. Rook d5 check, king f6 back. And okay, black only needs one move with knight e7 to blockade all these things. But even then, if you play knight e7 at the end, the g4 pawn is hanging, so it's not that simple. But Magnus played the move knight f4, keeping all the tension. Okay, very, very interesting. So Tata still has 40 minutes on the clock. I mean, he needs time. It's only 8 moves to be played, but still very, very dangerous.
I am actually mind blown by this defense that Tari just found with king f6, king g5, because the bishop on h5 cannot be defended. If we can just back up and show that moment again, because this is such a dangerous position. After f5, black can't really take the pawn on f5. He goes king f6, and after taking on e6, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop on h5 has no retreating squares, you first attack it, forcing white to go rook d5 check, the only way to defend it. And after that, you start attacking the e6 pawn because that's not defended anymore. Knight f4 played, but black can actually keep up the tempo with attacking the knight after after knight f4 with a move like bishop e3 as well. So keeping the pressure on the pawn on e6.
Yeah, and actually bishop e3 would be very tempting, but bishop e3, can I play the little tactics bishop takes g4, or it's or this is exactly what they are thinking about this endgame, and it's quite drawish, but white is somewhat pressing, right?
Let's see that. Bishop g4, bishop f4, rook f5. You pick up the pawn on e6. The best white can do is pick up the bishop. And now even a move like king e5.
Yes, king e5, I'm going to give you a check.
And after king d4 or king e4, do you go rook h5, or what's the idea?
Yeah, I want to target this pawn. Yeah, exactly. Maybe rook h5 and I don't know, rook h5 or rook f6. Maybe rook f6 is even more natural.
Which is why I felt that maybe putting the king on the dark squares makes a little more sense, so that you're not walking into any bishop check.
Yeah, okay, but how you gonna protect? Yeah, bishop is on the board. We might be seeing this, yeah.
We might be seeing this. We might be seeing this.
I mean, definitely Tari is putting up heroic defense, and Magnus is using heroic efforts to keep his initiative going. It's a real derby.
And we saw incredible play from Tari yesterday as well in his magnanimous effort to win that game against Radek. He played it till the very end. It didn't work out, but this game is exactly like that. He's using every single resource, and it's never an easy task when you have your back against the wall against the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. But Magnus now also finding this resource, knight g2. Very nice.
But this, so the point is that if black just moves the bishop, you take on g4. So the move that comes to mind is, why can't black just pick up the pawn on e6?
Because
or you take knight e3 and you defend the rook.
Exactly. I mean, what a harmony. This is what I'm always meaning, that somehow Magnus, with very little material, he makes always the best out of it. I mean, it reminds me of Karpov. Yeah, I mean, Karpov was this incredible master of harmony, and now Magnus is showing it to the whole world how this is done.
Yeah, I completely missed that the knight on e3 actually defends the rook on d5, which means that black has to fall back with the bishop. The g5 square looks very natural, Peter, because it's the kind of construction you want to be able to kill the knight on g2. So bishop g5 is met by bishop g4, and that is white picking up the pawn. Black can still create some play with a move like knight e5, hitting that bishop, but you have this h3 square still defending the e6 pawn.
Yes, and this e6 pawn, of course, is very strong. On the other hand, you are absolutely right about this. If you force my bishop to h3, my knight on g2 is kind of completely dominated. I might be going, on the other hand, okay, if I can just hang on to this e6 pawn, it's a pawn, and a very nice pawn, I might slowly reroute my knight, and okay, who cares? Pawn is a pawn, and you are also tied completely. Yeah. So it's a big question how Tari will react to knight g2, because he also has a move like bishop g1, but bishop g1 runs into bishop take g4, and if you take on h2, I have rook h5, but actually I can't really take on h6 because of king g5. In this regard, I might feel that this is an option, but if you play the move bishop d6, I might have knight e3 going towards d5. I mean, many things.
This is scary.
Yeah, you still have this knight e7. I mean, it's a very nice blockade. I'm not.
But now you can take on h6 because the bishop is defended, no?
Yeah, but I have this long-term blockade. I'm not sure that you are able to break through, and I also get king f4. I mean, these pieces are slightly awkward, but definitely very difficult to calculate all this, and you have to make a big decision, and Tari is down to 10 minutes on the clock.
It's just amazing how rich and complex even positions without the queen and, endgames can be. I mean, look at this, just full of tactics everywhere. But Peter, talking about big question, for the moment, the big question is coming up for our audience because it's quiz time. Let's bring it up. I'm excited about this one because I know what the question is and I love it. Let's have the question up for our viewers. And today's quiz is, which world champions have won a Vaikanze tournament during their reign? So when they're already world champions. And it includes the FIDE World Championship before, what's the word for it, Peter, when they came together? It's going out of my head.
You mean that all this what happened in the 90s, or?
Yeah, before FIDE, PCA came, there's a word and it's slipping my mind right now.
Yeah.
But
Too much excitement.
It includes the FIDE World Championship period from 93, before the reunification, that is the word. The World Championship period from 93 to 2006 is included. So which world champions have won a Vaikanze tournament? To enter the quiz, you have to give your answer on the Chess24 chat only. And the first participant to enter the correct answer wins not just a 3-month extension onto their premium membership, but also a Chess Brilliancies course by Chessable. So the pot just got bigger. Get going at it. Peter, we are going to take a really quick short break because I'm looking at all the positions. The chess action is extremely hot right now. You don't want to go anywhere. Answer the quiz question. We'll be right back.
super discounts on merchandise. Massive sales on courses from Chessable. Chessable and Chess24 bundles, with new deals appearing every day. Visit chess24.com/deals.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
The winning chess series was always intended to take a class player really all the way up the rating ladder to the expert and master levels. Winning chess brilliancies was going to be the end of the cap for play-winning chess, as winning chess brilliancies would showcase all of those lessons that you learned in all the books that came in the play-winning chess series. Winning chess series, I break down some of the most brilliant games ever played, move by move, giving a verbal explanation as well as a text explanation of what strategies, what the tactics, the plans, the ideas, and the traps that the players are setting for one another at each and every turn of the game. The idea of winning chess brilliancies was to break down the games so that anybody at any level could understand the play and just be exalted by the ideas and the concepts of the players. Winning chess brilliancies was meant to be something very special, and I'm very proud to say I think it is.
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. You can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab, that's
Let's
a nice
click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there is a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam, it gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast, and it's all interactive. That's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
a lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24 Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan. Hashtag C24 Live.
Absolutely.
Peter, now you've been doing all the heavy lifting here, and the break would have been much longer, but the chess action is just insane. Crazy games all along. We're going to jump straight into it, but we already have a winner. So not just the players at Waikanze are absolutely monstrous when it comes to the board and playing like machines, but as you pointed out, even our audience is an absolute machine at answering the questions. So let's bring up the quiz question and see who our winner is. And the question was, which world champions have won a Waikanze tournament during their reign, including the split and the reunification period of 93 to 2006? And the correct answer is Garry Kasparov, the current world champion Magnus Carlsen, and Veselin Topalov. Peter, for me, the tough thing was with Veselin Topalov. I couldn't remember when he won the Waikanze event. And was this a question that you got easily the answer to?
Well, I mean, more or less, I had the feeling that I know it, but I mean, feeling is one thing, and it's not easy to be certain. Definitely, I mean, Veselin shared in 2007, I think, with Rajabov, and maybe someone else also. It was a big tie, but he did win. Okay, Garry has won it 3 times, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, Vichy won so many times that it was so difficult, not to have this feeling that Vichy is included. But Vichy won it then before, many times, and never after he won the title, or what?
Yeah, possibly not between 2007 and 2013. So maybe before that. And Magnus was an easy pick because he's won it 7 times already. And definitely a few times after he won the World Championship in 2013. But it doesn't matter whether we know the answer or not. It matters what our audience had to say. And the winner is Sergei Karyakin. But because Sergei Karyakin, not the Sergei Karyakin who was the challenger to the World Championship, but we have a Sergei Karyakin on Chess24 who is our premium member. He won it but because he won it earlier, another quiz, Sergei, you know your chess history really well, I must say. The 3-month membership goes to another participant, Afuro Zamurai, who wins the 3-month membership, and Sergei Karyakin, spelled as Karjakin, wins the course, wins the Chessable course. So that's 2 winners. Happy day for all chess fans throughout. Let's get back to why chess is making us so happy. Peter, crazy position on Fabi's board, and I see the craziness has just gone more and more.
Yeah, it's a very exciting position, and probably that's why I was wrong, because Veselin won in 2006, and then I recall that it was the very last game he played against me, and there was this question that can I stop him or not, and the game ended in a draw in a G3 Najdorf. Now I also recall the game. Yeah, Topalov has won it in 2006. Yeah, so okay, back to this game. after g5, g5, bishop takes c3 happened clearly because we have seen that white is threatening to open up the g5 with g takes f6. So after f takes e6, we saw the combination bishop takes h7 followed by check, and then something will happen. So definitely black has to make sure that he keeps the g5 close with bishop takes c3. Now white doesn't have a big choice. He has to keep his attack going with bishop h7 check, king takes h7, and the big question is how do you follow it up here? I have the feeling that g6 might be the move because I don't see any other move. I don't see any other move.
Very tempting. And I think the point is, Peter, that if you go queen f7, black still has a defense with rook e7 here. But after g6, fg6, queen f7 would be much stronger because then you'll have queen g6. Is that the difference?
No, actually, I felt like I would love to open this g5 square for my knight. That was my kind of feeling for playing g6 check. Somehow I'm not believing in this queen f7. You might have rook takes e6 as well. I mean, all your pieces now in the game, and with these double pawns, you might be protecting your king very well. Besides, you also have this bishop takes b2 check with, I don't know, millions of checks. It's already something that I want forcing things, yeah, that g6, fg, knight g5 check, and then you have to react. I might be hitting your knight on d5, after which these bishop takes b2 checks, sacrifices will not be so annoying anymore.
That's actually very important, that bishop b2 might just be a perpetual on the spot actually. So after knight g5, is there a checkmate that black is running into? Let's say, actually the idea of rook g3 is very important at every point, I think. So if you go king g8 here, queen f7, king h8, do you go queen g6 or do you go rook g3?
Well, actually, I thought that I'm going to take rook d5, but I mean, just to make sure that there is no bishop takes b2, and I believe that black is already in kind of a mating net, but if we can calculate, then maybe it turns out that rook g6 is checkmate anyway, but I mean, let me just take on b2.
I mean, the only hope is that there's a perpetual. So king b2, let's start with queen c3.
Yeah, I mean, okay, finally you will have to run to c1 sooner or later. So
you have to go to d2.
Yeah, let's see how I'm gonna.
Let's go queen a3 check.
King d2.
Let's give a check on c3 again.
Okay, you run, yeah, to e2.
And you pick up the pawn on c2 and you go where?
Yeah, you
to
have
f1,
to
you have to go king f1?
No, you have to go king e1, no?
But then after king e1, at some point, queen c3, you want to go rook d2 or what?
No, I wanted to go further, but I mean, okay, I'm not sure. That's why I don't want to let this bishop take d2 happen, because this is completely crazy. I mean, if I eliminated this knight on d5, then all these things would not be possible.
I mean, now just knight e3, f3, rook e3, there's no mate, right? If you go king f1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, I'm not happy with this development. So let me, after king h8, do something like rook d5. I mean, let me eliminate this.
I feel that black has to capture the rook on d5 because I don't believe that there's any perpetual anymore.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And after bishop takes d5, now I can also take on g6. Yeah, probably I will even, or maybe I just take back on d5 and believe in my attack. But okay, you go back bishop f6. Definitely the game is still very, very sharp.
If you take on g6 and you don't checkmate me, then
yes,
that's bad news.
That's not entirely good, yeah, because you suddenly your bishop from c3, I mean, you can move it back. If you, I don't know, some king g8, you run with the king. It's not so clear, and this is also the reason why Fabi is taking his time. It's by far not evident. So okay, g6 I like. g6, f take g6, knight g5 check, king. I was also not sure that, can you maybe go to h8? Yeah, this was one of my big hindrances in trying to understand what is really happening, because this queen h3 check is all nice, but it's actually not checkmate. You are running away with your king, and it makes so hard to understand the position, no?
Absolutely. I actually think that king h8 is the more natural move, but I wanted to see if there was a direct mate after king g8, because I feel like once you have the idea of how you're mating, you can adapt that to a more difficult line.
Yeah. Well,
But
it's difficult enough already. No? At least for us, it looks difficult enough. I don't know. Maybe I can even, I don't know. But I mean, this rook g3 looks very tempting, yeah?
rook g3 looks so tempting. I don't know if there's a difference between rook g3 and rook g4, because black has to take on b2, right?
Yeah, but somehow rook g3, I guard this e3 square just in case. I mean, I feel that rook g3 is more natural. Yeah, so bishop takes b2. There is the other argument that I also have the move king b1. Maybe it's the more professional one. Yeah, that if after knight c3, king takes b2, knight d1, king c1, I'm anyway hitting you with rook h3 checkmate, then maybe this is more stable.
But is this so clear? Because a move that comes to mind is a very strange knight f2.
Yeah, it also came to my mind. Yeah, then it's correct. So what to do?
You know, also Peter, stuff like bishop g2, just so random, just to stop rook h3.
Yeah, because okay, after bishop f2, you're gonna go rook e1.
Rook e1. Rook e1 was the spot.
And it's perpetual, yeah. I mean, this looks like a perpetual. Yeah, a lot to calculate. And you remember we talked about Duda getting into terrible, messy time trouble. And look at this. Fabi is down to 10 minutes himself, showing that what a crazy position it is.
And because it's a crazy position, we do have a little help from our producer. Maybe we were Sorceress just coming to our rescue. You know, these lines are so crazy, and usually we wouldn't check with the engine because it's always a lot more fun to analyze without one. But Peter, let's take a look at what the engine has to say. After king g8, queen f7 is correct. Sorry, g6.
Yes, g6.
Go on.
G6, knight g5 check.
King g8.
King g8. This was
queen
our line.
f7.
Yes.
King h8. And now queen g6 is the move.
Yeah, you know, this is the, and Fabi has played the move g6, yeah, fg6. We might be seeing this. This queen take g6 is the move that once you know that this is the right move, it looks so natural, so logical, but I would disagree that humanly speaking, it feels like, you know, queen g6 is a bit slow. I would like to do something more forcing. Yeah. And okay, the idea was that after bishop takes b2, anyway, white plays king b1, so this is the winning idea. And after
knight c3.
Yeah. And okay, now already it's clear because the same line after knight takes d1 doesn't work. I can also recapture. I could also play king c1 because this queen h7 checkmate is impossible to stop. Yeah, so okay, basically queen takes g6 is the key move that you have to spot that. Yes, the house is burning on the queen side, but actually I'm having everything under control thanks to king b1 and I'm checkmating. So in this regard, I do believe that king h8 maybe is the more natural move.
How are mere mortals supposed to find tactics like this on the board? I mean, this just makes one feel that these guys are just a class apart.
Well, I mean, look at it. They also take their time, yeah? And after the game, you ask them and maybe, yeah, it should have been made, but I don't know. I was not 100% sure how it's made and so on. So yes, the players are brilliant, but they also have their difficulties. Otherwise, they would not be done to 9 minutes. And it shows that how difficult and how fascinating this position is, because also for these brilliant players, it takes so much time. And pretty sure that they are even here now, not 100. Look at this, Fabi is taking his time after fg6. It's not like he played g6 and blitzes things out.
But he's playing like a complete machine. I mean, starting from the move knight e6, queen f3, bishop h7, king h7, g6, just all these moves. And the fact that the engine still loves them means that they are correct moves in a very complex position. And also very resourceful play by Duda, Peter. You know, finding this counterplay with bishop f6, bishop c3. Even if white has a way, he has to navigate through several obstacles to get there because black has a direct perpetual threat now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the whole point, that if you want to beat any of these elite players, it will be always very, very tough. I mean, just playing good is never enough. I mean, it feels like they have so many options, you know, to keep the game going. You think that it's already game over, he will resign. No, he definitely gonna find 5 more resources just when you think that it's over. That's the way you have to get used to it as well. Yeah, knight g5 on the board.
And is he going to play king h8 or king g8? Where's he going to go, Peter? What do you think?
I mean, now we got confused because we lost the human touch, yeah, after knowing the engine lines. And there was a moment, I believe, when I was saying that maybe king h8 is more natural, but I mean, do you allow queen f7 check or queen h3 check? I mean, which one is more natural? I'm not sure that we can really judge it.
I think you allow queen h3 check because you may instinctively feel that once the king starts running towards the queen side, you'll have more escape squares.
Yes.
But you know, once the king comes to the h file, you could just very easily get checkmated with rook g3.
Yeah, that's exactly the human feeling, yeah, that you want to run. If you feel that you can at least run, then you are not checkmated immediately, you have a hope. But if you are stuck in the corner, then yeah, then it's very, very annoying. By the way, now that maybe it's our last chance to quickly jump somewhere else because Duda has to make up his mind. He's 8 minutes on the clock. A very quick roundup what is happening. Okay, the game of Magnus against Tari has simplified to an ending. And now the big question is, can black capture on e6 with the king? How is the pawn endgame after rook e4, king d6, rook e7, king e7, king c4? I mean, just quickly to show this because it looks like it's a dead draw, but just to make sure, is it a dead draw? It should be a dead draw. But Tari is taking his time, and okay, my head is not so much in this Fabiano's game that I will not be able to, you know, calmly.
I insist that we go back to that, Peter, because compared to, yes, this endgame, I mean, it should end in a draw soon, but it doesn't even matter. I mean, look at Fabi's position. It's just completely blown up.
Exactly. And Duda is down to 7.5 minutes.
But as is Fabi, 8 minutes on the clock. He's played the move king h8. So what we were talking about, you know, when it comes to fight or flight in such positions, you always go for flight.
Exactly. I mean, king h8.
So what's the move here?
Well, I mean, okay, the point is that, yeah, after king h8, now that I know that you want to run, I might not force you to run. I let you a little bit in your corner, yeah? So maybe something like bishop d4 is a move that comes to mind, you know, just to stabilize things, maybe.
I don't understand that move at all.
I want to stop you from bishop takes b2 check. And I tell you that, you know, you are anyway pinned. And that's why I'm not giving the check. I don't want to release the tension yet. And if I play bishop d4, then... but hang on, you will have rook e1 check at the end. That's something that hurts me. But no, then, okay, so how is it? Bishop d4, you take on d4. I give the check, you go here. I mean, you start running. And what I meant that after rook d4, you always have rook e1 check. This disturbs me.
Okay, I have so many questions, but I want to start with the first one to just clarify the matters that instead of, okay, let's finish this line.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know what is happening here. Sorry that I interrupted you, but maybe you just have queen e5 and you have everything under control. It could easily be.
More than under control, no? Looks like an
but hang on, then if I do it with queen on f3, not include queen h3 check. Okay, then one more question. If bishop takes d4, I take rook d4, you give rook e1 check. First of all, I also have rook d1. I mean, it's very interesting. Okay, I let you ask the question. What is your question?
No, firstly, I just wanted, I think it's very important to just make it clear that, you know, you want to make a move like rook g3 here so that you're threatening rook h3, queen f7 mate. But it's clear that this idea doesn't work because we've seen this in other lines, Peter, where bishop b2 is still a perpetual, right?
Yeah, well, but also after rook g3, maybe I have time to go rook No, rook f8, you go rook h8 check, of course. Yeah,
That's a very nice line. Let's just show that one time.
Yeah, this is again one of these your chipolitos. Yeah, you would have checkmated like me like this.
I mean, for my level, this is a very nice line. For Peter, it's a cheapo.
It's a chipolito, yeah, but a very nice one, yeah. But look at this. Fabi goes bishop d4. He plays my idea, bishop d4.
Beautiful.
Because what you said just quickly, that after rook g3, yeah, probably black hits bishop takes b2, and I mean now white cannot play the move king b1 because then the queen on f3 will be hanging after knight c3 check. And if we have to take on b2, then it feels like this is going to end in perpetual. So bishop d4, making sure that this does not happen. And without the inclusion of queen h3 check, yeah, this is what I also felt afterwards that it might be important.
And that is what is just mind-blowing right now, and just a validation for what a machine of a player Fabi is to see on the... Peter, you mentioned that queen h3 is not correct to include, but we only realized that after we played through the line of queen h3. But while playing the game, Fabi is calculating all of this, and to spot the subtle difference in having the queen on f3 because it defends against rook e1, just unbelievable play.
Yeah, of course. But actually, when you in such complicated position, when you are 100% focused, that's exactly the state of mind you have to be in order to play really good. If while you are talking and everything, it's also no real big surprise that we are not that precise, because it's very easy to miss something, and we are also carried away by emotions that we want to give checkmate. Believe me, the players also went through that stage during this game, but finally understood that keeping everything under control is the most important thing after all. Bishop d4, very nice.
Very nice.
So how is black supposed to play now? Okay, you have to take on d4, I believe.
Yeah, so let's just take a look. So your point of why bishop d4 came to your mind was simply, you know that black is threatening bishop b2, so it's a prophylactic move, keeping all the threats on the board. And the idea of having the queen on f3 is that after rook e1, you trade, and you come back with your rook e1, you trade?
Well, actually, I'm not 100%, but yeah, one of the points was that if I trade and I go rook d1, now you don't have the move queen e5 because of knight f7 check. And otherwise, if you go queen e7, then you get checkmated with queen h3, queen h7, queen h8 because your king cannot run. I mean, there were all these things, but I'm also not 100% sure if after rook e1, I would not just like to play a move like rook d1, to avoid any of these complications. But on the other hand, the other one is more forcing. So if I'm able to calculate everything till the end there, then I would prefer the other one.
And we might see it. So bishop d4 has to be played, and Duda has done it. Rook d4 will be on the board. Can we just take a look at what happens if white actually goes for the forcing line? Rook e1, queen e1, rook d1, and black doesn't fall for either blundering the queen or checkmate. Can the queen go anywhere else? I don't know, b4
well,
or
to e8,
or to e8. And how? But after e8, you will give all these checks and go rook e1, no?
Yeah, then I win the queen, yeah. But I mean, if you go to that side, then okay, I mean, I have a mating attack for free.
I
understand it's a piece, but you don't have a single defensive piece. Yeah, you go queen to a5. I just
queen
give you a check. Okay, I just play routine moves. I even don't want to calculate anything. I take queen g7. The bishop is hanging on b7 as well.
Okay, so you don't even care about mating.
Yeah. Yeah, but Fabi is not thinking, so what is he? I mean, he played the move bishop d4, and after bishop takes d4, he's taking his time. I mean, to understand, does he include, because he can still include the move queen h3 check? It's kind of tempting, to include, but as we understand, it might be decisive to include or not to include.
Can we just check that is it decisive? If white does include queen h3 check, there is a subtle difference that black's king goes to g8, and then the queen can return to e5. Would that be a big turnaround in our evaluation, or does white still find a way to keep the initiative?
Okay, it's not easy, because suddenly the queen on e5 protects the g7 pawn and also hits the knight on g5. I felt like if I'm not winning and I don't see a win, I might be losing. Yeah, and Fabi goes rook takes d4. Yeah, very, very important. I mean, okay, in such positions, the win and the lose is just a very, very narrow path.
Very narrow path and very heartbreaking after you make all these moves. And then if you just miss this slight difference, and then suddenly you're lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's.
And another very interesting point being pointed out by Soteris, who's saying that Queen h3, King g8. If you take on d4, there is one more difference, and let's just show that, Peter, because it's just shows how complex chess is. That now, if you take on d4, Black also has the resource to go knight f6, keeping everything under control. And the big difference and now you go rook e1 check, and White is the one who ends up getting checkmated. But the big difference with the queen on f3 is that Black's knight cannot go to f6 because the bishop on b7 hangs.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, exactly. That was clear that the queen on f6 is such a multi-purpose piece. Yeah, the spin is just so annoying. And the point is that one could argue that in this position, this is not. Yeah, and knight f6 is played. Yeah, Black has to play knight f6. There is simply no other way. Giving up the b7 bishop, but you have rook e1 check. I mean, the game is still in progress. I mean, it's
right, and you have to go rook e1 because rook h4, queen f7 is a threat right now. So the rooks need to be traded.
Yeah, and look at this. That now actually both players done less. I mean, both players have less than 5 minutes on the clock, and there is no mate. Okay, rook h4 check and queen f7 checkmate is a threat. But basically, what I mean that after rook e1 check, you feel like you are able to lure this rook away, and it's not obvious that how you get checkmated. But White is in control. But how do you win? Rook e1.
How do you win? And also, do you trade on e1 and then go rook d1? More tempted to go for that line than to play rook d1 directly, Peter, because I think if you go rook d1, I think you win a tempo if you trade first. I don't know, instinctively, what do you think? Is it better to trade or to go rook d1 directly?
Well, I think intuitively it doesn't mean anything to this position. I mean,
that's true.
Yeah, it all depends on calculation. For example, after rook dd1, I might have the move rook a8. Do I have this move at all? Maybe I have, and I keep the tension. So in this regard, I understand what you meant that with rook e1 you are forcing things. Yeah.
You're at least attacking the queen and the rook, and it forces this queen to go back to e8, which is just, something that you would like to get on the board with White.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe knight e6 is an option here.
Wow, knight e6, yeah. But here I can claim that I can sacrifice the exchange, and at least the game is in progress. I mean, I don't want to play the move queen g8. Yeah, big question. So queen takes b7 on the board. Duda is taking his time. He's down to 3 minutes on the clock, and he has gone for rook ab8.
And because there's knight h5 after rook h4, so Black is not getting checkmated on the spot, more importantly. What move number are we on right now?
Move 24. So we're gonna see a horrendous time trouble here between these two players.
So rook h4, knight h5 is actually a very important point, because then suddenly White might be in trouble, Peter, because Black is threatening the queen and mate on e1.
Yeah, there is one sudden perpetual in the position like rook h5, gh5, knight f7 check. Black has to go to h7 because king g8 runs into knight h6 check due to the pin. So you have to go king h7 and then knight g5 check, king h8, knight f7 would be a repetition. Definitely not what Fabi wants. Fabi is also down to 4 minutes on the clock. Rook ab8 is played. How do you mate?
That's actually a very beautiful repetition that you just pointed out, just so casually right now.
Yeah, actually we are talking about checkmates and everything, and then suddenly the game would end like a draw in this way. I would say that, wow, fantastic, but certainly, searching for this mate, ending in a perpetual doesn't really satisfy our appetite, I believe.
And I'm just going to update everyone with some results while Fabi has a think. So the Esipenko, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave game ended in a draw. A really nice queen sacrifice by Maxime for piece play, just for 2 pieces and some pawns with complete domination in the position. Apparently turned out that he was never in trouble. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave drew his game against Esipenko. Radek Wojtaszek and Jordan Van Furst also ended in a draw. We haven't had the time or the chance to look at these other games because of the excitement of the Fabi match. Now, Jordan Peter, I think, has all the reasons to be happy with his performance so far. He's had 3 incredibly solid draws with very strong opposition. And the Norwegian face-off also ended peacefully. So we still don't know who is the strongest Norwegian player. This one ended in a draw.
Yes, and just very quickly to show the final position, it's a stalemate. It's a beautiful stalemate. It's a very instructive defensive way for black, that you can actually run to the corner and you just get stalemated and you cannot lose the possession. So great defense by Tari, and we are seeing that Fabi is going for the hunt of the black's king with queen f7. I mean, no perpetual here. Fabi says, I'm in business. I mean, I have put so much effort into this game. I mean, I want to finish it in style. Rook e1 check played. Now I feel that maybe the move rook dd1 is more natural. Now that white put the queen on f7, it somehow feels more natural. But again, I mean, yeah, because especially after rook e1, queen e1, black will have queen e8 resource. I mean, just very quickly to show this, that this is a big tempo. Certainly Fabi does not want to allow this. Yeah, rook e1 check is met by rook dd1, keeping the black queen out of the game. This is now very, very important. But how do you checkmate exactly? So for example, rook takes g1, rook takes g1, queen takes a2. Do I have time to grab this pawn? It's not the pawn, but the counter check what caught my attention.
Okay, I want to start with the move knight e6 here. Just so tempting.
Yeah.
Unless black, okay, there is nothing on the spot.
Okay, so I have to go rook g8.
There's so many tempting options. There's rook into g6, there's rook g3,
but that runs into knight
rook
e4
g3 runs into queen a1, knight e4. So that's not something that you want to play.
Exactly.
All right, let's start with the move. What are you playing after rook g6 here?
Well, what is the threat?
Do you just go queen a1, queen b2?
I'm gonna give the check. Yeah, king b2. I'm gonna take on b2 because I feel that, okay, now my queen is also defending back.
You don't have queen d4. That is the good news.
Yeah,
it's very annoying that you have this knight e4 check always forking the rook on g5 or g3.
Exactly. I mean, just to illustrate that, yeah, I mean, it looks winning for white, but still there are many, many questions and the players are very, very low on time. Rook d1. Okay, for sure, Fabi and Duda has already calculated many of these lines. So I believe they know the problem. And
yeah, let's check it again.
Hang on. You know, this is... Yeah, sorry, but after takes, you can just take on g6.
Oh, that's very nice. So queen a1, king d2, queen g1 runs into knight f7.
Yeah, but I wonder, is it such an easy win? King g8, knight h6 check was my point actually, that, okay, you go, king f8, I give check, yeah, checkmate. Sorry, checkmate, and here I'm winning because I have queen g6 back and you lose the control. Okay.
All right, so after queen g6, is there any other defense on the board? Your threat is to go knight f7, knight h6, and mate on g7. How can black defend that? Maybe a move like rook where? Rook f8, you've got knight e6.
Yeah, but probably you have to try rook f8, but yeah, it looks that it shouldn't work. But okay, you have to try. I mean, everything that doesn't lose on the spot is the move to be played, yeah. Rook f8. Okay, let's go back because Duda is down to 27 seconds on the clock. So rook takes g1 played.
And another big update, Peter, that Hari Krishna finally managed to stop Neil's run. He won his game against Neil's with the black pieces. I'm just looking at the final position. Looks like it had been quite a strategic positional game. And in the end, Hari's got this extra b pawn. We'll maybe get a chance to have a look at it later on, but for now, with this time control, let's stick to this. but a big result, because that means that the other players have a chance to overtake Niels or catch up with him.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I did not like the opening of Niels because it did look like Harry find a very nice way of unsettling Niels. I mean, Niels got into a strategical fight, which I'm not sure that he was so familiar with, and exactly the type of positions where Harry excels. I mean, he has such a nice long-term vision of all these things, and looking at the final position, he fulfilled everything that he has dreamed of. After the time control, probably we're gonna take a look at this game because it was a really nice positional masterpiece by Harry. And here we don't have a positional masterpiece. We have some craziness on the board. Rook e8 was met by knight e6. Yeah, Black was threatening to give rook e1 checkmate himself. So very important that you close the e5. Basically, it shows that Black will have to sacrifice the exchange with rook e6.
Peter, to commentate, we always love the craziness, but I feel to play, you would pick a positional masterpiece over the craziness any day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, of course, when you checkmate your opponent in some fascinating battle, after the game, you are very, very pleased. But during the game, there are certain moments when you are definitely regretting, or you are jealous when you see some other guys squeezing there some nice positional advantage, you know, having the coffee or tea, whatever. Because yeah, when you are squeezing, then you are enjoying the game. In such situations, even if you feel that you are checkmating, you know that one single mistake or one single miscalculation can actually not only spoil the game to a draw, but you might even lose it.
So what you're saying is that you would any day pick a 100-move marathon positional game over a 20-move, just every move getting a heart attack, but eventually winning.
Yeah, for my health, I mean, okay, if I want to live long, then definitely I have to pick that one. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Queen takes a2 on the board. I mean, I see the engine bar enjoying White's position, but if we are talking about blitz, and this is now blitz, I understand there is 30 seconds increment, whatever, but with all the tension and all at stake, these 30 seconds actually vanish very, very quickly. If we calculate pawns, we see that Black has more than enough pawns for the exchange, so it's not about the material stuff. It's more about mating Black, and in this regard, I feel that somewhere your rook g3 idea will maybe turn out to be decisive in this game, because White has to go for this rook g3, rook h3, forcing the knight out of his lovely f6 square, and if you go to h5 or to h5, then you take on g6 and you're gonna pin along the h file. That's how White should try to win this, I believe.
I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is rook g3 immediately, no?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how do you stop this?
So let's see, queen a1, king d2, queen b2 runs into this problem, unless Black might have does Black queen f1? We're gonna check that, but I just want to see what happens after if Black picks up the b2 pawn to start with.
Yeah, that's okay.
Because there are a million checks on the board.
Yeah, idea was to give the check, so you have to go knight h5, I take on g6. But my point was that actually there is no defense for you. So, okay, you give me one check on d4, and how many checks are these? Because I go king e2, you only have one more check on e5 as far as I see. I go to f1, you give one more check on a1, and I hide on g2. Your knight is pinned.
And that's how it's done.
Yeah.
All right, beautiful. Let's not pick up the b2 pawn then.
Yeah, there was for a second I thought that queen f1 is clever, and maybe it's clever, but for the completely different purpose, because rook h3 is possible after all, the queen from e6 protects. And after knight h5, I cannot capture on g6 because the rook is hanging. This is the defense I'm relying.
But Peter, isn't it the simplest to go queen h3 trade and go rook a3, pick up the a7 pawn?
Maybe, but we were so excited about giving checkmate, no? But yes, this is exactly what you need in a practical game. Okay, you were about to checkmate your opponent, he survives, and then after king g8, you go rook a3, you collect the a7 pawn, and with this lovely king heading to d4, it's clear that you even don't have any practical problems converting. So let's see what's in store for us. Fabi, down to 40 seconds.
Wow. Okay, so rook g3 he's gone queen h3. For some reason, Fabi did not like the move rook g3, an eternal mystery. but we'll maybe find out after the game or in Jan's game of the day analysis what was wrong with it. He gives a check. Does he want to just gain some time on the clock?
Yeah, maybe, but actually is black forced to go back to h8?
Because queen d6 hangs with a check.
Yes, I know, but is this so important? And then queen a3, so basically...
Queen a3 is the point. Queen d6,
Yeah.
queen a3 forces a queen trade.
Yeah, so he wants to go for an endgame. He has already abandoned his ideas of checkmating, but yeah, that's exactly what you need. It's practically winning. It's nice. And now it's done to Duda to decide, yeah, with 1 minute on the clock. Does he go back to h8? Does he go to h7?
Maybe h7, Peter, because I like that it keeps the g6 pawn defended so that after your idea of rook g3, rook h3, knight h5, at least you're not killing me with queen g6.
Yes, and king h7 on the board, but I believe that Fabi must have seen something after king h7, but actually queen a1 check, hitting the rook on g1 is a huge stat. Yeah, he goes queen h3.
What is going on? Do not say that. That will be the most disappointing end to this insane game. I have to say that. Oh, queen a3.
Yeah, but now with 2 pawns for the exchange, I don't care about queen a3. I mean, I take and go king f7. And I understand you might be slightly better, but it's definitely not something that worries me so much.
Yeah, because after rook g5, you have a6 keeping the b5 pawn under control. That ending doesn't look very easy.
Yeah, okay. I mean, thanks to this king d2, king e3, and king d4, you are better. And Fabi definitely, I mean, it's clear that if you have a choice to play this endgame, you will never agree to a draw. And he definitely wants to win this game at all costs. But this endgame is not as obvious.
I mean, it does look like a big advantage, actually, Peter, especially now that you're pointing out that the king is coming so easily into the game. And, black's pawn structure is pretty bad. So the king and the knight are going to be tied down to the defense. I do not see Fabi repeating here at all. I mean, queen e6 will be absolutely shocking.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's out of the question. On the other hand, if he wanted to go for queen a3 and he believes that it's a technical win, then why isn't he doing it already with confidence? Yeah, that's kind of what gives me the feeling that it's like a little bit sad necessity. I mean, he wanted more from the position, but he sees that he cannot mate, and then, okay, I have to play this ending. Okay, I will try to win it. But if it would be so convenient for him, he would have blitzed it out. King g8 on the board. 16 seconds, Fabi.
He needs to make a move. He needs to make a move very quickly. I'm sorry, I'm asking again, but what move number are we on?
We are move 32 and queen a3 on the board.
Queen a3 played.
Yeah.
Let's just see how good this ending is for white. So you take on a3 and you have to defend the g6 pawn. So you are going to play king f7?
Yes, I have to play king f7. Yeah, it's on the board. And we're going to go king d2, I believe.
Yes, because rook g5 really doesn't get you anything after a6.
Yeah, and I'm afraid to lose one tempo, because if I lose one tempo, somewhere you manage to activate with knight e4 and you push this d5. Yeah, king d2 played. It had to be played. It's the practical move, but black has 2 pawns for the exchange. So that's what I'm saying, that, yeah, Fabi is certainly knowing that he's better. He might be clear better, but he also understands that black has some drawing chances here. But maybe actually the endgame is even worse than it looks, because if the king really gets to d4, then white will break with a4 the structure, and black's knight is simply not able to create any problems for white in this structure. I mean, it's really amazing that you have 2 pawns, and it seems like, yeah, white should be better, but maybe it's just very, very good advantage for white.
Yeah, and black can't really go knight d5, stopping the idea of the king advance, because then you will have this move rook g5, and black doesn't have king e6 because of the g6 pawn. So
yeah, and I'm very happy actually that, okay, this is clearly the game of the day from Jan, but it's not a miniature, yeah, so he really has to work. I mean,
you're happy that Jan is going to be tortured.
Exactly. I mean, okay, we are doing here the broadcast, otherwise he's commenting the game of the day where Fabi gives another checkmate in 20 moves. No, the game progresses. Jan has to work, and it's good for him. He likes this.
All right, a6 played a move it makes a lot of sense, because I think at some point or the other you need to make this move. Now the question is, do you come from king c3, b4, a5, or do you go king e3, king d4?
Yeah, one of the things I spotted that doesn't matter where you go, my defensive resource is actually probably knight d5 check. If you go king d4, I go knight e7. And now at least I got the g6 pawn, I stop your king, and I want to go king e6. If I get one tempo for king e6, I might be happy. But maybe a move like, look, I don't know. It's I'm in the game. If I get knight to e7, then in a blitz game, I'm still blitzing here. So will Duda play? I'm pretty sure that he's gonna play knight d5, knight e7. It's so human, so natural.
Yeah, and once you've pointed it out, it just feels like that has to be the way. White can't allow the move king d4, because then you're just going to be in some kind of a zugzwang, and Duda is going for it. Peter, I feel that white at some point will have to break with a4 to create a weakness on the queen side.
Yes, definitely he has to break, but I mean, how do you break? Because it's not so easy. That's why I love this knight on e7 and king on e6, because then I have this knight c6 check idea, always kicking away white's queen. I feel like black is having some chances, unless white is very, very intelligent. I mean, here he needs something really spectacular to make it sure that, yes, my friend, you are hanging in there, but it will not help you. And probably you are right. I mean, a4 might be just in time. So knight e7.
I actually want to see a4 immediately here.
Exactly. I think you have no right to lose a tempo. Yeah, you have to go a4, and after king e6, AB, and rook b1. You might be in time, because knight c6, king c3, and I cannot protect my pawn unless I go knight e7, which I don't even want to consider.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, at least king b4 is there.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like I would much prefer to give the pawn with something like d5. Rook takes b5 and king e5, activating my king, making sure that your king is not
b7
active. And then try to activate, but yeah, rook b7. After all, the rook is a rook.
You have d4 here, but you're not going to fall for king c4 after that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, once you start asking me questions, then I will have trouble answering how do I protect this pawn. But yeah, for the moment, it's up to Fabi. He's down to 1 minute on the clock. Still 3 more moves to be played before the time control.
And we're obviously going to stick to this one till the time control. And we have one more update that Anish Giri also drew his game against Alexander Donchenko. That is good news for the German fans, Peter, because Alexander, tough started the event with 2 losses, difficult games, and he's managed to draw against Anish with the black pieces, a big confidence boost and a much needed one.
Yeah, definitely. We didn't have a chance to go there, but I was keeping an eye on it. I was rooting for Alexander to somehow stop the bleeding, and I was very pleased with his opening. I mean, he got everything under control. I believe that Anish never really had a chance to get anything, and finally Alexander got his first draw in the tournament. But for the moment, all eyes on Fabiano versus Jan-Christoph Duda, because this endgame is very tricky, and now black got this tempo with king e8. You remember first I was saying that rook e1 is maybe a very clever move, and then I understood that maybe it's not, because now after this a4 stuff, this king d7 is maybe the extra tempo that you needed.
Let's have a look at that. So the point is that now after rook e1, if you go king a4 in this position, you go king d7, and ab5, rook b1 is met by king c6.
Exactly. Now I'm in time to protect with the king.
Incredible.
This is a completely new element, and white cannot really break, and Fabi down to 18 seconds.
But just 2 more moves to be made, right?
Just 2 more moves, yeah. But if he doesn't have a clear way, then yeah, a4 is played. But okay, now exactly what Duda needs, because king d7 is so natural, he can blitz his moves out. It's all the pressure is on Fabi. And actually, black is in time to protect, and after move 40, it's still going to be a game.
But that's the thing, right? When you're down to seconds and you have these only a couple of moves to be made, you're always looking for ways to delay the committal move so that you can think about it more. But in this case, that one tempo could just be too much.
Yeah, exactly. Now AB5 is played, and with the king coming to C6, this is still a game. I mean, the other one with the direct A4, it looked like black is just not in time to get that position where I believe that he really has a chance fighting. It's
And we do have confirmation that in fact going A4 without wasting this tempo and allowing black's king into the defense on the queen side would have actually resulted in Fabi winning a pawn in the line that we were discussing, Peter.
yeah, I mean, it felt very, very convincing. And now exactly with this tempo, I'm not sure. I see the engine bar saying, you know, that of course white is clearly better. Yes, white is clearly better. However, practically speaking, even if white finally converts this, it will cost him a hell of a lot of energy because he has to be very precise, and it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be any fun because after the time control, already I think in the last two moves, he understood that I should have started with A4 because simply the move rook e1 was so natural that it's the temptation, you know, to stop black's king of reaching the queen side. Yeah, and all of a sudden it turns out that thanks to the knight on e7, you have also the other route bringing the king with king e8 to d7. It's very easy to miss in a time trouble situation.
And that's it. With that trade, they've met the time control, but the game goes on because black still has two pawns for the exchange. The knight on e7, a very important piece, keeps the d5 square under control. The king on d7 will run to the defense of the b5 pawn when required. Fabi still has work to do, Peter, which gives us time to go to the only game remaining, which is, where is it?
Yeah, this is
Yes,
Firuza
the
versus
Alireza David Anton game.
Yes, and wow, what a position! I mean, it's again something that when you look at it, it's not easy to evaluate. Yeah, because both sides have their arguments, their own arguments. I mean, look at this lovely knight on c4, and black has the so-called better bishop, but the bishop on d8 is also doing nothing. And actually, this bishop on c1 is heavily underestimated in these structures. It's quite nice that you are able to protect your b2 pawn, and in long term this bishop might still be a very important asset to your position. And the knight on c4 looking very nicely, doing actually nothing, and because the pawns are doubled, black doesn't have the typical minority attack with a5 b4 breaking through. I think this gives white somehow the chance of, you know, playing a long game. However, black structure and pieces are so nicely, solidly placed that it's also quite hard to imagine that white gonna find a breakthrough. What is your take on this position?
I like white's position a lot. I'm just trying to think what is the next move because everything seems so beautifully placed already for white. Black's pieces lacking the coordination that they need, this rook on g8. And I don't think that is black actually threatening to go g5 at any point?
At some point, if it works, yes. But okay, in order to understand, yeah, sorry, in order to understand, because maybe the players have been shuffling here around, and we are in the dark. Just for example, the last 10 moves, we should go back. So this was the position. It was like a long maneuvering. Okay, long maneuvering. Basically, nothing really happening for a very long time. But since black doesn't have this break with the typical b5, b4, a5, b4, black's pawn on e6, white will make sure that black will never get this breaking e5 move. And that's why white has all the rights to play the position. So first, he makes sure that he slowly improves. Now the knight is maneuvered. The knight is maneuvered back. It's typical. I mean, you don't have to be ashamed. You just try to test your opponent and you make moves. I mean, your opponent cannot do anything. So we are waiting, and finally then, yes. So Alireza goes for g4. And this is where my question came, that how did they reach this position, to understand the logic. So rook h8 was played, h5, knight f8, knight f4, bishop d8 first, because knight takes d5 is threatened with the pin. So it's forced to be played. Bishop d8 is forced to be played. Rook h1 is played, and rook g8. And now so black's last move was rook g8. So I'm not sure if we got an answer whether black wants to play g5 immediately, but it's certainly a possibility. And Alireza goes knight h4, making sure that g5 does not happen.
Yeah. So the answer is that at least whether it was happening or not, it's not happening anymore.
Exactly.
Actually, I don't think it was possible anyway, Peter, because if we just back up, for example, after g5.
Let's make a pass move.
Let's make a pass move. I think after g5, there's this hg6, knight g6, rook h7, and things could get, and you can still move your king maybe, but...
Yeah, but okay, if I have to move my king, it's very scary, and rook g7 does not work as you wanted to mention, takes, knight e6.
And pick up the e6 pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe if you move the king as well, because there's no really good square, I'm not sure, maybe I can just take on e6 anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, even knight takes g6, rook g6, king h5, followed by bishop h6 check, or knight h4, knight g6, it's already such an ugly position that I basically feel that you gave me enough arguments that, yeah, g5 was not in the position. It's more like probably Alireza felt that anyway, if he wants to improve his position, he needs this knight h4, and probably he wants to put a knight on g6 just because what is his knight doing on f3 in general?
Yeah, I think in that last position, I just spotted a tactic. I still don't know if it works or not, but I think it could in that position that after knight e6, rook e6, we've got bishop h6.
Okay, finishing it off immediately.
Yeah, this works.
Yeah, this is nice. Because yeah, the other one with rook takes e6 is such stuff that, okay, it might work, but there are all these millions checks and we don't want to calculate those.
No.
Besides, probably just a completely winning position that knight e5, king f5, knight f3, and you again checkmate me with
bishop h6 mate still.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. But anyway, knight h4, making sure that g5 is never there. And also, I don't know, does white want to go in with the knight to g6? Because that also looks very tempting. After knight g6, you do trade this knight on f8, which looks like an ugly knight, but you remove a very key defender to the e6 pawn.
Yes. I mean, it's typical because also if you go knight g6 and, for example, you manage to trade, for example, knight take g6, and you get a chance of playing f4, f5, breaking the structure, then black is completely pegged forever. So it's very nice. The question is that will black be able to, besides, even if you play knight h6, I can never take because h6, my pawn on e6 is hanging.
Exactly.
So yeah, knight h4 is a nice move. One of the questions that, do I have the right to break my pawn structure? I mean, f5 is a very ugly move, but on the other hand, after f5 check, you move the king, I might be able to take the knight on h4. But those things are tempting for some time. But when you have to realize that, you know, this knight will return to d3, and then you will be faced with b3 and knight e5 check ideas, then you tell to yourself, no. I don't want to spoil my pawn structure. Pawns are not moving back after all.
But I mean, if you have to trade that knight, your moment is right now, because the more I think about it, the more I feel that after knight g6, if white gets that in, it's going to be very difficult for black to keep the pawns defended, the e6, d5 pawns defended.
Yeah, I wonder if, can I somehow play bishop c7 and try to get e5? Is that an option? But do
you not care about the d5 pawn?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that if your knight is on f4, I cannot really do this. Yeah, this is a big, but okay, if I play bishop c7, how do you play knight g6? Which knight do you move?
Questions, I hate them. All right, let's see. So what you're saying is that, let's start with the h knight. What was the plan?
Yeah, then
let's see what happens.
Then I want to take on f4 here.
And if I have to take it now with the knight.
Yes, and now I claim that finally achieved the similar stuff what I wanted after f5 check, but I did not spoil my pawn structure. And
yeah, but you know, I do have a trick with rook e1, knight d5, but you're never going to fall for that.
I will try not to fall, but yeah, I understand what you mean, that you have many threats, but maybe can I somehow break in at some moment? It's not yet possible, I understand, but I mean, I feel that maybe now g5 is still not possible, right? Still you have this rook h7.
I like rook h7 a lot actually, because always you can't really, I mean, you have to go king to e8 and it's still not clear. For example, if you go king e8, I think white can still pick up the pawn on e6. You don't have a great check because after knight f8, for example, there'll be rook g7.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I have to move the king to the 8, no, I was hoping for some, but no, it just doesn't work, yeah. So I have no right to open up the h file, but still I feel that maybe I achieve something after takes. Let me think. Maybe it's time for me to bring this knight. I mean, this knight is nice there, but it would be nice to bring it. But knight d6, you go rook e1, and after knight f5, you might be hitting knight takes d5. I mean,
and this is nice because knight d4, cd4, ed5, I finally get the dream of rook e7 checkmate.
Exactly, it's quite a beautiful checkmate. So not easy at all for Anton. Yeah, David Anton is kind of in suffering mood. Just like yesterday, he has to really use all his mastery to defend this position. It's not going to be easy. And I'm also very happy, seeing Firuza play, bringing completely new elements to his play. It's not like he's only capable of winning games with brilliant attack. And this I have noticed also in the Norway chess tournament, that he has played some very, very nice positional chess. And also in the Skilling Open, we have seen in the rapid chess when he outplayed, I don't know, Dingley Ren, he has beaten Levon Aronyan, I think, and some other guys in very nice strategical games. So he already has the skills to outplay these great players in purely strategical manner, and this I find very impressive.
But I think, Peter, that's a style that Firuza has developed over the course of time with the experience that he's gotten playing at the top. I think at the core of everything, when he, just 2 years ago or 3 years ago, when he wasn't where he is today, we always saw a very, very tricky combinative play by Firuza, always going for the attack. But I think the more opportunity that you get to play against these world elite players, you know that you need to balance that out with strategic play. And I think that has really helped him develop that aspect of his game as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the point, that while playing against the very strong players, you learn a lot. And you also understand that you cannot be one-sided. If you are one-sided, you will not reach very far. I mean, you might reach far, but you will not reach very far. And being universal and adjusting your playing style and being able also, I mean, it comes with the openings, yeah? Because it's not like you play according what you want, but what you get out of the openings. And he, for example, in this game played the London system. I mean, one could have argued when I saw him playing the London system that, does this suit Firuza? Yeah, is it his style? How will he play this game? And we get a very nice answer that, look at this, also his willingness to play a game. Yeah, it looked like a dull position. One could have just said that, okay, nothing is happening in the game. Black has set up kind of a fortress. That's it. But no, he has shuffled his pieces here for some 15-20 moves. And when he felt like, he improved his position to the maximum, also this knight g1, knight h3 I like a lot. This is basically next move, he came back, but that's exactly the way how you have to treat this position. I mean, just your opponent is burning some time. What do you want with knight g1, knight h3? Actually, I want nothing. I was just testing you. Are you standing? Do you want to break out of your position or not? No? Okay, you passed the test. I'm going to go back. You anyway cannot do anything. Yeah, this is showing strengths, showing understanding that, yeah, I don't have to rush. Now that you passed the test, okay, I'm going to ask you some new questions. King h3. I want to break with g4, which is kind of, when we see what happened in the game, it's very thematic, but it still needs some courage to do that you move back the bishop to c1, and then finally you go break with g4. And it gets to this messy pawn structure with your king on g4. Little bit vulnerable, but after nice judgment, Alireza understood that all these other elements are much more important. And when we reach this time control, you and me, we both agreed that we like what White has achieved, and it was some kind of a true mastery.
Now, very high-class technical strategic play, but also the fact that Black doesn't have a successful break, and Black has gone for the move bishop c7, as you were recommending, Peter, trying to trade off this knight on f4. White could jump in with either of these knights to g6. We saw the line with knight 8 g6, and we felt white is still doing well. I think also the fact that black has no successful break in the position and just is playing extremely passively, it just gives white all the time to do everything that he wants. And I think in this game, Alireza has shown that when you have that, there is no reason to rush with anything. And this is thematic across all elite players. I think they just know that when your opponent doesn't have resources to break through, you keep the position under control and then don't rush with stuff yourself.
Exactly. I mean, this is very, very important to be patient because time is on your side. You are exhausting your opponent. You give him the time, to understand in what a miserable situation he's standing, and let him there, let him digest this situation, because it also might encourage him to do something stupid, because he will be so fed up of forever defending, and he will, maybe if given a chance, will try to use this chance of breaking out. And it's going to be easier, then you calculate few lines precisely and punish him for breaking through and breaking out. And you collect the point much easier than if you would have to play on forever and maybe you would win after 100 moves, maybe not. But as a defender, you have the feeling that if the game goes on forever and it's slowly going to be worse and worse, then where is this last moment when I can still break out? Yeah. And it's so difficult. And let always your opponent, because this is his problem. I mean, never help him solve his problem. Let him there in his misery, and then it's very, very difficult practically to defend all those games.
It reminds me of what you were talking about Lawrence yesterday as well, Peter, that, he has this incredible strength, but if he doesn't get the kind of positions that he wants with tactics and with dynamic play, then sometimes he's not able to wait in difficult positions. For example, he will want to do things himself to create, and that often ends up creating weaknesses.
Exactly. I mean, that's the point. Okay, one can argue that, okay, here now, what is the right strategy? If you ask me, I'm so-called the expert in these positions. I have no clue what is the answer, because, I mean, the position is just very unpleasant for black. If we just sit and we see that white will forever improve his position, I will get very nervous from the black side, because I'm not liking this, that I see the agenda that you are improving and I'm just sitting and waiting and I see what is slowly coming towards me. It's a very natural human reaction that you try to do something yourself, but sometimes doing nothing is better, but it's so difficult. Yeah. And that's why beating computer is so tough, because computer always understands what to do. Yeah. If you need to wait, he will wait. And if there is a chance that now is the moment to do something, he will also do it.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to him yesterday, and it turns out that his market skills are as bad as his waiting skills. And that entire joke about the whole Bitcoin thing has not worked out very well for him. So he still needs to become a grandmaster to make those big bucks.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that becoming a grandmaster does help so much. Yeah, I mean, nowadays there are two. I mean, I thought that, wow, I'm so happy for Lawrence that, okay, he got this golden opportunity, because yeah, I never got into these Bitcoins and I'm completely new to all this training stuff. But I mean, I hear that, yeah, those guys who were in time, they are making incredible money. And then you start asking yourself, then why do you put all these efforts into chess when it was so easy? You just pick Bitcoin and everything is so easy. But yeah, I mean, I like this in chess, that, yeah, you are struggling, you are fighting, and you are improving. And basically, I think it's not about the money, but it's just that it's our passion and we love that we can improve. By the way, I spotted one tactics while talking about Bitcoin. And the line was like, yeah, and Firuza played the move knight fg6. And look at these tactics, knight g6, ag6. And this is how the brain works of a chess player, that while talking about different subject, this motif hit my eyes, that I have knight take g7 here, rook take g7, and rook h7 winning the game. For example, quite a nice motif just by talking about Bitcoin. Yeah.
It's very obvious that Bitcoin would remind you of this tactic.
Exactly. I mean, okay, because they are getting rich for nothing, and okay, let me at least bring some tactic. I mean, let me use that I'm a grandmaster after all. Yeah. Knight takes G7, and it seems to work, but yeah, it works. Okay. Yeah. So this is what Alireza has in mind. And after Knight F6, I feel that it's very annoying for black because you cannot get rid of the bishop. Might be the question that can you break out with E5, but that might run into some B3. And after losing the stability of this knight, something will really bad happen to black.
Yeah, and actually looking at that variation a little deeply, it just feels that after Knight G6, I think black is just lost, because even if you go H6, even if you run to King E7, and after Knight F5, you try and defend with King to F8, there's all these ideas with maybe you can't really take right now, because I was thinking of trying to make Knight G7 work, but it doesn't because you have King G7 on the spot. So Rook H7 runs into EF5. So maybe this still keeps things under control.
Yeah, maybe. And the point is that I have something like Rook E1, but you have Knight D6 check. Besides, you even have some E5. But yeah, takes.
EF5 is a check, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then Knight D6 check. And it seems that you are in time, yeah. Now, of course, these are the things that, you know, those motifs are coming automatically without thinking, but when you want to make them work, it's of course a whole new reality. It's always completely different than what you want.
That is exactly like Bitcoin, right? Like if it works for you with King D7, it works, but if it doesn't, then you're going the other end of it.
Yeah, exactly. I always had this feeling that there was another time entering this stock market stuff. I read someone in the forum, he was saying, you know, I only know one thing, that a course is going up until I don't buy it. Yeah. So if I enter it, it's going down. That's for sure. Yeah. That's how I feel. Yeah. But that's when you are not a master. Yeah.
And that's often how I feel about openings as well. You know, when you're preparing something with white, it's extremely difficult to find the advantage. And when you're preparing the same thing with black, you don't see the equality.
Yeah, that's the typical case. Yeah. And then you don't know with which color you should play because your mind goes completely crazy. It's very tough. Yeah.
And I feel that, you know, after all the excitement and the madness in the Fabi game died down, we've just turned our back on that game and abandoned it completely, Peter, just because it went into an endgame. Let's get a check on that and see if Fabi's made any progress at all.
Yeah, I think right now, Fabi is actually very, very disappointing. I mean, disappointed. And the point is that by now, definitely, I'm already pretty sure that after he has played Rook E1 and Duda played the move King E8, he got very, very upset because he understood exactly that he missed this golden opportunity, that he should have started with A4 because it was so important, as we discovered that after AB, you hit this B5 pawn immediately. The point is that when you are playing basically this heavy time trouble situation, you have very little time, you basically maybe stop that after Rook B1, my opponent has Knight C6 and he got this knight set up with King E6, Knight C6. I don't have King D5, which would be the desired move. And you stop, and then your brain says, okay, hang on, but then let me just stop King E6, and next move I'm gonna go A4. And you go for Rook E1, and then suddenly your opponent blitzes out King E8 and you realize what you have done, because it's clear that his ambition and his idea was to break with A4, AB5. And then all of a sudden, he's already not in time. And now this move, Rook G1, I'm not sure. I'm not a big believer that white. Okay, let's take a look. Knight F5 check. King C3 is on the board. How with such a few material, I'm very skeptical. But okay, let's take a look. So if I eliminate this pawn on H4, you most probably gonna attack me with Rook G4. I'm gonna go Knight F5. You take on G6. And I mean, even something like King C5 falling into this Rook G5, G6, Rook take G6, going D5, and then going B4. I feel that with all these active pawns and with this terrible F2 pawn, I should be way too active to make a draw.
And the computer doesn't love white's position anymore. I mean, the evaluation bar is not giving a big advantage. This is going to be a bit of a heartbreak moment for Fabi after playing the game that he did to be in this situation. And it's true, there is no real clear way to see any big advantage for white anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, these computers are quite intelligent. Yeah, they give big advantage for a reason. And yeah, now Duda takes knight takes h4. I believe that practically speaking, white has 0 winning chances. I mean, it's not even that black has to be very precise. I mean, this way of, you know, activating my center and stabilizing, coordinating my forces, giving up some pawn, there looks very, very impressive to me.
Okay, so the line that you were looking at, Peter, rook g4 needs to be played to pick up the g6 pawn. And all right, knight f5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you take, and I was arguing that, you know, I don't care about my g pawn. I want to get coordination with king c5. And in this regard, I even feel that maybe white would have to play somewhere king b4 and not collect the pawn, but that would be already the third pawn, and I don't think that you have the right to do that. But look at this, Fabi is doing this. After knight takes h4, he's not rushing, getting back the g6 pawn. He plays the move king b4 because he knows that he will have rook g4, he will collect the pawn on g6, but just stopping black of going king c5 and then getting active is the most important thing.
Okay, can we look at the line? What happens after if black gets the knight back into the game, either through f5 or f3? Let's go knight f3 just to force matters. Knight f3, rook g6, and the move knight d4 now, hitting the c2 pawn. You have to go c3 or king c3.
Well, I actually would now try to go king c3. But knight f5, we are having exactly, no, here I was going already king c5, so
But you can go king c5 without playing knight f5, but it is a tempo less.
No, you can play, yeah, no, here you're gonna play king c5, yeah, and you are again in time to get active with d5 and b4 check.
So you do pick up the g7 pawn, but you think this activity with the central pawns and the knight is more than enough for black?
I have this feeling, but maybe my feeling is not right. I don't know, because you have to go king d2. This is very important because you have to meet c3 with king d3. So now after king d2, I will not push c3. And maybe after all, it's not that simple for me. Now my knight is slightly misplaced. I would love to push the d pawn as well. Okay, Fabi has found a clever move. I mean, after king b4, the game is still in progress, because without king b4, I was very, very skeptical. And I see that we are joined by Jan. Jan, don't hide, join us.
I'm right here. I was just following the debate. What's happening? I was getting ready for my game of the day video to praise Fabi. Brilliant victory, 25 moves, crushing Duda. But that's not how it played out.
Not at all, Jan. And Peter was extremely happy about that because it meant more work for you. And we also felt that about 2 hours ago, you would be done with the Fabi game. But yes, it didn't work out like that at all. And Peter believes that this position, maybe black has already lost all the, white has already lost all the advantage.
Yeah, I was checking a bit with the computer, and computer has been saying for a while that black is fine. Obviously, it's still black fighting for a draw. But in computer lingo, it's just 0-0. Like, I think you were looking at this line, no? Knight f3, rook g6, knight d4, and black's just fine.
Yeah, basically, since Jan is now here, let me explain my philosophy. I felt like I did not want the game to end in 25 moves, but I did not want this torture for you, Jan. So I was hoping that Fabi will win in move 40 or something, and that's kind of a fair compromise. You will be also more happy because I remember yesterday you were claiming that, yeah, Fabi's game was impressive, but on the other hand was a little bit one-sided, and would have Fabi won this game as well too quickly, then one would have also felt that maybe it wasn't that thrilling, but we have seen all these things. Can you share us some thoughts that where things went wrong?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty much a model game by Fabi. He missed this chance early on, which I think, yeah, we talked about in the broadcast after 96, queen a5. he could have won with this rook d5 followed by knight g7 with brute force.
But actually, hang on, because we had one question there. Just a second. I'm very curious that what computer was saying, because yeah, we were talking about this knight e6, queen a5, rook d5, that the line queen takes a2, which we felt with Tanya that probably was the reason why both players felt that this is too complicated. How does this line go? Or you don't want to spoil your analysis, Jan? It's up to you to decide.
I have nothing to spoil. Off the top of my head, something like bishop h7 and tactical win, I think, is there. Rook h5, king g8, knight g7. But
And
of
bishop
course, this is
f6
much
was the
easier. The
question.
computer gives you wins. Ah, you've seen all this. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that was the
And-
question. Yeah, with Tanya, we were not sure how do we kill black after bishop f6, and we saw that there are some queen a1 checks. I felt like maybe somewhere knight e8, rook takes b5 may be important, but I mean, that was already like a little bit completely different chess.
Yeah, but that is exactly the line the computer is giving, like take on e8, take on b5, and decisive advantage. But it's not that easy even to evaluate this. I agree. Bishop
Yeah,
c6,
exactly. Because in my
okay,
mind,
continue.
it was continuing with bishop c6, rook b4, and after e5, I have rook b6, but was way too complicated to understand.
Yeah, no, it was rook f5. But yeah, it's very, very computerish. So
Yeah, because rook b4 is a blunder, because then queen a1, king d2, queen takes g1. Yeah, I have to keep on hitting the bishop. Okay, all right. And later on, what happened?
no, queen f3, I think, yeah, humanly speaking, also typical Fabi move, just keeping the tension everywhere, was a good choice. And after that, he pretty much played perfectly for the next 50 moves, at least according to what I've seen. All of this stuff was great. Bishop d4, also great move.
Yeah, there was a moment when we felt that rook g3 was a chance to win the game. Was it correct, or did we miss something?
Which position?
Here after takes, queen takes a2, we felt that rook g3 was a possibility. Is it correct or not?
1 second, let me just look at my file.
Move
I do
search.
know it's not the computer choice, so I have to
Okay.
figure out why. No, I didn't even look at it. But I know the computer liked queen h3, queen a3 in whatever shape. I can check here.
Yeah,
No, it's also
that's
better
not
for white, but it's
complicated.
not game over. Queen a1 check, king d2,
Yes.
and king h7, and the game.
King
continues.
h7. Okay, nice. Yeah, those are the moves are easy to miss, because we were thinking that rook h3 check gonna hurt black, but yeah, just king h7 and you are in the game. So in fact, then he had to go for this end game, and he missed this a4 chance. Yeah, here instead of rook e1 a4, this is what we were.
Yeah, exactly. This was really the only mistake we can blame him for. And I think, yeah, he was kind of low on time here, and rook e1 looks natural enough, cutting the king off. But I guess he missed that the king can just go king e8, king d7, and he's no longer in time. Well, after a4, he wins the b pawn, and it should win eventually, you know? Like, there was some
Yeah,
lines
exactly.
here.
I mean, we analyzed it with Tanya as well. Takes, rook b1, knight c6, king c3. I was trying to put up some resistance from black side. I tried d5, rook takes b5, king e5. It felt like, I need just one more move to get my knight somehow, knight d4, knight e6, and I'm hanging in there. But Tanya asked me this question, and what do you do after rook b7? And I said, oh, yeah, I don't know how to answer this question.
Yeah, black is just not in time. So, once again, we see how tough top-level chess is, because Fabio made so many star moves, no? Starting with his knight e6, queen f3, g5, bishop takes h7, g6, later bishop d4, and still not enough to win the game if you make one tiny inaccuracy in time travel. So, amazing game, even if it ends in a draw.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I mean, it's a stunning game. But yeah, for Fabi, it's tough, yeah, because that was a golden opportunity to get to +2.
Yeah, Magnus also didn't get anywhere close to +2. No, I thought, well, he did get a little close. He was asking some questions, but it was what we discussed, no, that the playing ground is so limited. Tari makes some decent moves.
Yeah,
Game
but
over.
there was a moment when we felt like, Tari really put up some incredible efforts. I mean, it looked very, very dangerous. Look at this position. Let us just quickly get that position. That here, g4, fg4, rook d6, king f7, f5. It looked like it's so easy to collapse against Magnus, yeah, with his presence, with his dominance. You know that he's the world number one, he's the best player in the world, and all these incredible tactics and everything seems to work his way. And then Tari stays cool and goes king f6, fe6, king g5. I mean, we felt like this was really impressive defense.
Yeah, I agree.
And then even here, Magnus came up with this knight f4, bishop e3, knight g2. Again, was wonderful harmony. But I mean, Tari keeping this against the world champion, I feel that it's very, I mean, a fantastic achievement. h5, hinting at knight g4. Yeah, okay, great defense.
Yep.
Great defense.
Also, our boy Anish did not get close to beating Donchenko. Nice for Alexander. He's on the scoreboard. That's also important.
Yeah, actually, we talked about this with Tania, that we wanted to take a little closer look at Grandil Niels' game, because he was the leader and we didn't pay any attention to it. And it seems to us that Hare Krishna did play a model game. I mean, judging by the final position, he got everything that you could ever wish for from this French structure.
But this looks like my bullet games on the internet. No, you play some French or Caro-Kann structure against your 1800 opponent and you hope they don't mate you, and then you win on the queen side like this. This is how blitz games end when they go well.
Exactly. I mean, did you have a chance to keep an eye on it, or you also missed the action there?
I haven't seen anything of that game. I'm just judging by the final position.
Yeah. Yeah, that was I mean, basically
poor
that's
Niels.
The question. Yeah, poor Niels. I mean, that's the question. What should we do? Because we have these two end games. They are not that exciting at the moment. Do we go into this Niels game, or do we keep the live action going? What would you prefer?
I'm happy to catch up with the Niels game and all the other action. We can keep an eye on the live games if anything happens.
Okay, so then let's go back to this position. Actually, after queen d3, we already left it on move 11. Queen d3, rook c8, rook d1, h6. Yeah, nice prophylactic move. Bishop d2. I mean, in general, white wants usually in this structure to get some a3, b4, knight a4 going. That's the justification of white's plan. But for this, his queen on d3 is misplaced. And we see that I think one of the problems of Niels is that he's not finding the plan what to do, because if he would have played a3, then black might have the chance of playing knight a5, and he's just in time to activate his own knight. So probably that's the reason why Niels played the move bishop d2 first, knight g6, and h4. Okay, very thematic. But
all of this still looks fine. No, looks like a Levon Aronian or Lila Zero or whatever game like that would still say. +1 probably, space advantage, no worries.
Yes.
h5, knight g7, and somewhere here, just clicking through it briefly, it seems like it went a bit off the rails. Bishop f4, and then you had to play b3 after queen a5. That doesn't feel great.
And
instead
then
of bishop
black
f4,
do this bishop a3 stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If instead of bishop f4, like take some b4 or some rook to c1, it looks like a normal space advantage position. No? Queen d2, whatever.
Okay, maybe no advantage, but okay, I mean, at least everything under control, yeah? Maybe in fact slightly better, and this means...
No, I'm claiming white is better here, like still.
Yeah, you claim white is better. I understand. Maybe this case, Niels played the move bishop f4 being over-ambitious, yeah?
Maybe he thought he needs to keep pieces if Harry castles kingside in order to checkmate him there with some g4 or something. But yeah, I don't know. Somehow his knight got very clumsy now in the game.
Yes.
Like after b3, b5, knight b2, he already feels like this has gone wrong, no?
Okay, maybe he felt that he will anyway get the knight to d3, but his d4 pawn is vulnerable and he cannot fight for the c file. Yeah, this is... Yeah. Suddenly, it's practically speaking very easy for black, and yeah, with white, very tough. Yeah, knight d3 is met by queen b6. b4, so he had to go for this adventure trying to trap the bishop, but okay, black plays a5. Yeah, from here on it looks already perfect for black, yeah?
Yeah.
It's maybe clear advantage for black already.
Now it's also psychologically, I guess, a tricky spot for Niels because he's in the lead with 2 out of 2. He's white, so he wants to put some pressure, but he also doesn't want to go too crazy because, of course, a draw is a nice result too in that situation. And once you have these structures where you're supposed to put pressure, but also you want to play it safe, it can go wrong quite easily, especially against a guy like Harry, who, of course, will seize his chances.
Yeah, exactly. And he's such a master of all these, converting positional advantages.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook a3, queen a7, and all of a sudden it's over. Yeah, there is no way of protecting the pawn.
Yeah, now it looks like a model game for black.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, it was a model game, but in fact it all went downhill after playing bishop f4 for Niels.
Yeah, that feels like a key moment. Because, yeah, this bishop takes b4 is also, once again, this Caro-Kann structure or this Queen's Gambit accepted. Often white is just fine here, no? Rook c1, b4, knight c5.
Yeah, I mean, no risk of ever losing and chances to pose some questions. Yeah. Okay, so we did take a look. What was happening?
Maxime, what did Maxime do? He gave his queen and then offered a draw, something. What happened there?
Yeah, actually we missed some action there because the queen sacrifice looked very, promising in a sense that Maxime solved all his problems, and all of a sudden then the question was, but this, yeah, okay. So let's quickly go back to this because it was after the stunning queen sacrifice. After queen f4, queen a5, queen h4, Maxime used the chance of going for this knight takes d5, e d5, bishop d5, and clearly with the
he didn't miss before, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, he didn't. He just went for this and rook d5, bishop takes c3, rook b1. And in this moment, I even felt like maybe black can fight for advantage, but okay, I'm not sure which move to make, but it looks like I have such a big, nice harmony. And Maxime, he rushed with knight b4, gave the chance for Yasipenko to give back the rook for the dark squared bishop. Rook d4, bishop d4, queen d4, knight c6. Black does get a nice grip, and maybe this very powerful move, queen d5, could have been underestimated by Maxime from a distance because it did not come natural to me. Tania was suddenly mentioning that why not queen d5, and after looking at this queen d5, it all made sense. Because I also explained that the danger is that black might start pushing his pawn, so if the most natural move like queen is on the board is played, black plays bishop a6, and then just give black two moves, e5, d5, d4, and game is over. And then suddenly after this queen d5, he blocked black's pawns. Bishop a6, bishop g5, knight e5, bishop e3, rook c3, this we already haven't seen, rook b3, rook c2, rook b1, rook c3, so some repetition of moves. Then Maxime still played rook e8, he wanted to continue, h3.
That's hard to believe he can be better now. His king is too open.
Exactly, now that he couldn't push his central pawns, then there is nothing he can do, yeah. He's kind of stuck. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, now we understand. And okay, what is in store? In the live board, Firuza going for bishop f4. I mean, we left it after knight fg6, knight d7, rook he1, rook e8, bishop f4. This is the position. What is your experience here, Jan? Because we kind of felt like it does look very nice from the white side, but how would you evaluate this position?
I don't know. I can see the engine bar next to the live board that it gives white. What is that, +1 or something? Or a significant advantage? So I'm not gonna argue too much with it. I guess it's sort of concrete now. If white can attack stuff and pose problems, then of course he's much better. Also this b5 pawn, I'm not sure I'm too thrilled about that pawn structure long term. No, white is better.
Yeah, and do you think it's enough to win for Firuza or not?
Okay, it's so move by move, no?
You think it's move per move, or it's just the position is so dominant that it's question of time till white breaks through?
No, I think it's move by move. Like if after bishop f4, how do I defend? If takes, knight takes, then there's knight takes d5 already threatened, rook d6 or whatever, looks very clumsy. Oof.
Yes, so maybe if I want to avoid all this, I have to go bishop d8, but it's too passive, yeah?
Yeah, but even then there are so many targets. No, bishop goes somewhere, then knight f4, once again, knight d5 is a threat. Oof. No, I think Alireza also, he's so tricky and so precise on these short calculations, he'll find a way to break through.
So your prediction is 1-0 here.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to hear.
We got a lot of predictions wrong, no? From earlier, I think.
No, but I told you that Magnus might not win. Yeah, that was my big thing.
Okay, but
I'm
not sure how much credit you deserve for the statement. Yeah. He might not win. Like we understand, he might not win.
It wasn't a prediction. Yeah, definitely, I agree with that. I mean, yeah, I just know that this, yeah, as you also mentioned, when you are like friends and you know each other, so on, there is different dynamic. Yeah, yes. It's rating doesn't matter that much.
No, I agree. Like in German Bundesliga, I always hate playing against Hamburg because I play against some old friends of mine like Dirk Sebastian, who's a very strong player, but I don't know what his rating is, 2,450 or something. It always feels like a completely equal fight because I know him all my life. It doesn't matter who's higher rated, so it's always very unpleasant. Yes. I'm not sure it's the same for him. For Magnus and Tariq, but I understand the dynamic can be strange. Anyway, Fabi, he's not going to win, right?
Yeah, let's take a look. He did play the move c3. Okay, he's at least trying to ask black some question. I mean, he doesn't want to give black the activity. And basically, he invites this knight c2 check, yeah? Because then white has to go for king a5. It's like a double-edged adventure, but I mean, maybe double-edged stuff is exactly what white needs in order to create chances.
Knight e2 plate. Wow, he doesn't give the check.
Yeah, he wants to go knight f4, knight d3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the way. So okay, let us first grab the pawn. Knight f4. Yeah, and after the check and king a5, there will be this idea of b4, c4, c3.
Yeah, just doesn't feel like white is even better. No, black is so well coordinated. The king goes to a3 is also d5, king c5, and then b4 or d4.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, black is just way too active.
Yeah. No, kudos to Jan Krzysztof, he's also threatening knight d5 check now, by the way. So this is not even easy to parry, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the knight is still on e2. White did not take the pawn on g7, but yes, this look g7, knight f4 is very logical.
All right.
This means that he even has to sidestep with king a3 immediately, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very ugly.
Because if king a5, you can also just go back, knight e2, and say, "What's your plan, sir?"
Yeah.
Stopping rook g3, hitting the pawn. Nah, he's just not better. Tanya, is there anything happening in the social media sphere? Did you already join Clubhouse? What's the latest apps we have to join? What's going on?
Well, the positions might have slowed down on the board, but the action on Twitter is still on, Jan. So while we see how Duda finally manages to hold this, I think he's close to it. Let's see what everyone's been saying on Twitter. And this was Jaideep saying long think, strong think. This was, I think, the moment of the day, really, when Fabi went knight e6. That's when the position just completely exploded. I don't know what you guys think about it, because the other version of this is long variation, wrong variation. Which one do you think is more accurate?
Never heard long think, strong think. And the rule I was always told is if you think more than 20 minutes, it's not worth it. So no, I don't believe in the long think, strong think.
Well, actually, this 20-minute stuff I know from myself, that whenever I use something like half an hour, it means that I'm blundering something. It's really like this. Yeah, there is a certain amount of time which makes sense to use, but at certain point you lose the reality. And it often the case that you spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then finally you end up playing something which you have not looked at because you are so disappointed everything that you looked, but what you play is much worse than anything that you looked. It happened to me many times, and then I'm thinking like, I wasted all my time and I'm much worse than any of my variations. I mean, what is happening? You just go crazy sometimes.
Yeah, and I think this 20 minutes mark is quite reliable. Sometimes you just need 20 minutes to check the lines, but usually after that it's just you start turning circles, and then by move minute 35 you think, okay, I still don't see anything. Oh, what about this move? I haven't thought about it all. And you calculate for 8 seconds and you think, okay, it doesn't look terrible. Let's play that one. And of course it's a blunder. So no, I'm team long thing, wrong thing.
Long think, wrong thing. All right, well, this position, Fabi took about 44 minutes and made this move. It also reminds us just how brutal chess is. It doesn't matter how accurate you are for the next 20 moves. You mess it up at one critical moment. And we saw that, Peter, when it went into that king e8 position, and just all the brilliancies are forgotten. Let's move on to the next one really quickly so that we can just come back to the games. Although
we have time, don't you worry.
I do see that knight is still on e2, so no move has been played yet. So we've got some time. And it is Shah writing in with, come on now, everyone is trying to match Dubov. And what position did he have? It was the same, I can't really see. Yeah, it's the same knight e6 moment. I think this was the moment of the day for all of us, where Jan also probably felt that it's going to be an early day with just a few moves to analyze for his game of the day. But Fabi has not only managed to ruin the game for himself, but also for Jan. All right, let's move on to the next one. We had Tarun Mittal saying the only way of running away is running into it. Peter, this is what you mentioned for Tari's brilliant defense. And I quickly also saw that Tari himself mentioned in his post-game interview against Magnus. You can check that out on Tata Steel. He said that he was very pleased finding this idea of king f6, king g5. And we were equally left in awe with that not little, actually a very big and a very important defensive resource. And Peter, as you can see that everybody is just really enjoying all that you're bringing into the commentary. It's so pleasing to hear. All right, thought for sure Anand would be the part of that answer too. Got the other three right. This is Jay writing in for our quiz of the day. Jan, that was an exciting one today. And this is what it was. Which world champions have won a Waikanze tournament during their reign? And I think a lot of us would have thought Anand would be in it, but perhaps the times that he did win Waik was not between 2007 to 13. So yeah, the correct answer was Kasparov, Carlsen, and Topalov. And we had two winners today. One of them won a Chessable course, and one of them got a 3-month extension on the membership on the premium membership. We're going to be having a quiz of the day every day, lots of prizes to be won. So do consider going premium if you're not already. It will not only help you take your game to the next level, but also lots of fun stuff happening on Chess24. One of them that I'm really excited about is that I will be playing a hand and brain and a dice match along with it. And I think that's scheduled for the 27th and the 29th. I'm very excited about that one. But of course, it's not just us. It's all the Champions Chess Tour participants as well, who will be playing a lot of these formats. And if you're a premium member, you'll get the chance to challenge them in all of it. So consider going premium and supporting Chess24. For now, Fabi really needs all the support that he can get from his opponent to create anything out of it. Let's bring that position back up on the board. Knight e2 played. It's a bit of a heartbreak when you see somebody play so well throughout the game and then somehow in the end it doesn't work out. I really like the idea that knight f4 doesn't only threaten knight d3 but also knight d5, and that makes me wonder that after rook g7, knight f4, you were pointing out that perhaps king a3 is an ugly move but also the only move.
Yeah, kind of. It felt like, yeah, but basically if you know that you have to play king a3, you somehow lose the interest in the game because you feel that, okay, knight d3 comes with the tempo. It would maybe be interesting if you could start pushing the pawn immediately with f4, then it's a race. But if you have to even lose a tempo on rook f7 and the rook is even misplaced on f7 for all these pawn races and black pushes d5, you go f4, black plays the move king c5, then you see that black is coming with d4, he's coming then with b4 with check. Then the temptation of just giving a rook c7 check, king d6, going back and acknowledging that, okay, I had chance, I should have won this game somehow, but finally now I don't have any real chances anymore.
Yeah, it looks hopeless to win for white. Rough for Fabi. How's Mr. Alireza doing? Has he made progress? He's getting this knight to f4 and rook to d6.
Yeah, basically now we are seeing this position that you meant, that it's too clumsy for black, and all these knight f5s, all these tricks are on the board anyway. Maybe now here it's time to remove his king, yeah? Maybe just to step back to g3 or to f, or even to h3. I just wanted to maybe even to h3.
Hint at knight f5, yeah?
Yes, and not to let e5 happen, because if I put my king on g3, you might be able to break out with e5, because then knight f5 is met by e takes f4 check. And that's what I wanted to avoid. So maybe the move king h3 makes sense.
Wow. Prophylactico.
Yes.
Avoiding anything.
Yeah. Okay, you can still go knight f8, yeah?
Okay.
You have to.
It's hard to stop knight f8.
Yeah, and then knight f5, you go back rook d8, and all of a sudden my knight is hanging, and what did I achieve? It's a fair point, yeah. In this case, maybe this whole idea of playing for knight f5 is wrong. It's tempting,
no
but
breakthrough
wrong.
yet. All right, Anton showing his resilience yet again, but such an ugly position, no? Even if Alireza does nothing forever.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the most annoying thing in the position, that if white wants to win on the spot or tries to win somehow, then it's easy to react for black. But if you're just squeezing, then how do you keep this game forever under control? It's very hard to say.
Yeah. Alireza probably leaning back, got himself some fresh coffee, and is ready to squeeze for another hour or two. I'm not sure if he's a coffee drinker.
Do you think at the age of 17 you drink coffee? Is it the case?
I don't know actually if Alireza drinks coffee.
Because actually
Maybe.
I never ever in my life ever tasted coffee, so I even don't know what it tastes. Yeah, it's just
Peter.
incredible. But I was, because I was like the tea kind, and I somehow got into the tea business, and never ever tried coffee.
We take it one step at a time with you. You got a phone now. That's a great achievement for the last 10 years. We'll start coffee and cigarettes in the distant future. Not yet.
Yeah, well,
but no, I don't think you're missing much. It's just another addiction. No, I don't think the taste is like anything. People are saying, "Oh, this is so tasty, my morning coffee."
Yeah.
But do you like tea, honestly?
Yes, I like tea. Yeah, I have all these special Chinese teas, and whenever I go to China, I'm bringing all these wonderful, lovely teas, and I'm enjoying it a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
I always thought it's just to look sophisticated and drink some hot water. I'm not against it, but I don't understand what all the fuss is about.
No, there are a lot of finesses there. Yeah.
But I've gone very fancy with my coffee. Right now I'm drinking it's called vanilla creme brulee coffee. It's high-tech stuff. Because no one likes the taste, so you want it to taste like some sweet stuff at least.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mean. Then you are not even drinking coffee; you are just enjoying it for the other taste. Yeah.
No, I'm addicted to coffee, so I'm trying to make it taste better by adding some random flavors. Anyway, and Tania, what's your drink of choice? Do you drink any non-alcoholic drinks? Like what's happening there these days?
It's Red Bull for the win.
Of course. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
I forgot who I'm talking to.
In.
Get your taurine in there.
Yeah.
So Tania, as the resident connected to a social media person I know, have you heard of Clubhouse? I joined an app called Clubhouse yesterday, and I think you can use it to listen to other people talk. Like I go there and there's some conversation and people are listening to that conversation, or you can join in, and which I found very confusing. But yeah, you're not on it yet, yeah?
No, I don't think it's picked up on India, but it sounds extremely. So these are just random people who you don't know, and you're just jumping.
No,
into
you
their
use your real name, and there's like important influencers talking to each other about the real problems we have in the world, and you choose your topics. It seems like it's, if you want to do a podcast, but you're too lazy to find someone to do it with and then to upload it somewhere, you just go there and you talk to people. Like,
Have you guys switched from WhatsApp, by the way? There's this whole thing about, Peter, are you on WhatsApp currently?
No, I never been to WhatsApp. No.
Of course not. No, I haven't heard of Clubhouse. Right now in India, the only conversation is, are you sticking to WhatsApp or not, because of their new privacy policies and things like that. But yeah, I was listening to your conversation about Peter having a phone, and that's a big level up. So I think before we get him on social media, because I've been keeping an eye, everybody's asking when he's joining, but I think that will have to wait. The first thing will be to get Peter on one of these messaging apps, because I know that the only way to communicate with Peter is through emails.
it's not true.
That's the only one that I have.
He does have one secret messaging service that was, well, everyone stopped using in 2005, but Peter sticks to it.
Exactly. I mean, okay, that's one that worked well for me, so I'm sticking to it. I don't know all these new hypes and whatever. It's like with my repertoires. Yeah, if I was satisfied with one of my repertoires, I stick to it. I don't need to change it. I don't need the thrill of playing something new. If it works, it works.
Nowadays, I have two messaging services. One of them I use exclusively for trying to reach Grishuk. Even that is hard, but I know that's the only messaging service where you have a chance to reach him. And the other one, I talked to Peter, and I think I don't talk too much, but Magnus Carlsen's father. Those are the two people that are still on Peter's messaging app. But yeah, I think it's fine. They still work. So Peter, you can reach him. No problems.
Just not on social media right now. All right. So what is the update on this position? We've been seeing it for a while. Alireza moving around. Peter, we were discussing this. Has there been progress so far?
Yeah, well, actually, Alireza plays the move that I was suggesting with King H3 and insisting on the Knight F5 thread. But the big question was that how do we make progress after Knight F8? Because that's the only way, and now Knight F5 is not effective, because then Black would just return with his rook. So the big question for me, and now David Anton is taking his time. By the way, actually time might be a factor in this game. Both players got the extra time after move 40. It was 50, Knight F8 on the board, the 50 minutes. And David Anton, for the only 6 moves, has used already kind of half an hour. Yeah, it shows that he's very, very unhappy with his position. And if Alireza keeps things under control and keeps going, then actually in this game, time finally might be a very, very important factor, despite of the 7-hour time control. What is your take, Jan, on this?
I think you just lose eventually. I'm not sure how, but it looks horrible. The clock's not going to help. And also constantly, as a defender, you have to calculate if he goes Knight Hg6, does he take all my stuff by force or not? While as the attacker, you can whatever, play King H2 and then say, okay, next move, you calculate it again if Knight Hg6 wins once. By force or not, it looks like a horrible situation to be stuck in.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I meant, that even no time in the board is enough. Yeah, because one can argue that 7 hours time control, you always have time to defend. Well, here David Anton has 90 minutes plus the increment to reach move 60. And after move 60, he will only get his final 50 minutes of the game plus the 30 seconds. So time is not unlimited. And when you have such a position and you are burning the clock, you also feel the pressure that if you reach move 60 and nothing changed, you will be done to your last 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's no good solution. Anton is very practical and he's very resilient as well. He's not going to blunder anything simple, but it does feel like a horrible spot to find himself. How's Dr. Fabi? He's still looking for any way to create chances after knight f4. It's not
Still
gonna
looking,
happen,
but
is it?
looks like he's not going to find it. Jan, if this game ends in a draw, is Fabi still your contender for game of the day, or are you going to abandon it for more decisive results?
No, I'm sticking with it mainly because I'm lazy and I already did some analysis, which I don't want to lose. But also, I think it was a spectacular game, like starting with the opening, this rook g1, g4, then knight e6, and so many tactics and counter tactics that even if it doesn't find a winner, I think it's a worthy game of the day.
I completely agree. And especially, I think it's not just the way Fabi delivered all the attacking ideas, but also how resourceful Duda was in trying to defend a very difficult position.
The dude. I was watching The Big Lebowski yesterday, was on German TV, and then I thought I haven't seen this movie in forever, so I started it fresh on one of my 10,000 viewing services and watched it from the beginning. It's an excellent movie. Just thinking of it because Duda, the dude, it's not important.
It reminds me of, I haven't heard of that one, but I have watched Dude, Where's My Car?
Hang on, you haven't heard of the movie The Big Lebowski? Tania, that's the most shocking thing you've ever heard.
Am I going to get fired from Chess24?
I wish I had that power. I no longer have that power, but I would still strongly recommend you watch that movie. I would guess Peter has seen it.
No, actually, I mean, I know it very well, The Big Lebowski, but I never watched it. I never watched it. I don't know why.
Oof.
It's with John Goodman,
This is
or not?
Yeah. Jeff Bridges is the main guy. John Goodman, Steve Buscemi. It's a great movie.
Yeah. Now we are seeing actually move repetition in the Fabi's game. This game is about to end.
This might be it. So knight f4, king a5, and
knight e2, for example, does the job. Yeah.
Well, that's already the repetition. Yeah.
It's happening.
That's it. Draw. Not yet agreed, but it's just waiting for the arbiter to come because it's already a threefold repetition.
Yeah.
Jan, Peter and I were having this conversation the other day about threefold repetitions, and I want your take on this. That Peter mentioned that if his opponent, playing with the white pieces, repeats against him because he wants to win a few rating points, Peter would love to just, torture his opponent and just sit on the board and go like, you know what, you want to repeat, you go call the arbiter. He would just make his move and get up and basically do everything in his power to make his opponent feel bad about what he's doing.
All right. No, I think if you're the stronger side, you don't claim the repetition to yourself. You just make the move. That's normal. But for me, the problem is because deep down inside, I'm usually happy to make a draw. Who am I kidding? That sometimes I am the stronger side and I make this twofold repetition, as the old Russian textbooks taught us, repeat once. But then somehow I trick myself into miscounting and I repeat a third time in a good position because it's so tempting to just end the game right there. So for me, it's been a dangerous device, this threefold repetition. I'm trying to not get involved. But yeah, Peter's behavior sounds normal. If you're the stronger player or you have the better position, of course you don't claim it. You let your opponent do the work.
Does it happen that if your opponent has offered a draw, or you've refused that, or you've declined a repetition, and then you just go on to immediately make a mistake and get a worse position, and then you're just cursing yourself? Because that has happened to me so many times, and it's weird that I make a mistake right after declining a draw.
I've never declined a draw, so I'm not familiar with that situation you're describing. For me, it's usually more, well, times have changed. I think in the last 10 years, there's a lot less offering and accepting of draws because also the rules have changed with the Sofia rules and the general attitude. There's more public shaming with social media for us drawmeisters. So you don't do it as often. But for me, the problem was usually, I always have the thought of offering a draw in the back of my head. So usually I have to get it out of the way. And once I offered my draw and my opponent declined, I'm happy now I can focus on the game. Would be rude to offer again. So now I can focus on chess and I start playing better. But before, if I just think about the correct timing of my draw offer, I will lose a lot of time and energy. So these rules, I think this rule change would have been good for me because I wouldn't have had to think about all these draw offers. This is a long time ago. before I became a fighting machine.
So when you're forced to actually play, that's when you'd focus then?
No, I was trying to force myself to play because I know I'm always thinking about draw offers. Like this 20 years ago when draw offers were, at least for me, more common. And then if I would offer my draw, my opponent declined, I'd usually be happy because I don't have to think about it. Sometimes he would accept and I would be unhappy thinking, ugh, what have I done now? But, those were my problems, not that I avoided a move repetition and now I made a mistake.
Yeah, and in fact, now we are seeing something very interesting because what is the reason that the game is not yet stopped? Can we just back up?
I think it's stopped. It's probably a software thing that the kings haven't been placed in the middle or something. I think.
You think? Because knight e2, rook g7, this is first time this position. Knight f4, king a5, knight e2, king b4 second time, knight f4, king a5, knight e2, king b4 third time.
Yeah. And they're done. It's just they want to place the kings in the middle or whatever.
Who do you think? Of course, Fabi's extremely. He's not going to be happy with this draw at all. Do you think it's kind of difficult to get over this kind where you played such a brilliant game and you've been winning throughout? Do you think it's sort of difficult to get ready for the next game when you've messed it up?
I think Fabi's been around the block a few times. He won't be happy, but he'll find Rustem. They'll order some food. They'll go for a walk.
Italian for sure.
They'll talk about whatever nonsense they're talking about, the latest Peter Andre show, if it's still funny or not. And then they'll start preparing for tomorrow. I don't think Vike round 3 not winning a good position will affect him very much.
Yeah, I also think that in such situations when after all you played such a thrilling game, on one side it hurts that you didn't make the most of it. On the other hand, you are also kind of proud of yourself because you know that so many chess fans and everyone is watching this game and got so much joy and pleasure. And after all, I always felt like, if you are playing on the stage and you know that people appreciate what you are doing, then you get a lot of energy. So yes, definitely a certain disappointment there, but the feeling that you created something special, I think compensates a bit.
Yeah, and I think Fabi is very pragmatic and very practical like that. And also, whenever you speak to him after the game is over, regardless of what has happened, you don't ever see any emotions. It never looks like he goes very red, but that's about it.
Isn't it upsetting? I don't like these guys that are still normal people even when they didn't win chess games. Anish is another one of them. You can't tell by his demeanor if he won or lost or drew. I find it very upsetting. Because I just feel like they're better human beings. Like their life quality doesn't depend on the outcome of a chess game.
So then what do you have to say about Magnus? Because with him, you can definitely tell. So
that's how it should be. You should be angry. I think Magnus is quite good at being angry for not too long. Like he will be mad at himself for 1 hour, 2 hours. But I believe that's also what psychologists tell you. You're allowed to be mad at yourself after a result you're not happy with. But then at some point you have to forgive yourself and move on and focus on the next day. And I think Magnus is good at that he's not going to dwell on it forever, but just be mad for 1 hour, 2 hours, then go get some fresh air, play some football, whatever he does, and be happy, be ready to go again. So everyone has their own process, but yeah, I was always, because I take defeats, or as we've probably, you could figure out by my earlier description of my love for drawers, but defeats or the thought of defeats have always been tough for me to handle. So I've always had a lot of admiration for guys that can, just lose a game and then happily go to dinner. Peter, what about you?
Yeah, I fully agree with Jan. Yeah, that's actually probably the reason why we had so many draws, that, we hate losing so much, and we also know that it affects us very, very badly. And in this regard, I always felt like when the game ends in a draw, I can always have nicely. Of course, if I miss the chance, then it's terrible. But if it was a logical game, both sides played nicely, the game ended in a draw, then I'm having my total inner balance, which I exactly need to stay calm, and I'm ready, looking forward to the next game. But whenever something happened, like I win or lose, I get too much emotions, and it does affect my next game. For example, if I lose a game, then at all cost I want to bounce back next day. But there is also, this reason that by being so upset, I'm not able to sleep that night, for example, yeah. And then with all my anger and without sleeping at all, I'm going for my opponent's throat, and then at some very complicated moment, I feel like, yes, I'm happy with what I got from the game, but why didn't I sleep? Yeah, so that I could be able to calculate now all these crazy lines. And this was like, one of the things that when Jan mentioned is that very important to get over with, that you kind of forgive yourself. It's very, very important characteristic for a chess player, because this one was certainly a big miss for me.
I think with players like Fabi and Anish, they might not be expressive about it, but I think it still somewhere hurts. And it's just, I think they just, have a better way of keeping that a bit more control, at least on the outside. But I think, I don't think it's possible for it not to affect.
No, I agree. And I was being a bit tongue-in-cheek. It's not, well, you don't become a top player if you don't hate losing or if you don't care about the results. I more appreciated the quality that they can still have a normal conversation with someone about something outside of chess an hour after losing a game or blundering in a winning position, which, I think for me was always tough.
Well, actually,
it's tough to have a normal conversation for me, any circumstance.
No, but Jan, I can do that. I mean, even if I lose, I'm having a very nice conversation, but it doesn't mean that at night it will not start to haunt me, I will be returning. That's when, I feel like I go for a walk, I start preparing for my game, I try to forget about it, but at night it comes back to haunt me. And I somehow couldn't really get rid of this. I mean, it was always this position that where I missed, and what I should have been playing, and how could I miss it, how I did not play it. Those were the really critical demon moments. But otherwise, I would always behave as a normal being. But at night, it's impossible to handle.
Okay. But with you, you're always such a nice guy and so polite. Your politeness might be stronger than your self-hatred in such moments. Well, for me, my self-hatred would overrule my manners in these situations. I've never had the sleeping problem, strangely. Like the self-hate is there, but sleep, I can always sleep. Maybe it's because of all the coffee I drink. So if I just stop drinking coffee, my body collapses. Maybe that could have helped you, coffee addiction.
Yeah.
I can totally relate to a sleepless night. It's just the case every time after a bad game. And I think a bad game definition for me often is, something where I feel like I should have won, but somewhere you mess it up and then you lose. If you've been outplayed, somehow it's easier to get over that, I feel, because you just can tell yourself that, it was a bad day from the very start, things didn't work out. And I feel it's sort of easier to get over those losses. But when it's been a long, tough fight and you think you should have somehow managed to have a better result than you did, that's a definite guarantee for a sleepless night. But surprisingly, I always feel that the next day, there's this adrenaline to win. Even though you might not be well rested, you somehow are able to bring something to the board, some kind of an energy.
Exactly. I mean, fully agreed. I mean, I know this feeling perfectly. I only feel that those sleepless nights actually later add up. Yeah. So for that game, as you said, you have the adrenaline, you keep going. And then later, like 2-3 runs later, you feel like, oh, I'm so exhausted. And then you look back, why am I so exhausted? Of course, I didn't sleep, I didn't sleep for 2 nights or something. Yeah, this is really very, very tough. And as you mentioned, if you are outplayed, it's perfectly fine. Then you simply know that your opponent was better on this day. Then I definitely will not have sleepless nights. But if I lost because of my own stupidity and I played a good game and it was completely unnecessary what I have done, then it's not self-hating. I mean, I'm never hating myself. I just, because I'm a perfectionist, I want to play a good game. And if I already felt like I did play a good game, then how on earth didn't I finish it well? Yeah, that's actually the problem. I mean, what I have problem with digesting.
We're all very different people. For me, if I get outplayed, it's even worse. Then my my self-loathing and my Weltschmerz. I don't even understand how this stupid game is played. This guy doesn't have to make any special moves and he just crushes me. It's even worse than blundering. Like if you get outplayed, out-understood, if your opponent is just smarter, that's a horrible thing. So I never had that distinction, like at all.
You know, Jan, you left us a little early in the first segment. There was an interesting tweet, I think it was by Olympio, and he mentioned about how chess, I think it was definitely a joke, but there was something about how chess is 50% calculation, 30% strategic planning, and I think 20% being mean on the board. Who do you think is the meanest chess player that you know out of these top guys?
Over the board or in real life?
Both. We've got time.
I don't know. Depends how you define mean. It's not a secret. The most expressive guys are probably, I don't know, Nepomniachtchi, Nakamura, Carlsen in that order off the top of my head. But I wouldn't say that's particularly mean behavior. I'm so old. I haven't played anybody over the board outside of Thailand for like 15 years, Tania. I don't know what it feels like. In the old days, it's not meanness, but for example, when you played Vichy and he just makes a move instantly and then goes for a walk, looks all happy, and you're sitting there, think for 50 minutes, you make a move, he comes back, makes some moves in 10 seconds, you want to get up, you want to do something, but it's your turn again. That I think is very mean as well, although of course he's perfectly polite, but it depends how you define mean. Or Kramnik, I remember, he was once adjusting my pieces while I was thinking. And I hated that. That was so mean, bloody. But I don't know. I think it's all in your head. And ideally, I mean, some guys might gain energy from it. But I think with my type of personality, it's best if you can just ignore the opponent and, play against the pieces. As dumb as it sounds, I would normally become weaker if I was too focused on how mean my opponent is over the board. What about you? Do you get energy if your opponent is making faces or coughing a lot or doing whatever?
I actually mentioned the exact same names about how expressive they are, but I think that doesn't translate into being mean. I think that's just, I don't know, raw emotions while they're playing, and I don't even know if it's on purpose or not. But it was interesting because when Hari was on our broadcast, because Hikaru is one of the most expressive players, he actually mentioned that you should never believe Hikaru's expressions in what you see. So that was an interesting insight that he gave, that you could easily get tricked into that. But I would agree, not allowing your opponent to go use the washroom and make moves extremely fast is a difficult situation to deal with. But again, I don't know what's being mean on the chessboard. I think there are certain ethics and certain things which I find a little rude, maybe things like, banging the clock when there is no real time pressure over and over again. Maybe it's not being mean, maybe it's just your style of play, but I find it a little unnecessary and it makes me a little uncomfortable. Also, some players have this habit of standing over the board. Like when it's your move, they're just standing not behind you, but in front of you on the board. And I find
that's the worst. That's really rude. And I think most people nowadays have accepted that it's rude. You still see people doing it. But don't do that, people. If it's not your move to get up and stand there and stare at the board, either sit there and look at the board or go do something else. But don't stand there. Normally it's when they're pleased with themselves too, like standing there. Get out of here. It's really rude because you're also affecting your opponent's vision and so on. I don't like that. Yeah, the banging, of course, is not very nice.
Peter, do you have any pet peeves like that? Something that you don't particularly feel comfortable when your opponent does it?
Well, actually, I really hate, as you guys mentioned, that if my opponent makes a move instantly, because I also feel like, getting up for me personally during the game after making a move, I actually do it routinely after every move. It's what I need to calm my nerves. So I don't know, it just comes natural and I feel that I need it. And whenever my opponent blitzes his move and I'm stuck there at the board, I feel like, okay, give me a break. I mean, at least wait for 30 seconds so that I had a chance to get up, go 5 steps, and then you push the clock. I don't mind losing 30 seconds or even 1 minute, but at least then I have the chance of moving. But if they made a move, then I feel that I don't have the right already to stand up. But
I liked threading that line when you're playing someone who you know gets up after every move. You let them get up, but then while they're still very close to the board, you make that move, and you put them in that very tough spot where you know they want to go away, but now it's sort of bad because they know that you saw that they made a move. So it puts them in a tricky position. I'm not sure if that's unfair, but I always like doing that, waiting till they get up and then make the move.
But that's a bit of a double-edged sword, because you could be so focused in doing that the move that you actually make might be a big mistake.
The moves are trash anyway. This is just entertainment.
I remember my first time at Vaikanze. This was, I played there twice. This was in 2011 and 2012. And it was my first time to actually play amongst all these great players. I was playing in the C group. But in Vaik, how it is, they cordon off the A, B, and the C group when they used to have the C group. I think now they just have the Masters and the Challengers. So they used to cordon it off. And then there was the open event that used to take place on the other side. And I was extremely awestruck when I was there for the first time, because I was seeing all these world's best players playing, and they used to be walking past, and sometimes they would stop and look at my game for 1 minute and for a second maybe, and I just couldn't believe that was happening. I actually missed my Grandmaster norm in that tournament, so it went off really well, but at the very end I needed a draw in the last round. I lost. But anyway, a very good tournament. I remember there was this one incident where Ivanchuk was walking past, and and of course I was just staring because I was just so awestruck by the whole situation. And there was somebody from the open section who came who wanted an autograph, and Ivanchuk was still playing. Now, you don't ask him for an autograph when he's still playing. And of course, this guy, he was very excited to meet him, and just across the line he was standing. So he comes to him and he put this notebook and this pen forward. And I can just never forget Shaki's expression and just complete disdain for that situation. And he didn't even bother replying to that guy. And he just shrugged him off and gave him the most terrifying look ever. And I thought that was, at least back then for me, I thought that was a little mean. But we all love Chucky, of course.
Actually, I was enjoying listening. That who are those guys you call mean, basically, that by behaving with emotionally, over the board. And you both mentioned Nepo and Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru. To me, for example, Jan is an incredibly nice person. I don't know at all. Whom can he harm? That's my impression. And he does play fast, but still, for me, it feels like it's absolutely normal. The other person who you mentioned, Hikaru, was very funny because I didn't really play with him. And we played our maybe very first game in 2012. No, we played one game in Vaikanze 2010, but that was a very short draw. I just blocked his opening, and with black I made an easy draw. And then we played in London FIDE Grand Prix in 2012, and I heard all these stories about the internet that on the internet while playing the Blitz and everything, Hikaru is sometimes rude to his opponents and so on. So I was expecting this Hikaru is something like an unpleasant person. And then we are playing this game. It's a very long game, and he's torturing me, and he outplayed me at some point because in time trial I missed something. I'm defending some very tough end game, move 60. I feel that he's winning, and he got the 15 minutes extra. He also feels that this is a very critical moment. He goes down to 2 minutes on the clock when he makes the move, and he makes the only, we are seeing 97 is a brilliant move by Firuza. He's winning the game. But let me continue my story. That was exactly the only move which was a draw. But it was kind of impossible humanly to understand why is that a draw and why everything else wins. So the game finally, with incredible luck, I'm escaping to draw. So I'm expecting that Hikaru is extremely angry, because that would be the very natural cause of things, that he was winning, move 61, he felt that it's a critical moment, he burns all the time, and finally he makes the only move which is not winning. And then we are asked by the chess journalist that, the position was a winning and everything else was win a part of this move. And Hikaru was completely calm. And he said, but actually, what's the difference? Why is this move? And of course, the journalists didn't know the difference. It was just that the computer had this table-based stuff. And the way Hikaru handled this, I felt like this is the nicest person on earth, you know? And this was my personal experience with Hikaru playing my real game. So whenever I hear this mean stuff, I'm having this memory in my mind, and it's a completely different person, I know.
There you go. Tania, are you surprised that Peter went out of his way to point out these aren't mean guys either?
Sorry, I lost you in the middle.
Now, when Peter started this long story, do you think the moral of the story would be he's meaner than we think or less mean?
No surprises there. Peter would find a way to just make that not go in that direction. But, I think with Hikaru, very often it's exactly like this, that he gets upset sometimes after a game, but also recovers, quite quickly. I mean, I think for him, I've seen him, for example, at Gibraltar as well, when he's had a difficult game. He's extremely expressive and sometimes very emotional right after the game. And he doesn't, sometimes he's not able to really keep that under check, but he also gets over it after a while. Like you were mentioning that, every player has his own way to deal with it. And then you can have a conversation. But it's best not to have a conversation right after, is my advice.
Yeah, but actually that was the shocking stuff with my conversation with him, that he immediately after the game, I mean, I can imagine myself, everybody says I'm a nice guy, but if I would have been in the shoes of Hikaru, I would have been extremely angry, and he's supposed to be the mean guy, and he was super kind. That's exactly what I'm talking about, that it's just insane. Yeah, and this is the way he reacted to that game, I still remember. But okay, now David Anton is getting outplayed.
Very mean guy, by the way, David Anton.
Yeah,
David Anton is just the other end of the spectrum of being a mean guy.
He's the meanest.
But I want to say about Hikaru, I think again, it's that distinction that being expressive is not the same thing as being mean, I think.
But I think, yeah, we're all aware of that. It's just when you think about people behaving over the board, the expressive guys are the names you think of first. Like, I've also had nothing but nice experiences talking to Hikaru. Speaking of mean, though, before we move off that topic, 97 White is going to win here. Peter, did you ever get insulted by Korchnoi? Because that's sort of the badge of honor, no? Like,
yeah, you missed our conversation.
It's already covered. Sorry.
Yeah, we talked about this, and Tania had her experience. I had my very first experience, but actually I did not finish everything, because after this thing that I already mentioned, I could, it was very funny. And also Victor was telling in all the interviews that, yeah, I'm kind of a chicken, and I'm always playing for the draw and whatever. And it encouraged me. He used the word Angsthase. Yeah, this is the German word for being a chicken. And he was such a psychologist, because after that, in all of my games, I was, furiously attacking him. And then he countered me. He beat me in one game. Actually, I only lost one game, but he did beat me in Dortmund 94. And another one, I also sacrificed something, and I finally escaped in Horgen 94 against him. He spiced things up. And I lost my usual way of playing chess, that I like to control everything. I felt like I have to prove something to Victor, and he was using that against me.
Wow. The biggest insult he did to me, and I think I'm right about this, Reed, but I'm curious what you take. I only played him once, and he was perfectly nice to me. Korchnoi, he was already older, but he was still a very strong player. Game ended in a draw, and he was perfectly nice, just analyzed, had a chat and so on, and he told me I played well. And then I realized that this is the biggest insult he can do, because he doesn't even consider me a chess player, because he would insult me. If he thought I was a chess player, he would point out my weaknesses and go into mind games, whatever. But he said, okay, this idiot, I made a draw. Like, I don't even need to waste any energy on this. Like,
yeah.
Anyway, Ali Reza, how is he breaking through here? Rook G6.
I guess, yes.
Rook F1.
Rook G6 and then Knight FC 95, but probably there are many ways.
I like that one. It looks very, very effective actually. Rook g6, you have to go king f7 to defend the g7 pawn, and then knight comes to f3. You still have to go knight c4. You can't allow knight e5 check, I think. But then you run in with knight g5 and you pick up the e6 pawn. And knight e4 runs into knight e5. So this looks very strong, no?
Yeah, but I believe that everything is strong here. Yeah, this is such an overwhelming position because after king f7, okay, but I love knight f3. I don't want to find anything better than that.
I love it too.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
From the white side. Yeah, I mean, imagine you are on the black side, and this is what, I mean, how bad the position is exactly like the computer says, yeah, because black is not even pawn down, whatever, but the computer screams that it's plus 100, right?
There's only white in this engine bar, so it says, yeah, it's whatever, +5 or something. Yeah, it's hopeless. Oof. Poor David Anton, after this big struggle against Magnus yesterday, now he just gets tortured.
Yeah,
our producer Sotris is loving this entire conversation and everything that we're talking about, and he's saying only some pizza and wine is missing from this show now.
Well, we are also getting hungry, and it's mentioning pizza and something else, it's maybe a mistake.
What are your dietary habits these days, Peter? Are you a vegetarian, a pescatarian? Do you eat chicken? Like what do you eat?
Yeah, I eat fish, and otherwise I'm vegetarian. Yeah,
Gotcha.
So that's the pescatarian. Yeah,
I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what the millennials call it.
The millennials
and the Instagrammers.
Yeah, all these expressions are very funny.
All right, knight f3. How is black not losing on the next move?
He is, isn't he?
He is. And you know, these are the positions when maybe as the black side, you can feel that it's good that it's over, yeah? Because, I mean, till you were hanging in there, you felt like, okay, you might have a chance. But after I would not call that David Anton blundered 97, but probably he missed it. The point is that while we were having conversation, I also felt like after rook g8, white has the idea of knight h8, and I was calculating these lines, but they were never really working that effectively. And maybe also David Anton was paying attention to knight h8 check, and suddenly this knight e7, which is not a check, could have been easily missed.
That's a nice insight actually, because you can spot a check, but knight e7 is a move that you can miss quite easily.
But hang on, now something comes to my mind. Wasn't it somewhere in some of these speeches, championships or whatever, where exactly something similar happened? Now I have the feeling that there was this knight e7 mentioning in some tweet or something that there was this beautiful win, or it happened in the game. I don't know, maybe I have some deja vu feeling, but I suddenly recall it.
Was it the speed championship right now that we were covering, Peter?
Well, I mean, in the last 1 year, yeah, it's still kind of fresh in my mind that suddenly now that I talk about this 97, it comes to my mind that there was a game where this 97 happened and it was kind of famous, or it did not happen, but it could have. I don't know, but something feels very familiar to me.
And that's called pattern recognition, that you see it, you hear it somewhere else, and then it appears on another position, and then you immediately, your mind goes to where you heard it first. So yeah, what is the current position?
It also happened to me that, you know, I was afterwards not sure did I dream about this position already? I mean, because I knew that I did see this, yeah, and I saw it in my dreams, or how do I know this position? Yeah, it's some kind of a feeling. I believe other players also had this experience. I don't know how to explain it. I hope it's not paranoia, but I'm definitely, you know, it feels that I know this position.
But if you see the position in your dreams, at least you could sleep that night.
Yeah, that's because many times I'm telling my wife, you know, that I did not sleep, and but luckily I remember that I was dreaming about something, and then she, okay, there you have the answer. So you did sleep.
There you go.
I've never had a chess position in my dream.
Never, yeah?
I've had tournament situations like where I'm playing, but I've never had a particular position that I can recall or that I can really think that I dreamt about this position.
Yeah, I also don't recall it, but I usually forget my dreams quickly, which I think we all do. Yeah, they're there like for 5 minutes after you wake up. Sometimes you think about something and then they get deleted.
Exactly. Only when suddenly then 2 years later or 5 years later, the position appears on the board, then you remember that I have seen this position, yeah?
You already solved it. It's already been there. We've done that.
Yeah, I know this all.
This is a dream position for Ali Reza after 95 check.
Yeah.
It's so hopeless.
Let's just hope that you were white as well in that dream then, Peter, if you had the same position.
Yeah, but exactly that's the point that I feel that I could have never ever dreamed about this because it never happened in my game, anything close to this structure. But I did see this 97, so I'm very, very curious actually afterwards. I don't know how to find it, if it's possible to find it, because certainly it was not this position, but this structure, this very structure where this 97 did happen in my opinion.
With this trick of rook g7 if you capture the knight, huh?
Exactly, yeah, against this, because we are seeing many of this London stuff in Blitz and Rapid, yeah? And I believe that in one of these Blitz stuff, this 97 move occurred or in some article or whatever, but now that it happened, 97, I recall it.
It's actually a really beautiful motif in this position.
Yeah, it's wonderful, yeah, because really this, you calculate knight h8 check because it's so tricky after rook takes h8, rook g7 check. If you go to e8 with the king, then knight g6 can come hitting the rook and settling rook e7 checkmate. So the question was basically, do you go king f8, which also steps into many things because you might play h6 and then knight g6 is coming. But I believe the point was that after knight h8 check, you could play the move king f8. So it was not obligatory that you take the knight.
And if h6, g5, yeah? Or,
exactly, h6 then g5, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you hang in there. And otherwise, if knight h6, then king e8, and the knight is trapped forever on h8. Yeah, this is lovely. And black wins. Finally, find the position how to lose it with white.
Beautiful.
So he went rook f8. Knight g5 now?
Why not knight e5? I just go knight e5. Take
also
g7,
knight e5.
win the h pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
King e7 is forced to take on g7 with check. Like
Then king f6, right? And then you just go h6.
h6.
Oh, there's, yeah, h6 and there's knight d7. h6, maybe rook h8, you still have...
Okay, also
to be
knight,
winning,
have a lot
knight
of
g4, h7, yeah, what?
yeah.
Or
Yeah, or whatever. I mean, yeah, this is just terrible. I mean, I like to analyze, but I feel that this position is not fine to analyze. It's just a terrible torture, and in fact, David Anton will be relieved when he can finish this game.
That means Alireza would move on to 1.5. That's quite a nice score actually to start with. I mean, he had a tough game one, but drew yesterday with Maxime, and yeah, this one going according to plan.
Yeah, things not going according to plan for Magnus yet. 2 draws in a row now with, yeah, he was pushing in both, but I would guess if he wins one of those, it's normal, but now with the 2 draws, he's not going to be thrilled. Who is thrilled?
I mean, he did win the first game, and last year he had, what, 7? He started with 7 draws in a row, so still better than that.
Yeah, but he didn't win the tournament last year.
That is true. He finished second, no? Behind Fabi.
Yeah, they both had massive scores. I'm just wondering, who's happiest? Niels, of course, had a great start, but he lost today, so he won't be that thrilled. Jordan is being solid, drawing all his games here.
All 3 draws, that's right.
Nice.
Yeah, so
Who's
today
happiest is a
actually,
great question.
we had a lot of draws, yeah, today.
Is Ipenko also all draws here? Like,
Yeah. But I mean, we had so much action that I did not even notice that we had all these draws. Yeah, I don't care about the result. I care about the quality, the content, and we got a lot of content.
Peter, that's a very influencer thing to say, that we got a lot of content.
Players are content producers, content creators.
But you know what, Hari Krishna, he won today, and he drew the first 2 games, yeah?
He's also on the happy list. Maybe he's the happiest today, no? He won with black.
Yeah, that's a happy result for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only comfort Magnus can take out of these 2 draws, because, okay, he could have gotten more out of these games, that the results are basically going his way. So he's not like somebody scoring heavily and he feels the big pleasure that, okay, why didn't I win? Yeah, he did not win. Definitely is not happy about it, but score-wise winning the tournament, he is not behind anyone.
Also Tari, right? Like, he's the lowest rated player in the field, and he's had 2 draws, one against Radek and one against Magnus. That's also a bit of a happy train.
Yeah. Yeah. But 1 out of 3, like, you can only be that happy about, no?
Semi-happy.
Semi-happy. So what are the happy power rankings? Hari Krishna is quite happy. Niels is usually happy, but he can't be too happy today. Jorn Isipenko are probably kind of happy.
Well, I think now Duda is happy.
Duda's happy today. That's a good point.
Yeah. Because yesterday he lost with the white pieces, and if he would have lost today, I mean, he would go down to -2, and it's definitely not his standard. And after this game, he also can get a lot of confidence. And if you play such a crazy game and you are forced to calculate so much to stay alive, actually it wakens you up. You feel after such game that all your senses are awakened and you are ready to continue the tournament, or finally to start it, because for him it didn't really start before scoring today this draw.
Yeah, Duda as happy as you can be on 1 out of 3 as well. So h6 on the board. I guess rook h8, but yeah, anything wins, no knight g4. And hard to see Alireza not winning this.
Yeah, I'm actually also very happy of Alireza that he's taking his time. Yeah, he doesn't rush. There is just no need to it. It's only 1 move to move 60. Then you get the 15 minutes extra, and it's important that you win this game. You don't have to show off that, okay, I'm winning and I'm going to blitz all my moves out. It's a classical game. I think this is also a big step, what he is showing, that he's very mature. I mean, he's not rushing. He's not showing any of these childish weaknesses, that his overexcitement would suddenly run into some, blitzing out everything.
I can genuinely imagine Peter being happy about Alireza taking his time in all these rapid and blitz games that we've been commenting on. Whenever a player makes a move really fast, Peter used to hate it and especially with Jan, I remember it used to happen so many times, because in general, he's just such a fast player. And then in very critical moments, often that would mess up. And then Peter would have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what drives me crazy is, that why on earth do you try to break some world records or whatever? Yeah, because there was some game that Jan started with 15 minutes and he was trying to
just to clarify, we're talking about Jan Nepomniachtchi here.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's about Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he was kind of trying to, he also gave in this interview, I think afterwards, that his task for this game was to reach 20 minutes from a 15 minutes rapid game. I mean, okay, it's a lot of fun and everything, but sometimes, when I see him, wow, and King G4 had been played.
What?
That's a nice move. Rook H6, Rook D7, and checkmate.
Oh, beautiful. Rook F7 incoming after that.
It's a wonderful finish. Basically, King G4 is the move that you force resignation, yeah?
And actually, yes. Rook D7 is a big threat.
And you move the knight and you get checkmated.
This is a very nice way to finish the game.
Wonderful. And now he's threatening knight d7 checkmate, by the way.
Yeah, this is it. I was just I was just looking at the line rook to d8 when obviously any legal move wins, like knight d7. But I quite like king f4, and I think it's mate next move.
Oh, knight g4.
No matter
That's
what you
really
do now.
nice.
Yeah.
And there's no way to fight it.
No, knight f7, rook f7 is checkmate. No, I think it's mate next move.
Yeah.
Very important line.
Yeah, very nice.
Alipresa would find a way to finish this off with a checkmate. No need to queen the h-pawn.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine you are sitting from the black side. I mean, you just throw in the towel. I mean, enough. Let's get a dinner, because I mean, you have to get over this game as quickly as possible. Just forget it.
But king g4 is really nice, huh? It's a very pretty move.
Absolutely, yeah.
Rook h6 played, rook d7, and he's going to resign. Or I don't know if he's going to play rook h2, but it feels a bit pointless then.
No, he will not play rook h2. I mean, I would bet that after rook d7, it's resigns.
By the way, we keep talking about the players go for dinner and relax, so you want to go for dinner. It must be very different if you can't go to a restaurant after the game, no? Because for a chess professional, that's such a big part of your routine. You finish your game, and then you allow yourself to relax a little, get some food, go talk to your second or your friends or whoever's at the tournament. And here, I don't know what they even do. You go back to the hotel room, you order some food, and you never have that little walk and that moment of relaxation. No, it must feel quite strange.
Yeah, and black did resign after rook d7. Perfectly agreed. I mean, that's also, I was thinking, putting myself in the shoes that if I would be playing now Vaikanzi, I would not be able to go to my Kleine Switzerland, to the Italian, to the Fischer's house, and so on. I mean, it's part of Vaikanzi. It's simply a part of Vaikanzi. I understand it's very nice that you can deliver your food, but for example, if you have lost and you have to eat this food in your room, definitely it will not taste as good as if you have been in a restaurant.
I agree. Having said all that, I'll go now. Go order. No, I actually already ordered. I'll go eat some of the Greek food I ordered earlier. Then I'll do the Fabiano Caruana highlight game. Then I'll. Your day is still not done, Ayan? No, it's a long night ahead of us. But it's been fun. See you guys tomorrow. Who's playing tomorrow? Do we have any
So we have two decisive
matchups?
games today, right?
That
Yes.
sounds correct. Yeah.
Today we have two white wins. Yeah, it seems like white and
Harry
black.
won with black. Harry won with black today.
Harry won with black. Yeah, that's true.
So tomorrow, we have Jordan against Magnus. That's already something to look forward to. All right, I don't care about the other games, but we do have Jordan against Magnus tomorrow, so that's good.
And this is the final round before a rest day. So on the 20th is the first rest day that the players get, and these are the matchups for tomorrow. A very, very exciting day today. Even though we just had two decisive results, the game Fabi's game was just incredible, and I think we didn't even get time to actually look at other stuff while it was on because there was so much happening. There's so many fireworks. It was an absolute blast doing this with you, Peter and Jan. Thank you so much. And Peter, your final thoughts before we wrap up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that game gave us so much joy and so much excitement yeah, guys, check out Jan's video because I'm pretty sure that it's going to be extremely exciting, very, very instructive, and a lot of fun with all those mating lines which we were trying to figure out, but I'm pretty sure that we have missed many of the action that you can work out with the computer. So please take a look at this. It was a stunning game, and besides, Tari's defense against Magnus was really very, very nice. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Magnus is now angry that Tari played so well. On the other hand, as a good friend, he should also, acknowledge that, yeah, if you defend yourself so well, then you deserve a draw. Harry had a great win. Alireza is back on fire now after winning. A lot to look forward to, nothing to add, waiting for the fourth round to start.
Everything that Peter just said, and remember to go premium. There's a 40% off. We'll see you tomorrow.